388. About an hour after Cui Dongshan left, he asked an ordinary-looking man to make a trip to the inn and find Qin Pingon. He showed him a piece-in-piece tablet that only the spies of the greatly immortal family could carry. Qin Pingon's expression was normal, but his heart almost exploded. One must know that the most ruthless scheme he had in Tongya continent was the jade token passed down from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Taiping Mountain. Once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, both jade tokens happened to have the word peace on them. Qin Pingon inevitably felt apprehensive. That Dali spy who had been dormant in Qingwan country for many years, to be able to hold such an identity, he must have all three. He must have high ability, be able to kill and escape. He must have a tenacious mind, be able to endure loneliness, be able to stick to his original intention, and be loyal to Dali for years or even decades. Also, he must be good at observing people's expressions. Otherwise, he would be a dull chess piece without any vitality, which was meaningless. Therefore, the man instantly caught the slight abnormality of this young immortal master. However, these had nothing to do with him. This time he openly walked into Hundred Flowers Park. After the matter was settled, he would have to solve a lot of problems. It couldn't be helped. The identity of that person was too scary. After entering this county city under the eyes of the Emperor of Qingwan country, not only did he directly come to find him, he also showed the highest grade embroidered tiger commander's seal, which could mobilize all the spies and death soldiers other than Dali. Dali's spy agency was originally a tripartite balance of forces. The cow and horse bars, the bronze people holding the terrace and the green pavilion. Imperial tutor embroidered tiger, vassal king Song Jiangqiang, and the imperial concubine each controlled a territory. A few years ago, the imperial concubine who controlled the green pavilion suddenly went to a celestial mountain adjacent to the capital to cultivate. She withdrew from Dali's central hub and the green pavilion was assigned to the imperial tutor. Later, even vassal king Song Jiangqiang's terrace was given to the imperial tutor under the emperor's instructions. Embroidered tiger Cui Dong could now be said to be monopolizing the power. The man spoke to Qin Pingon in Dali's official language, which he hadn't used for a long time. It turned out that Yellow Ox, who was hiding outside the city, had decided to follow Cui Dongshan and travel far away. Cui Dongshan would also give this Earth Ox, a sea-viewing realm monster and Earth Ox, a lucky chance to successfully form a Jindan. Qin Pingon let out a slight sigh of relief and asked, "Dare I ask, what is the rank of this nothing medallion in your hand?" Without any hesitation, the man answered honestly, "Young master, it's the second highest rank. This lowly one is ashamed to receive it and is in fear and trepidation." Regarding the rank of the peaceful jade tablet, this in itself was not a small secret. However, that lord had asked him to answer all questions, so the man did not dare to slack off in the slightest. The man stood up and respectfully took out a money pouch. "That lord also asked me to pass this item to young master, saying that it's a bundle." Qin Pingon stood up and received a pouch of copper coins. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he put it on the table and saluted to the Dali spy. "Sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. I hope I won't bring you a mess." The man smiled a little. This sentence was actually enough. Moreover, it was his duty to work for Dali. He saluted back, "Young master, you're too polite." After the man left, Qin Pingon opened the ordinary cotton pouch and poured out a small pile of copper coins. He did not know what Cui Dongshan was up to. Was it really just a gift from a private school for apprenticeship? Pei Qian complained, "Cui Dongshan is really too much. Not to mention a pouch of small summer coins, a pouch of snow would be enough. How can he be your student? So stingy." Qin Pingon saw that the money pouch and copper coins did not seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. Instead, his mood improved a little. He hesitated for a moment, but did not put them into the larger object nearby. Instead, he put them into the flying sword 15. Qin Pingon smiled and rubbed Pei Qian's little head. The little girl, Charcoal, smiled until her eyes narrowed. She was like a little kitten. Afterwards, Pei Qian began to copy and write. Every stroke was meticulous. Habit had become second nature. Nowadays, if she did not copy books one day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Pingon circled the table, practicing the fist stance that threatened to turn the world upside down. No matter how strange his posture was, others would not find it strange after looking at it for a long time. In the twilight of this day, Zhou Xian came to Qin Pingan's room. He saw Pei Qian sitting at the table, one hand holding the knight-errant novel he had given her. With the other hand she gestured the crappy moves described in the book. After Qin Pingan sat down, there was an unclosed legalist classic on the table. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young master is really diligent in everything. There is nothing in the world that is difficult for a determined person." This old saying should be specially said for young master. Although the 4 people in the picture scroll had walked out of the picture scroll, even until today they still had their own thoughts. But putting these aside, they had accompanied each other all the way from the Great Spring Dynasty of the Tongyi continent to the Qinghuan nation of the Aquarius continent. They had fought side by side many times, and in the end, in just one day, Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiong, and Wei Xian had left to travel far away. Only this stooped old man in front of him was left. If Qin Pingan said that he did not have the slightest bit of melancholy, he would definitely be lying to himself and others. Thus, Qin Pingan took out 2 pots of osmanthus wine, one for each person, and sat across from each other to drink. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young master, why do you still not ask me how I was able to take 2 big steps on the martial path?" If it was before Cui Dongshan finished that game of chess, Qin Pingan might have considered it. Or perhaps it was because he had drunk a few mouthfuls of osmanthus wine that he did not want to be too scheming. He smiled and said, "You still don't have any hidden worries and secrets. It's normal that you don't want to take them out under the sun for others to see. Am I not the same? As long as you don't have the intention to harm others, you can hide it. Maybe it will be like the osmanthus wine in our hands, more fragrant the more it is." Zhou Xian shook the wine pot in his hand and grinned. "But since young master is willing to give this pot of wine to drink, then I am willing to take it out and drink to my heart's content. Old wine, new wine, they are all wine. Let's drink first as a toast. Young master, which one?" Qin Pingan smiled and clinked the wine pot with Zhou Lian's. They both drank a big mouthful. Pei Qian was very envious. She had tasted osmanthus wine before. Last time at the New Year's Eve dinner in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, Qin Pingan had poured a small cup for her. It was very sweet and delicious. Zhou Lian wiped his mouth. "Young master, do you still remember that old senior surnamed Sun?" Qin Pingan nodded. Zhou Lian smiled and said, "I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th realm and followed Sui Yu to the 7th realm, the Golden Body realm. It was a matter of course. Young master, you will not find it strange. But later on I sneakily reached the Far Travel realm. In this process the 9th realm martial artist Jing Dafeng fed me punches, Old Dragon City died in battle once, old Senior Sun gave me pointers, and in the end he gave me a hand. In addition, my own martial arts path is very different from Sui Yu's and the other 2. All of them are interconnected. It's not that I want to boast, but although my martial arts path was comprehended in a small place like the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, there are only 4 words to describe it: good preparation. I believe that even in the vast world where geniuses are everywhere, I am not bad. Let me show you a set of punches. Young master, see if you can find any clues." Zhou Lian put down the wine pot, got up with a smile and walked to the open space between the table and the door. The martial madman, who was originally short and stooped and his fist intent seemed to be loose, became more and more curled up. His hands, feet, back, shoulders and waist were all like this, making others feel very uncomfortable. At a glance, Pei Qian felt that Zhou Lian was becoming more and more small. However, compared to the usual languid short old man, when he curled up, his strength and fist intent seemed to burst out all at once. The shape of an ape. Zhou Lian twisted his body and moved in a strange way. He seemed to be casually punching, but his bones were folded. Only at a moment when his body occasionally stretched out, there was a thunderous fist intent pouring out. Pei Qian felt that it was somewhat familiar. Qin Pingan praised in his heart. The martial madman was really talented. No wonder he was the #1 person in the world in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land before Dinging. After a series of life and death battles, Qin Pingan firmly believed that if the 4 people in the picture scroll were to fight to the death, under the premise of the same realm, the one who would survive in the end would most likely be Zhou Lian. He had actually transformed the saber and sword intent that Huang Ting, the female crown of Mount Taiping, taught Pei Qian in the backyard of the medicine shop, into Zhou Lian's own fist intent. Of course, Zhou Xian had an innate advantage because he was close to Sui Yu because Zhou Xian's fist technique and martial arts were the closest to the essence, qi and spirit of the sword and saber techniques taught by Huang Ting. However, Zhou Xian was able to learn the essence of the yellow court just by looking at it from the side. Furthermore, he was able to integrate it into his own fist intent. Qin Pingon could not help but admire Zhou Lian's eyesight and innate ability. Zhou Lian stopped his punches and said with a smile, "Young master, you have good eyesight." Pei Qian was somewhat convinced. "Old chef, you should stop before going too far. How can you say such flattery? My master hasn't even said a word." Zhou Lian retracted his smile and with a rare serious expression he said slowly, "This path is similar to Sui Yu's sword ascension and will only end miserably." In Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it was already proven to be a path of no return. So even when I died I was unable to wait for the spring thunder. But in young master's hometown, there are no strongholds that cannot be broken. Qin Pingon praised from the bottom of his heart. But in the end it is still you, Zhou Lian, who is standing at a high place and can see far enough. Qin Pingon suddenly said worriedly, "But you broke through 2 realms consecutively, is your foundation in the 7th realm not stable enough?" Zhou Lian sighed and nodded his head. "Compared to the stability of the 6th realm, my previous golden body stage is truly average." Zhou Lian drank a mouthful of wine. "But there is no other way." Elder Sun revealed a heavenly secret and said that all the martial geniuses of the Aquarius continent who seem to have a bright future, if they continue to dawdle, then this Aquarius continent will become a sad place for all the martial geniuses of the 7th and 8th realms, and will not have much hope in this life. So I want to walk faster, take bigger strides and reach the 9th realm as soon as possible. I want to occupy a place first, and as for whether I will be like the national chess players and become a weak 9th dan, it is better than being an 8th dan for my whole life. Qin Pingon thought for a while. Previously in the martial temple in the county, Cui Dongshan used his supernatural power to manifest the martial fate of the Qing Yuan kingdom, so what Zhou Lian said was not completely unreasonable. The only hidden danger Zhou Lian himself had already seen clearly was that one day after reaching the 9th realm, his path would be broken at the 9th realm, and there would be no hope of reaching the true end. Also, among the few 9th realm martial geniuses, there were differences in strength. Once they fought, it was even different from the 9th dan of chess, where one could use divine hands to reverse the situation. If a 9th realm martial geniuses with a weak foundation met with a strong opponent, there would only be death. According to Jing Dafeng, before Song Jianqiang left the Pearl Grotto Heaven, if not for old Yang's secret instructions, Li Er would have been able to kill Song Jianqiang, who was also a 9th realm martial geniuses. Qin Pingon said, "First come first served, it is safe to leave the bag in the bag, it is not a bad way to go." Zhou Lian smiled and said, "Of course I want to reach the legendary 10th realm of martial arts, but I do not dare to look down on the 9th realm." Over at the dusty medicine shop, Jing Dafeng fought 1 against 4 and helped to feed him. The 4 of us were actually holding back our anger. It was just that our skills were not as good as his, so we had to admit it. The 4 of us still had this bit of tolerance, otherwise if Jing Dafeng looked down on the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, maybe you would too. Qin Pingon sighed and said, "I can be considered half a person of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, because the time I stayed there was not short. The 4 of you added together is probably about the same age. It is just like you said, my feet move fast and my strides are big. At that time I did not feel the passage of time that much." Zhou Lian said, "Young master is a blessed son of heaven, it is natural for you to have such good fortune." Pei Qian was suddenly furious. Bolsh **. Zhou Lian was stunned, then smiled playfully. "Oh, this little charcoal's backbone has grown quite a bit." But when Zhou Lian looked again, he found that Pei Qian's expression was not quite right, unlike usual. Qin Pingon was also a little surprised. He knew that Zhou Lian would not get angry over this kind of thing, so Qin Pingon did not think too deeply about why Pei Qian was suddenly angry. Zhou Lian could not help but think of the immortal youth with the mole between his eyebrows. Before the first time they sparred, Cui Dongshan said, "Look at your smiling face, but your dirty heart, I am very unhappy. Let's fight, I will do as I say. My hands and feet will not move and I will let you punch and kick me. If I even frown I will lose." In the end, Zhou Lian knew what the Great Sui Kingdom's Academy of Many Treasures Immortal was, and how he became famous in the capital, earning Cui Dongshan the nickname of cheap ancestor of the Kai family. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young master, this student of yours, Cui Dongshan, is really a wonderful person, too wonderful for words." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "You know what's good and what's bad. If there is a chance in the future, I will tell you about it." After Zhou Xian left, Pei Qian was still sulking. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Too spicy for lunch, so you have a bad temper?" Pei Qian lowered his head, not saying anything. Qin Pingon only thought of it as a child's temper that came and went like the wind, and continued to flip through the legalism book. At dawn the next day, Qin Pingon, carrying the sword Immortal and the bamboo chest, and Pei Qian, Zhu Lian and Shi Rou with a bag slung over their shoulders and a mountain staff in their hands, set off for the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. Of course, there was also the little lotus person who could travel freely underground. As usual, they traveled on foot, which was an old rule that Qin Pingon's group tacitly agreed to. Pei Qian wore a wreath woven from willow branches on her head. She told Qin Pingon that Cui Dongshan taught her to use the mountain staff to draw a circle on the ground, which could scare away the spirits and ghosts. But it was too difficult to learn. Today she had not even touched the edge of this immortal technique. Originally she wanted to tell her master when she mastered it, but after thinking about it she felt that if she could not learn it in this lifetime, she would have to hold it in for decades or even 100 years. That would be too pitiful. Qin Pingon smiled as he listened to Pei Qian's long-winded ramblings. Among the 4 people in the painting, the female ghost Shi Rou disliked the most was this lecherous hunchback old man. Now she and Zhu Lian were walking side by side behind Qin Pingon and Pei Qian, this pair of master and disciple, which made her feel uncomfortable. But every time she deliberately slowed down, Zhu Lian would also slow down. He never spoke and just looked at the Du Mao that the old man described with a smile. Shi Rou could not help but feel nauseous. She always felt that Zhu Lian's gaze was particularly greasy and disgusting. Especially when Qin Pingon helped Pei Qian break the willow branches, Zhu Lian, this old bastard, secretly pinched Du Mao's shoulder when she was not paying attention. Shi Rou was shocked. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It was an accident. Don't be offended." Although she was now the owner of the Immortal Slough, she was still in an illegitimate state. It was similar to a local obscene temple that was not recognized by the imperial court. Therefore, even if she had a convenient Dharma access that led directly to the Great Tao and could take a shortcut that would stun the Earth Immortals, Cui Dongshan had helped her weigh her weight. The insignificant tricks with the gift of otherworldly items that she had learned before could not even defeat an experienced Taoist in the sea-viewing realm. Even if Cui Dongshan had taught her a Dharma access and a few life-saving talismans, she could at most deal with a Taoist in the Dragon Gate realm. The only use was to rely on the slough to stand up and help Qin Pingon block the knife, the flying sword and the magic weapon of the Earth Immortals in a critical moment. Cui Dongshan also told her that the old lecherous man who liked to watch scholars and beautiful immortals fight was now a martial artist in the far travel realm. He told her to take it easy. Therefore, Shi Rou had been deliberately speaking with a rough voice and tried not to open her mouth. Shi Rou believed that she could endure all the sufferings in the world. Even if her body was cut into pieces or her soul was lit up after death, she could endure it. Only Zhu Lian's gaze made her feel helpless. Zhu Lian suddenly moved closer. Shi Rou hurriedly moved a few steps away. Zhu Lian laughed softly. "I can feel your body. It shouldn't be a woman's body. Someone has used an immortal's camouflage technique on it." "It really is a man's body," Shi Rou coldly said. "Elder Zhu's eyes are really sharp." Zhu Lian continued. "Then may I ask Miss Age?" Shi Rou's heart trembled. "Are you joking?" Zhu Lian's footsteps did not stop. He turned his head and smiled at Shi Rou. Zhu Lian, look at people's hearts. Whether the body is ugly or not, it's actually not that important." Shi Rou was about to go crazy. Shi Rou quickly walked forward, intending to seek refuge with Qin Pingon. Zhu Lian did not follow this time. He smiled behind Shi Rou and said, "Just by looking at Miss Natural Grace when you walk, even if you deliberately hide it, I can still see the feeling of your waist swaying like a willow branch. Therefore, I dare say that Miss must have been a beauty when you were alive." Shi Rou was really going crazy. Qin Pingon could only turn his head and say righteously, "Enough, Zhu Lian, restrain yourself. In the future you are not allowed to tease Shi Rou about this." Zhu Lian immediately nodded. "This old servant will remember." Pei Qian was a little confused. Master has also learned his face-changing technique. Just now when he turned his head, there was still a smile on his face. Now when he turned his head it was a lot more serious. After Qin Pingon turned his head he winked at Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately signaled with his eyes that he understood. Pei Qian snickered. Master and disciple, our hearts are connected. Lotus flower blessed land. Some people in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had noticed that a young man had appeared in the house near Zhou Xian Alley. Just based on his appearance and bearing, one could tell that he was a banished immortal. He lived in seclusion. Every time he went out he would either walk leisurely with a folding fan in his hand or a pot of wine in his hand. He would not go far and his route was fixed. There were only a few streets and alleys to and fro. His name was Lu Chuan. Through some unknown connections he bought several young girls from the capital's musical house one after another as servants. He hid his mistresses in that secluded house. But to be honest, in terms of appearance, those beautiful maids were actually not as good as their master. Lu Chuan asked the teacher of the nearby school, Mr. Zhong, for a good-looking female spy of Nanyuan Kingdom as a bridge for him to pass messages to the imperial court. This way he would not have to fly between the house and the imperial palace, which would embarrass the royal family of Nanyuan Kingdom. At dawn today Lu Chuan walked out of the house, closed his folding fan and gently tapped his palm. When he turned the corner of the street, a woman soon came out of a silk shop and carefully walked to Lu Chuan's side. She did not dare to look at this rare noble young master. She was afraid that one day she would fall too deeply in love with him and even abandon the country's righteousness. Men in the world loved beauty but women were not the same. Who didn't want to see some pleasing scenery? This veteran spy, who had once penetrated the hinterland of the Great Wall, was dressed in the clothes of a well-to-do woman. She said softly, "Young Master Lu, the latest list of the top 10 has been released by Jingyang Lu. It will be spread throughout the 4 countries. But this time there is no detailed ranking, which is a bit strange. Our government office thinks that there are too many newcomers on the list, and there is no record of each other, so we can't give the exact ranking for the time being." Lu Chuan looked forward and smiled. "Tell me." The woman's voice was soft. "In addition to young Master Lu and our imperial tutor, there is also Master Eugenie of Lake Mountain Sect, Sword Immortal Lu Fong of Bird's Eye View Peak, Dragon General Tang Tie who left us not long ago, Armed Sage Qing Yuan Shan, and the former old Zen Master of White River Temple who has returned to the secular world. The other 4 are all fresh faces. Jingyang Lu gave us a general background and how they did it." Lu Chuan nodded. "Tell me." There was a young Taoist who appeared by a lake for the first time. He was nameless and crazy. He kept saying something that no one could understand. A scholar in a green robe who expelled the hairpin man from the spring tide palace, about 30 years old, seemed to be proficient in immortal spells, and threatened to compete with the great Grandmaster Eugenie 3 years later. A tall old man who called himself the ancestor of the necromancers of the Nanyuan Kingdom, dressed and spoke in the style of the early days of our Nanyuan Kingdom. This person is now rushing to the Nanyuan Kingdom, saying that he has completed the Emperor's secret order and has taken in more than 10 disciples along the way. A bare-handed middle-aged warrior with a dwarf-like body appeared on the border of the Great Wall. Killing was his second nature and his temperament was eccentric. Wherever he went he killed indiscriminately and the innocent people who died at his hands numbered in the hundreds. The grassland's 400 elite cavalrymen besieged this person, and he killed all of them. The woman said again, "In addition to young master there are 10 people in the world and 10 people on the sublist. Our prince and the hairpin man Zhou Xian are among them." Lu Chuan waved his folding fan. "There is no need to elaborate on this, it is meaningless. In the future, those who have the chance to squeeze out of the top 10 will not appear on the sublist so early." The woman tactfully stopped. Lu Chuan walked on a street that had recovered its bustling market. Earlier, there were people here who confronted the great grandmasters from all sides and fought fiercely. The noise was so great that the people in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom noticed it. Now it had become a sacred place in the martial arts world that foreign Jianghu people must come here to pay their respects. However, these Jianghu heroes and sect masters knew that there must be spies and informants of the Nanyuan Kingdom here, so they did not dare to be rash. Generally, they left after walking through the street. Previously, There were people of the devil cult who took this opportunity to sneak around and sound out the house that was very closely related to the devil cult. Without exception, they were all cleaned up by Lu Chuan. They either had their heads twisted off, or they each did something for him and left the vicinity of the house alive to cast a net. All of a sudden, the three factions of the devil cult which had fallen apart heard about this person. He wanted to reorganize the factions and gave them a deadline. If they didn't go to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom to kowtow to him, he would go to their door one by one and wipe out the three factions of the devil cult. This guy was so arrogant that he even sent people to tell them that the devil cult was facing a calamity of extermination. The three factions should unite against a common enemy to have a chance of survival. It was still early and there were not many people on the street. The smoke in the market was not heavy. Lu Chuan walked in the street and looked up at the sky. The weather is going to change. Could it be that the blessed land of lotus flowers was going to turn into a small cave? How many immortal coins would it cost? The Abbey Dean's wealth was really bottomless. Lu Chuan turned into a small alley and happened to meet the child who went to study in the private school, Chao Qinglang. Lu Chuan stopped and asked with a smile, "Why are you early today?" Chao Qinglang blushed a little and said, "Brother Lu, yesterday I went to the government office to get some money. Last night I wanted to eat wontons from a stall. It's a little far so I have to go early. Brother Lu, do you want to go with me?" Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. "I don't like to eat wontons. You go by yourself." Chao Qinglang said goodbye and trotted away. She stopped and turned around. "By the way, Brother Lu, I bought you a pot of wine on the way home yesterday. It's on the table. Drink by yourself." Lu Chuan nodded. He had the key to Chao Qinglang's house. Chao Qinglang turned and ran out of the alley. Chao Qinglang would be very serious when talking to others, so she would never run and talk to others at the same time. Lu Chuan walked to the house and opened the door. There was a pot of wine on the table in the main room. 7 silver coins was not cheap for Chao Qinglang, who had to think for half a night just to eat a bowl of wontons. Lu Ju took the wine pot and sat on a stool outside the threshold. With a twist of his wrist, a little worm that emitted the mellow aroma of wine appeared in his palm. He opened the wine pot and threw the little worm called the liquor worm into the pot. Then he slowly waited for the wine in the pot to settle down at an extremely fast speed. It was equivalent to the mellow taste of wine that had been stored in a cellar for decades. Lu Chuan gently shook the wine pot in his hand and smiled. Lu Chuan went straight to the point when he found Chao Qinglang for the first time. "My name is Lu Chuan. I'm Qin Pingan's friend. We've been through life and death together." The child's eyes lit up immediately. Later, Lu Chuan told her something about Qin Pingan. Chao Qinglang called him Brother Lu. Then Lu Chuan got the key to this lonely house. Once, Lu Chuan asked Chao Qinglang with a smile, "Do you want to be like Qin Pingan?" "Yes." "Do you want to be better than Qin Pingan?" "No." "You don't dare to think about it? Do you think it's too difficult?" "I just don't want to." After chatting with Chao Qinglang that day, Lu Chong, who had taken the key but did not open the door himself, often came to sit here. Sometimes when Chao Qinglang was in the private school and sometimes when Chao Qinglang was studying at home in the morning. In the beginning, Lu Chong would bring some fine food for breakfast for Chao Qinglang, who needed to make some porridge by herself. However, after eating it twice, Chao Qinglang finally could not hold it in for the third time. With a serious expression, she told Lu Chong that with the money he received from the yamen, he had enough money for school expenses, rice, oil, and salt. Lu Chuan patiently listened to Chao Qinglang's heartfelt words and asked with a smile, "Then you won't be able to eat the food from these century-old shops in the future? Won't you regret it?" Chao Qinglang was a little embarrassed and said with a blushing smile, "If I'm really greedy and can't help it, I'll tell you." Lu Chuan laughed and said no problem. But after that, until today, the only thing Chao Qinglang craved was a bowl of wonton that he could afford. So Lu Chuan was a little happy today. In such a small place like the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, he found Chao Qinglang, who was very similar to that guy. Interesting. Lu Chuan finally felt that this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land had given birth to some vigor in his heart. When he returned to the house, there were girls of different sizes. Everywhere in the courtyard was spotless. The roads were all paved with bamboo and polished by the maidservants until they were as bright as mirrors. Along the way, 3 maidservants who were freed from suffering because of Lu Chuan greeted Lu Chuan, their benefactor and master, one after another. The way they greeted him was a little strange. It was some words of praise that Lu Chuan asked them to pluck from books. The 3 young maidservants were originally the daughters of officials in the musical house, so they were not unfamiliar with poems and essays. Now the old house had a lot of books, so it was not difficult for them to read. So some people said that the young master's poems were like the first blooming hibiscus, naturally cute. Some beautiful maidservants said that the young master's temperament was like the sail of the East Sea, beautiful in the wind. Some maidservants said that the young master's appearance was like the orchid tree, shining in the courtyard. Lu Chuan laughed heartily. Along the way, Lu Chuan took off his boots and walked in the crowd. Finally, he leaned on a simple and elegant arhat couch. Some beautiful maidservants wanted to come forward to serve him, but Lu Chuan waved his hand to drive them away. He sniffed the wine pot and took a sip of the wine. Although the wine tasted much better than the wine in the lotus flower-blessed land, it could not be compared with the wine of the immortals in the world. Lu Chuan threw the wine pot with a rare wine worm at the bottom on the table in the distance. It was steady and did not spill a drop of wine. Half a day later, in the joyful singing and laughter in the house, the lotus flower-blessed land was surging. It was like this in the Jianghu, even more so in the court and battlefield. Lu Chuan was teaching a smart maidservant how to make tea. A beautiful maidservant said that there was an old Confucian outside the house. Lu Chuan put down what he was doing and went to greet the old Confucian in person. According to Chao Qinglang, although Mr. Zhong was strict, he taught everyone in the school well and was patient. Outside the door was the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Zhou. His expression was not good. He refused the invitation to enter the house and said that he would leave after he finished talking at the door. Lu Chuan smiled. "I'm all ears," Xianxia said in a low voice. "Young Master Lu, although you have good intentions, you are spoiling things by pulling up seedlings." Lu Chuan pretended to be surprised. "What do you mean?" Xianxia said angrily. "Young Master Lu, you dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it?" Lu Chuan opened his folding fan and gently fanned himself. He was elegant and elegant. "May I ask, Teacher Zhong, where did I go wrong?" Xianxia took a deep breath. This Lu Chuan had taught Chao Qinglang a lot of so-called worldly affairs and principles in the past 6 months. If Xianxia had not accidentally seen Chao Qinglang arguing with her classmates at the school today, he would not have known that Lu Chuan had taught Chao Qinglang so many miscellaneous knowledge. What about hating people and laughing people but not having them? What about being a good person being difficult? The difficulty was that there were few good people who truly understood that a gentleman did not ask for repayment. Therefore, such good people were the easiest to become bad people. What about the good people who opened porridge shops to help refugees? It was true that they were doing good deeds, but the poor who received alms to eat porridge and eat biscuits were also the good people of these rich families. Apart from these, there were also a lot of nonsensical knowledge. Even Zhongqiu, who was known for his knowledge, had never heard of it. What about Taoism's military tactics, Moism's mechanical techniques, Yao's 100 herbs tempering golden body, reverse aging and restoring nascent soul? Fortunately, Chao Qinglang did not hide anything from the teacher when he asked her about it in a pleasant manner. She told him everything that she had learned. Zhongqiu calmed himself down and said slowly, "What's Chao Qinglang's nature like?" Lu Chuan thought for a moment. "Pure and kind." Zhongqiu asked again, "What's Chao Qinglang's talent like?" Lu Chuan sighed. "Not bad." Zhongqiu asked again, "How old is Chao Qinglang this year?" For the first time Lu Chuan felt a little guilty. Zhongqiu sighed. "Being a human is not like learning martial arts. If you can endure hardships, you will be able to move forward quickly. It's just a matter of speed. It's not like you banished immortals who cultivate Taoism and have good talent. It's not even like us old Confucian scholars who pursue knowledge. If you want to go higher, you can pursue everything. Being a human is the most important thing, especially for a child as old as Chao Qinglang. Being honest and simple is the most important thing. Reading books at a young age is difficult, but it's okay if you don't understand. Writing is crooked, but it's also okay if you don't write well. But I, Zhongqiu, dare to say that the Confucian classics in this world may not be perfect, but it's still the most infallible knowledge. The more Chao Qinglang reads, the more secure she will be when she grows up. How can a child at her age accept so much complicated knowledge all at once? Lu Chuan put away his folding fan and bowed apologetically. Lu Chuan knows his mistake. Xianxia sighed and snorted. If Qin Pingon stayed by Chao Qinglong's side, he would never have done what you did. Lu Chuan raised his head. Instead of being angry, he smiled happily. Teacher Zhong's teachings have benefited me greatly. To express my gratitude, I'll send you a big jar of good wine later. It'll definitely be a celestial brew that has never been seen in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Xianxia said in a low voice. Forget it. Xianxia turned and left. Lu Chuan suddenly smiled and asked, if Qin Pingon invited you to drink, Xianxia, what would you do? Xianxia seemed to have been angered by this banished immortal. Without turning his head, he said, his alcohol tolerance is not enough. I'll knock him out in a few rounds. Lu Chuan looked at the back of the green-robed figure that was gradually disappearing inside. The essence of Taoism was nothing more than one's life. Great Seer. If he was born in the vast world, this old teacher Zhong would be amazing. Walking on the official road outside the county town, there were many people dressed in fresh clothes and riding horses because it was spring outing season. If it was an ordinary horse carriage, the dust raised would not be too big. However, if there was a group of riders galloping, the pedestrians on both sides would suffer. Pei Qian ate a lot of dust and her clothes were dusty. She was so angry that she quickly took out a fragrant pear from her sling bag and bit off half of it. Only then did she calm down. Pei Qian did not dare to ask her master if she could take away the celestial fruits that 100 Flowers Park and changed every day. Instead, it was Qin Pingon who asked the inn's manager and found out that guests could take away the fruits. Only then did he take away all the plates in the rooms and take them away. Then Qin Pingon gave Pei Qian a fragrant pear and a handful of dates to eat on the way. At this moment, there were a few men and women on horseback on the official road. Fortunately, Pei Qian had already turned around and held the remaining half of the fragrant pear with both hands. Qin Pingon reached out and waved the dust away. He smiled at Pei Qian and said, remember to leave the core of the pear. Pei Qian finished eating the pear and put the core into the bag. She asked, Master, do you think these guys on horseback are abominable? They are really capable and like to show off. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, it's just some dust. It's not abominable. Pei Qian thought about it and probably did not understand. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, in the future when it's your turn to roam Jianghu, do you want to ride a horse? Do you want to whip the horse and shout that I'm coming? Pei Qian suddenly understood, that's true. Qin Pingon rubbed Pei Qian's little head and said softly, in the future when you roam Jianghu for the first time, don't be disappointed. In Jianghu you can always meet good people who will treat you to good wine. Pei Qian muttered softly, but if I walk at night I will meet ghosts. I'm afraid. Qin Pingon was amused and laughed. At that time, you will be riding on a fine horse. Master will prepare a blade for you to subdue demons and devils. Demons and ghosts should be afraid of you. Pei Qian obediently said, Master, I need a blade and a sword. Then I have a donkey. It's fine if I run slowly. Along the way, Qin Pingon and his group were at a secluded place by the river to cook. There were people in the distance who were hesitating, as though they were at a loss as to whether they should come over or not. But in the end they decided to come closer to Qin Pingon. When they were about 20 steps away, the man stopped and looked at the white-robed young man who still had a sword on his back. He spoke in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and asked, Young master, can we discuss something? Qin Pingon nodded his head, speak. The man walked closer and asked, I wonder if young master has heard of the incense vendor? Qin Pingon laughed, I know a little. Which Taoist temple in Qinghuan country are you an incense vendor? Mountain incense or water incense? The man heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this young immortal master was a particular person. He knew to call him an incense vendor, which was more pleasing to the ear. He was also an expert. His eyesight was indeed not bad. Although this group of people were traveling on foot, their immortal aura could not be faked. Incense vendors were a kind of business in the mountains and swamps. They ran errands and helped the ancestral temples or Daoist temples of the mountains and swamps. They acted as lobbyists and invited the big pilgrims who wanted to spend a lot of money to offer incense. Generally speaking, incense vendors would carry a certain amount of divine incense with them. This kind of divine incense made by the Taoist temple and Taoist monk was not cheap. After Qi cultivators burned the incense, they could calm their mind and absorb the aura faster. As for ministers and officials, They would burn this kind of incense and worship their ancestors in their family temple. It was said that they could accumulate good karma for their descendants. There was a difference in quality and price. Mountain incense was produced by the Mountain God Temple and Wuxia Temple. Water incense naturally came from the Hebo and Water God temples. Qin Pingon had a deep impression of the incense vendor that Cui Dongshan mentioned before. The man pointed at the nearby river and laughed. It's the water incense from the Hebo temple. Qin Pingon put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his hands and stood up. He walked towards the man and asked, "If I want to buy incense, how much snow would it cost?" The man said, 3 incense sticks and 1 piece of snow would cost money. Pei Qian's eyes widened. 1 piece of snow would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Qin Pingon bought 3 sets of water incense and handed them to the man. The man handed Qin Pingon 3 quaint long wooden boxes, each containing 3 incense sticks. Originally, after buying incense, there was no need to go to the ancestral temple immediately. Could be done at any time. It was not a problem to burn incense elsewhere. Other than the differences between mountains and rivers, as long as one did not pay respect to the water god after buying the mountain incense, it was fine to go to any Daoist temple. It was still a good thing to pay respect to the ancestors' civil and military temples, city god pavilion and so on. Qin Pingon still asked the man to wait for a while. He then asked Pei Qian and the rest to finish their meal before they set off for the Hebo temple. On the way, Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, if we walk like this, we will take a detour." However, Pei Qian soon felt that he had asked a useless question. It seemed that his master often did this. As long as it was a scenic spot or a good scenery, as long as they were not in a hurry, his master would walk and stop. They had taken a lot of unnecessary detours. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked into the distance. He was silent. In the warm spring breeze, the young man in white walked slowly with his sleeves fluttering. He murmured, "I want to see more." (389) It would take about an hour to go to the Hebo temple to offer incense. It wasn't close. Qin Pingon didn't think much of it, but the man who offered the incense felt a little guilty. However, he was even more curious about the origins of this group of people. An old farmer sees barnyard grass when he goes down the field. A woodcutter sees good firewood when he goes up the mountain. Since they rely on the mountain to live off the mountain and the river to live off the water, then different professions would see different things in their eyes. This man was a cultivator from the mountains and lakes, and was also the one who offered the incense. He would see more cultivators in his eyes. Moreover, Qingyuan country and most of the territories of the Aquarius continent were not the same. They had a very close relationship with the mountains, and the imperial court had never purposely raised the status of the immortal sections. There were many conflicts on the mountain and under the mountain, and the emperor of the Tang family had always displayed considerable courage and toughness. This made Qingyuan country, especially the rich and powerful families, very familiar with the supernatural and the spiritual beings of the mountains and lakes. Therefore, the people of Qingyuan had always thought highly of themselves. Now there were also countless noble families that entered Qingyuan country. In addition to this debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Qingyuan country's limelight in the southeast of the Aquarius continent was unparalleled. The man's cultivation base was really shallow, only at the 3rd realm. Occasionally, when his wallet was full, he would invite 2 or 3 friends to drink and chat. He realized that the sense of superiority of being a citizen of Qingyuan was actually not the least bit inferior to being a qi cultivator. This was probably the feeling of home and country. However, the man didn't dare to guarantee that when he became one of the middle 5 realm immortals, he wouldn't be the same as those immortal masters. However, the beautiful vision was too far away. The road under his feet had to be taken step by step, and the rice in his bowl had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful. For example, right now he needed to try his best to rope in this group of foreigners. The leader of the group was a young man with a sword and a bamboo box on his back. There was no doubt that his footsteps were light and his bearing was stern. He should be from the immortal master Fuji. However, his real roots should be from the rich and powerful families. Moreover, it was not too early for them to cultivate on the mountain. Otherwise, the man had seen many young immortals who did not come from good backgrounds. They were born in a good family, so they had excellent qualifications. When they were young, they had obtained the opportunity to cultivate Taoism early and were given to some wandering masters or some big immortal sects who were in charge of finding good seedlings. At first glance, they could reach the sky in a single bound. However, the acquired temperament of these young cultivators was indeed like little immortals who lived in the clouds and drank dew. Every time they went down the mountain to travel, they would sharpen their Taoist heart in the mortal world. Perhaps they were not aggressive to anyone, but they were rarely approachable. Whether they were facing high-ranking officials, dignitaries, generals, ministers, or heroes in Jianghu, they treated everyone equally. The charcoal little girl with a bamboo blade and a bamboo sword was most likely the younger generation of the young man's family. She looked very smart. As for the two short old men, they were most likely the retainers and guards who protected them when they traveled in Jianghu. While the man was sizing them up and guessing their identities, Qin Pingan was telling Pei Qian some inside stories about Hebo, a first-class mountain god in the elegant language of Tong Yezhou. Although Hebo and Grandma He were gods recognized by the imperial court and could enjoy the worship of the local people, their ranks were very low. They were equivalent to the officials who were not in the clear stream in the officialdom. They were not on the golden jade archives of the mountain gods. However, compared to those wild and obscene temples that violated the etiquette system, no matter how big the latter was or how small the former was, the latter was still more envied by the immortal master Fuji. The latter was like an attic in the sky. Without the worship it would be cut off. Its golden body would rot and it would just wait for death. Moreover, there was no promotion. It was easy for it to become the target of the immortal master Fuji. As for Hebo and Grandma He, even if the feng shui of a place was gone and the worship of Hebo and Grandma He was sparse, as long as the imperial court still existed and was willing to help, the position of the god could be changed. With the worship of Hebo and Grandma He, their golden body could be repaired. When they arrived at the Hebo ancestral temple, which occupied an area of over 10 acres, the temple attendant soon came out to greet them. He personally explained to Qin Pingan and the others about the stories of Master Hebo, as well as some poems and calligraphy inscriptions on the walls. On their way to the main hall to worship, the temple attendant also hinted to Qin Pingan that as long as he spent 3 to 5 snowflakes, he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy on a few snow-white walls. The price would be calculated according to the quality of the location, and he would be able to leave his calligraphy for future generations. The ancestral temple would be carefully protected from the wind and rain. Then there was the matter of worship as well as the lighting of the everlasting lamp. These were all good things to make friends. However, these were all up to Qin Pingan. The temple would never force him. The man who delivered the incense looked a little embarrassed, but he did not get involved. The temple attendant reminded him several times with his eyes to say a few good words for him, but the man still could not open his mouth. Although he was doing a business that did not match his identity as a qi cultivator, perhaps he was a simple and honest man who could not say good words, so he just pretended not to see the temple attendant's eyes. Qin Pingan gave 3 incense sticks to Pei Qian and Zhou Xian except for Shi Rou. After all, she was an otherworldly item of a female ghost living in the remains of an immortal. He did not want to offend her. After offering the incense, the temple attendant felt that it was impossible to add a few more incense money. However, he did not change his expression because of this. Although he was regretful, he was still polite. He even invited Qin Pingan and the others to his abode to have a cup of tea. The man who delivered the incense had been silent before, but now he opened his mouth and invited Qin Pingan to drink tea with the temple attendant. He said that since ancient times river water was not good for brewing tea. However, the river water beside the Hebo ancestral temple was very particular. It contained some water essence which could be beneficial to the body. The temple attendant was a little angry. In the corridor, while Qin Pingan and the others were admiring the steel rubbing in the corridor, the temple attendant was a little behind and secretly kicked the man. He was a little too biased. The man seemed to be used to this and laughed. Qin Pingan politely declined the temple attendant's invitation to drink tea. He only asked Pei Qian, "Do you want to write on the wall?" Pei Qian shook her head vigorously. 3 to 5 pieces of snow cost money. Why didn't the temple attendant just rob the money? If it was converted into silver, it would be enough to smash Pei Qian to death. She was not willing to let her master spend this money. The wooden harrier bought from the kite shop in the county town only cost 8 taels of silver. But Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the old man in the temple and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to help us pick a wall that isn't so conspicuous, the kind that 3 snowflakes spend money on." "Oh right, is there a requirement for the number of words and length?" Pei Qian almost dropped the mountain walking stick in her hand. She grabbed Qin Pingon's sleeve and shook her head like a rattle drum. The temple attendant hurriedly said, "If not for the wall with the best feng shui here, 3 pieces of snow cost money. Even if you write on the wall it would be fine." Afterwards, the temple attendant quickly led the way. He asked the man to help greet the people in the ancestral temple to quickly prepare the brush and ink. While waiting for the brush and ink to be brought back, the temple attendant's smile was somewhat self-satisfied. He pointed to a scholar's poem on the wall not far away and boasted, "Although this place is at the back and not conspicuous, it is actually our ancestral temple's feng shui treasured land. To speak the truth, I truly felt that there was fate between you and me, so I brought you here. Over there is the calligraphy of our Qingwan country's old assistant minister Lu. This old assistant minister Lu is truly a famous scholar of our Qingwan country, fully deserving of the title of a great scholar. With his semi-cursive writing, I'm sure that you have already seen the maturity of his skills." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "The strokes are strong and the muscles and bones are strong." This was not because Qin Pingon was trying to be cultured, but because he had seen many good calligraphy. For example, Li Shixing Tui Dongshan Zhong Kue. The temple attendant gave a thumbs up. "You are an expert. Your eyes are very good." Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. It was similar to learning to play chess. In the matter of writing, Qin Pingon's aptitude was really mediocre. Looking further ahead, he was also not talented in burning porcelain. Pei Qian was even more nervous. The money was definitely going to be spent. It would be a waste not to write. If no one cared, she could not wait to write all over the floor of this Hebo ancestral temple. She could even write on the statue of Hebo. Only then would she feel that it was worth it. However, she was ridiculed by the old chef Zhou Xian as words that crawled like earthworms and walked like chickens and ducks. She was afraid that she would lose her master's face if she wrote on the wall so casually. The man brought over a pen, ink and inkstone from a familiar youth that was adopted by the Hebo ancestral temple. Pei Qian became more and more nervous. She hurriedly leaned the mountain walking stick against the wall, took off the bag that was leaning against the wall and took out a book. She planned to quickly extract beautiful sentences from the book. She had a good memory. In fact, she had already memorized it thoroughly. However, at this moment her little mind was blank. How could she remember even half a sentence? Zhou Xian was gloating on the side. He mocked her in a strange way. He said that she had read for so long and copied so many words. It was a waste. It turned out that she did not read a single word. The sage's book belonged to the sage, but the little fool was still a little fool. Pei Qian did not have time to pay attention to this wicked old chef. He flipped through the book. However, after looking for a while, she felt that it was not good enough. If she really wrote on the wall, it would be a big loss of face. Pei Qian closed the book. With a sad face, she said to Qin Pingon, "Master, don't you have a lot of bamboo slips full of words? Can you lend me some? I don't know what to write." Qin Pingon had already taken the writing brush and planned to write a few poems that he liked. However, when he saw Pei Qian's pitiful look, he held back his laughter and handed the writing brush to Pei Qian. "Just write the sentence that you think is the most reasonable in the book. If you really can't think of anything, just write something from your heart. Don't be so nervous. Just copy the book as you usually do." Looking at Qin Pingon's smile, Pei Qian was a little relieved. She took a deep breath and took the writing brush. Then she raised her head and looked at the snow-white wall. He felt so scared. So she kept looking down and finally slowly squatted down. She actually planned to write at the foot of the wall. There were no demons or ghosts that she was most afraid of, and there was no Cui Dongshan present. Pei Qianlu was so timid that it was rare for the sun to rise from the west. Qin Pingon remembered an old incident when he was young. It was when he, Lu Xianyang and the little slug Gukan went to the small temple to write with charcoal. Lu Xianyang and Gukan wanted to compete with other names. The two of them thought of countless ways to write their names. In the end, they stole a ladder from a family and ran all the way out of the town. After crossing the stone arch bridge to the small temple, they set up the ladder and wrote their names on the highest part of the small temple's wall. It was a ladder that Lu Xianyang stole from a family in Dragon Rider Alley. Gukin stole charcoal from her own house. In the end, Qin Pingon held the ladder. Lu Xianyang wrote the biggest name. Gukin didn't know how to write, so Qin Pingon helped her write it. Qin Pingon learned how to write the character Qin from his neighbor GQ. So Qin Pingon smiled and pulled her up by the ear. Then he squatted down and let her sit on his neck. Write it on the highest part. No one can see it. Pei Qian held the writing brush and sat on Qin Pingon's neck. She scratched her head with one hand and didn't dare to write for a long time. Qin Pingon also didn't urge her. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Heroine Pei, you can write a person who is firm and unyielding, who will take advantage of the situation and lose money. It's suitable for the situation and realistic. It's the same as the Jianghu heroes in the novel I gave you. After killing the villains they would shout, 'So and so is here.' It's the same principle. Your name will definitely spread far and wide and shake the Jianghu. Maybe when we reach the capital of Qinghuan, everyone will salute you and call you Heroine Pei. Wouldn't that be a good story?" Pei Qian turned her head and frowned. "Zhou Lian, if you continue to be like this, I'll cry for you to see." Qin Pingon lifted his leg and kicked Zhou Lian. He scolded with a smile, "You're old and disrespectful. You only know how to bully Pei Qian." Zhou Lian laughed and nodded. "Since young master says so, this old servant will let her go. Every time this fellow eats until her stomach is round and round, she's still so picky. This old servant can't stand it." Sure, Ro couldn't stand this old and young pair. For example, in the past, when they occasionally left the main road and crossed mountains and rivers to pass by some mountain villages, they would meet strangers who were barking at them. This girl called Pei Qian would hold a mountain walking stick and dash over to them with a crazy sword technique. Dust would fly up and she would run faster than the dog. The old pervert Zhou Lian was so bored that he helped the little girl block the road. After intercepting the dog that was lying on the ground with its tail between its legs, Pei Qian squatted down and pressed on the dog's head. She glared and asked, "Little brother, what's going on? Aren't you fierce? Quickly apologize to Heroine Pei or I'll hit your dog head." When the villagers and children saw this, they ran over cursing and swearing. Qin Pingon took the lead and the group began to run after them. Sure, Ro didn't understand. Was there any meaning to this? But that Qin Pingon, who was usually a serious person, seemed to be running around happily. Not to mention that child Pei Qian, "You're the great demon Chui's husband and a martial grandmaster of the remote travel realm. Aren't you ashamed?" Also, when they met a big white goose by the river, the old pervert urged Pei Qian to fight with it. In the end, Pei Qian was chased until she screamed and her butt was pecked many times. She ran to Qin Pingon's side with sweat all over her head and lamented that it was too powerful and that she couldn't beat it. Qin Pingon's laughter was no less than Zhou Lian's. Sure, Ro had always felt that she didn't fit in with these three people. She even wondered if it would be better for her to be with Cui Dongshan. At this moment, Pei Qian finally began to write. However, inscribing words on a wall and copying a book on paper were two different things. The first stroke was crooked. Pei Qian gasped and wiped the sweat off her face. Bitterly, she gritted her teeth and finished writing the 4 words, "Heaven and earth in harmony." However, after writing half a sentence, she leaned back slightly. No matter how she looked at it, it was funny. She simply did not have half of her usual skill of copying a book. She did not need to look at Zhou Lian to know that this old chef was secretly laughing, making fun of her writing that only ghosts and not gods. Pei Qian hesitated and simply ignored the second half of the sentence. She moved the tip of the brush down slightly, dipped it in ink and wrote, "Pei Qian and master were here." Finished. Pei Qian was satisfied. The words were still not good, but the content was good. They were indeed master and disciple. When Qin Pingon was on the cliff behind the waterfall at the old sword sage Song Yu's manor, he also wrote the same crappy style. Qin Pingon didn't force Pei Qian to write more. He put her down and said to Zhou Lian, "Do you want to write something too?" Zhou Lian rubbed his hands and laughed. "Forget it. I haven't written for so many years. I'll be a joke." Qin Pingon handed the brush to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian wasn't a shy person. After receiving the brush, he didn't hesitate. With one hand behind his back, he dipped the brush in ink and prepared in his heart. After seeing the little girl's writing skills, the temple attendant, the man who delivered the incense, and sure Rou didn't have high hopes for Zhou Lian. Moreover, the stooped old man called himself Old Servant. He was a servant of a rich family. He knew a little about writing and had a rough understanding of writing. How good could he be? Qin Pingon, however, knew Zhou Lian's background. In Lotus Flower Blessed Land, before Zhou Lian went completely crazy, he was known as Noble Young Master Zhou Lian, Shameful Immortal. Zhou Lian had written a magnificent poem about the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was written in cursive script. The number of words was not many, only about 100. The content was like a gem. As for the words on the wall, they were like moving clouds and flowing water. The temple attendant was someone who knew his stuff. He murmured, gathered like the mountains, scattered like the wind and rain, fast like lightning, agile like an eagle. It's wonderful to the extreme and has already reached the acme of perfection. He's definitely a hidden master of calligraphy. Zhou Lian used a dry brush with light ink, so he dipped little in ink. The style was closely connected and could be said to be written in one breath. Even Sure Rou had to admit that an old pervert could write such good words. It was really intolerable. Zhou Lian handed the brush back to Qin Pingon. Young master, Old Servant boldly threw a brick to attract jade. Please don't laugh at me. Qin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought, Zhou Lian, aren't you throwing yourself into the fire? The three people in the temple were full of expectation. Qin Pingon thought that he could only disappoint them. Zhou Lian wasn't throwing a brick to attract jade. Later, the three people in the temple would know what it meant to be in front of the pearl and jade and behind the rubble. Qin Pingon originally wanted to follow his heart and copy the words on the bamboo slips. Zhou Lian smiled. Young master, why don't you write something from your heart? Young master has a gully, you can find another way. There's no need to follow the ancient people everywhere. Qin Pingon thought for a while. After standing still, he clenched one hand on his abdomen and used the other to write. It was still a regular script. There was nothing outstanding about it, only serious and disciplined. After Qin Pingon finished writing 2 sentences, there was silence. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and returned the brush. The temple attendant and the man who delivered the incense sent them out of Hebo Temple. On the way, the temple attendant mentioned that old assistant minister Lu. He was very worried. It turned out that after this great scholar of Qingyuan Kingdom resigned from his position and retired, a strange thing happened at the end of last winter in the Lion's Garden, which was known as one of the top 10 gardens of Qingyuan Kingdom. A fox demon caused mischief, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It caused old assistant minister Lu's unmarried daughter to fall head over heels in love with it. From a young girl in the prime of her life, she was forcefully bullied into a pitiful person who was only skin and bones by the fox demon. The fox demon with profound skills had a strange and unpredictable temperament. It did not kill people, but it was very literary and was proficient in the knowledge of the 3 religions. Once it sat down and discussed the Tao with old assistant minister Lu, it actually made the renowned old assistant minister Lu speechless. After that, the old assistant minister Lu spent all of his family's fortune and hired many immortals from the mountains to go to his home to subdue the demon. He did not expect that all the sects, many old immortals from the mountains, immortal masters, and even some unreputable but highly skilled cultivators from the mountains and lakes without exception were toyed with by the fox demon. They were either robbed of their weapons or stole their spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They even had to privately beg their grandparents to get the weapons back from the fox demon. Qin Pingon had seen this matter in the Imperial Bulletin on the Mountain of the 100 Flowers Garden, an immortal inn in the prefecture city. However, he did not pay much attention to it at that time. The Imperial Bulletin also had the reward of the Lion's Garden. No matter who it was, as long as they could drive the fox demon away, old assistant minister Lu was willing to offer up 3 ancestral antiques with both hands. As they approached the gate of the ancestral temple, the man who handed them the incense could not help but sigh. Old assistant minister Lu is a rare, good and upright official. His family style is very good. A few years ago I was fortunate enough to have interacted with a child of the Lu family. That young scholar was indeed gentle and courteous. From this, it can be seen that the Lu family style is upright. The attendant in the temple sighed and said, "That's right. Look at the child of the Lu family who is the county magistrate near us. In the past 4 years he has been diligent and has done many practical things. We have seen all of this with our own eyes." If the scholar of the Lu family that you met was only well-educated, this county magistrate is a true man of the world and helping the people. Alas, I don't know how the lion's garden is doing now. I hope that the fox demon has been driven away. Hearing this, Pei Qian's hairs stood on end. He almost took out the talisman and put it on his forehead. Zhou Xian smiled playfully. All right, you want us to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Sure, Ro naturally hoped that the less trouble the better. A fox demon that can stir up trouble in the capital region definitely has a high cultivation base. What if it is a Jindan Earth Immortal Great Demon, and Zhou Xian deliberately set her up and chose to stand by and do nothing? Do they really want her to block knives and magic weapons for the impulsive Qin Pingon? From beginning to end, Qin Pingon did not interrupt. After walking out of the gate, he clasped his hands and bid farewell to the attendant in the temple. Then they continued on their way to the capital of the Qinghuan kingdom. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "A wise man's house is overshadowed by ghosts." Zhou Xian smiled and nodded, "That's right." After Qin Pingon and the others left, in the temporarily empty River Earl Ancestral Temple, an elegant scholar with an ethereal figure and flowing golden light walked out of the statue. He came to the corridor of the fourth entrance and stood under the wall. The attendant in the temple was a little flustered. He earnestly advised, "Master River Earl, there are not many incense offerings now. Don't stay for too long." If the gods of the mountains and rivers wanted to appear in the world with their golden bodies, they needed the support of pure incense offerings. The gods of the mountains and the incense offerings were flourishing. Naturally, it did not matter. However, this little River Earl ancestral temple must be carefully planned. The middle-aged Master River Earl, who looked like a Confucian scholar, smiled. He showed a relieved expression that had not been seen for a long time. He turned to look at the sky and said happily, "My temple is too small. The teacher is too bold. The little River Earl is drunk as if he is drinking wine. How fortunate, how fortunate, how fortunate." The attendant in the temple was at a loss and did not know what to say. However, he found that the Master River Earl, who had always been worried, was not only in high spirits, but also flowing with golden light, which seemed to be more condensed than before. The attendant in the temple suddenly turned his head and looked at the wall again. He was not looking at the cursive script. He was looking at the two sentences that were written in regular script. "The moon in the sky, the moon in the human world, the moon on the shoulder while carrying books to study, the moon in the eyes when climbing high, the water in the bamboo basket is broken and round again. The wind in the mountains, the wind by the water, the wind under the feet when riding a sword, the wind when flipping books in the sage's study, the wind when the duckweed meets when the wind blows." (390) There were many luxurious carriages and horses on the official road, as well as some weirdos in distinctive attire. Apart from the muddle-headed Pei Qian, who could only see that they were rich, Qin Pingon and the other two had better foresight than the incense bearer. Nowadays, there were many qi cultivators in Qinghuan country who were traveling and involved in muddy waters. Pei Qian was probably still worried about spending money on the incense bearer and inscription. His spirit had not recovered yet and he was sickly. Of course, it was also possible that he was guilty of his worst handwriting. Zhou Xian did not mock Pei Qian this time. Thus, the journey was relatively quiet, which made sure Ro feel uncomfortable. According to the normal route, they would not pass by the lion garden haunted by the fox spirit. Qin Pingon reached the fork in the road leading to the lion garden. Without any hesitation, he chose to go straight to the capital. This made sure Ro feel relieved. If she had a capricious master who liked to fight all the injustice in the world, she would cry to death. The lion garden was the private residence of Senior Assistant Minister Lu. It was a famous garden in the southwest of the capital. The Lu family was a scholarly family and had been officials for many generations. The lion garden had been built by generations of Lu family members. It was not because of Senior Assistant Minister Lu's meteoric rise in power that the lion garden was built overnight. Thus, when it came to incorruptibility, the Lu family had nothing to criticize. There was once a busybody who specially collected poems and essays written by generations of scholars describing the scenery of the lion garden. After collecting them into a book, the engravings were excellent. It was said that it sold well in bookstores everywhere. However, after they had traveled more than 10 miles, the incense bearer from the Hebo temple caught up with them and gave them 2 items: saying that they were for the temple. One was a bamboo incense tube with exquisite carvings. Judging from its size, it was filled with a lot of water and incense. The other was the collection of poems from the Lion Garden. Qin Pingon did not immediately accept the gifts from the Hebo temple. He caressed the sword-cultivating gourd at his waist. The man spoke frankly with sincerity in his eyes. I know this is forcing your hand, but to be honest, if possible, I still hope that young Master Qin can help the Lion Garden. Firstly, the fox spirit does not harm people. 7 or 8 groups of immortals went to subdue it, and without exception their lives were not in danger. Secondly, if young Master Qin is not willing to help, you can go to the Lion Garden as a sightseeing tour. When the time comes, act according to your abilities and decide whether you want to help or not. Zhou Xian sneered. What? You want to use morality to suppress my young master? The man smiled bitterly and said, How would I dare to be so insatiable? I'm even more unwilling to do such a thing. It's just that I've met young Master Qin and thought of that scholar Lu. I've always felt that the two of you are similar in temperament. Even if you've met by chance, you'd be able to get along well. I heard that this bastard son of the Lu family, for the sake of the saying in the book, where there are demons there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword, specially went on a long journey to find the so-called wandering celestial master of Mount Longhu. In the end he went to the kingdom of Qingshan and met with a disaster. When he came back he was already crippled and thus his career was cut off. Qin Pingon suddenly took the incense tube and book from the man's hand, nodded and said, I can only say that I will go take a look, I can't guarantee that I will make a move. The man cupped his fists and smiled. That's for the best. This incense bearer walked back to the River Earl Temple and didn't say anything. He then led Qin Pingon to the Lion Garden. Zhou Xian sneered and said, A person who only makes a small profit instead of working hard to earn money, he has to learn from that swordsman's ancient and warm-hearted heart. He really doesn't do proper work. Qin Pingon smiled and said, The ancient and warm-hearted heart doesn't distinguish between people. Sure, Rose's face was expressionless, but in her heart she hated that River Earl Temple to the core. The group of people had to turn back for more than a mile, then turn off the official road and go to the Lion Garden. Pei Qian asked in a small voice, Master, when I go to the Lion Garden, can I stick the talisman on my forehead? Qin Pingon nodded and reminded her, Of course you can, but remember to stick the light-raising talisman. Don't stick the pagoda demon-subduing talisman, otherwise I'm afraid that Master will have to make a move even if he doesn't want to. Pei Qian loudly agreed. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Since you're so afraid, why don't you just stop Master from going to the Lion Garden? Pei Qian was startled, then she smiled brightly and said, Children can't say anything about adult matters. Qin Pingon laughed heartily and patted her little head. Zhou Xian clicked his tongue and said, Heroine Pei is good, your bootlicking skills are unparalleled in the world. Pei Qian coldly snorted and said, One who stays with ink will be stained black, didn't I learn it from you? Master wouldn't have taught me this. Zhou Xian chuckled and said, Then you've already surpassed your master. Pei Qian cupped his fists and returned the greeting, I don't dare, compared to Elder Zhu's godly bootlicking skills, this junior is far inferior. Zhou Xian cupped his fists in return. Not at all. The younger generation will surpass us in time. With the interruptions from this pair of clowns, the trip to the Lion Garden this time was leisurely and carefree, without any worries or worries. They were close to the Lion Garden that was located in the kernel. If they didn't include the slender stream and the yellow muddy path, they could actually be said to be surrounded by mountains on all sides. Qin Pingon sighed and said, If I had known earlier, I would have borrowed a peaceful and safe card from Cui Dongshan. Zhou Xian was puzzled and said, Isn't the Dali Iron Cavalry currently stationed in the middle of Aquarius continent? With Guanhu Academy in a standoff with them, it's not a foregone conclusion whether they can successfully move south. Otherwise, the Song clan wouldn't have to go through so much trouble in Old Dragon City and even need to invite Du Mao from the Tongyi sect. This is a move that invites a wolf into the house. It will easily arouse public anger in Aquarius continent. In the history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, there were countless military and separatist forces that ultimately lost the foundation of their country for the sake of immediate benefits. Qin Pingon explained, The history of Lotus Flower Blessed Land is actually not quite the same. Dolly's plans for a continent need to be more stable. Only then can they have such a great layout from a strategically advantageous position today. I don't mind telling you about this matter so that you can roughly understand how far-reaching Dolly's layout is. Previously, after Cui Dongshan left the 100-Flower Garden Inn, someone came to visit. Do you know about this? Zhou Xian nodded and said, I'm afraid it's some secret matter. This old servant will stay in his room. Qin Pingon patted Pei Qian's head and said with a smile, First tell Zhou Xian about the origin of the peaceful and safe card. After Pei Qian learned about the function of the peaceful and safe card, she was determined to get it. She thought that she must save up money and buy one for herself as soon as possible. In the beginning, the peaceful and safe card was the military amulet of Martial Mountain and Wind Snow Temple, the two military ancestral halls of Aquarius continents north and south. It was used to protect the military disciples of the two mountains who went down the mountain to gain experience. Of course, the Dali dynasty was the first choice for the cultivators of Martial Mountain to go down the mountain to join the army. In addition, Wan Qiong, the military sage of Wind Snow Temple, entered the Li Zhu cave and became the presiding sage. Later she directly established a sect in Longquan County. This was not a decision that was made overnight, which meant that the Song clan had been in contact with Wind Snow Temple for a long time. Gradually, the peaceful and safe card gradually became the top life-saving talisman of the entire Dali dynasty. Back then, the hero of the school of Moism, Su Ruo, the man who could easily block the sword of Wind Snow Temple's sword Immortal Wei Jin, gave a jade tablet each to the boy in green and the girl in pink beside Qin Pingon. At that time, Qin Pingon only felt that it was precious and the gift was very big. But now looking back, he still underestimated Su Ruo's generosity. After listening to Pei Qian's background on the peaceful and safe card, Zhou Lian smiled and said, Next, young master, you can add the finishing touch. Qin Pingon secretly said to Zhou Lian using telepathy, The man who went to the inn to look for me is a spy of the Dali dynasty. He holds a peaceful and safe card, the second highest grade of the Dali dynasty. Zhou Lian instantly understood. I understand. Although the Qinghuan country was prosperous and its national strength was not weak, it was stronger than Qingshan, Cloud Sky and the other countries. But when compared to the entire Aquarius continent, it was still a small place. Compared to those big dynasties, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a small country. So this meant that the Dali dynasty had long set their eyes on the Qinghuan country. Moreover, it was extremely important and regarded it as a place that must be fought for. Then the few waves of aristocratic families that were affected by the flames of war in the central part of the Aquarius continent, the scholars migrated south, and the people dressed in clothes went south. It was just a trap that the Dali had long planned. This Qinghuan country was not some utopia to take refuge in. Zhou Lian sighed in admiration. With the power of half a continent, he easily drove the fish into the net, caught them all in one fell swoop and waited for the fish to be caught. The Dali embroidered tiger is really a good move. No wonder the proud and arrogant Liu Baixiang was most fascinated by this national master of the rainbow cloud chart. Qin Pingon smiled. Previously, the imperial tutor of the Dali dynasty, or more accurately half an embroidered tiger, was right in front of him. However, among the four people in the painting, only Wei Xian, who was playing the most dangerous chess match, took the opportunity to recognize his identity. Between the towering green mountains and the gurgling green water, the field of vision suddenly opened up. The lion garden with white walls, black tiles and pointed eaves was located in the wide kernel. It was like a wild orchid, like a fragrant grass beauty. Zhou Lian laughed loudly. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. Even if I only take this painting in my eyes and hide it in my heart, this trip is already not in vain. Zhou Lian always had some strange views. For example, when he looked at the beautiful scenery, taking it in his eyes was the same as taking it into his sleeves. It was what he liked, and it was also something that belonged to him. Qin Pingon always felt that something was wrong, but he also felt that it was actually quite good. Qin Pingon had never treated the four people in the painting as puppets. This was due to his own personality, but wasn't it also because the four people in the painting each had their own merits? Couldn't Qin Pingon see them as inanimate objects? Previously, the road could only accommodate one carriage. On the way here, Qin Pingon was very curious. What would happen if two carriages met in this 3 to 4 miles of mountain and river path? Who would retreat and who would advance? There was a towering ancient tree by the stream, and the stone cliff was snow-white and jagged. There was a small pavilion nearby, and out walked an elegant old man who looked like a steward, and a young girl dressed in simple and elegant clothes. The two walked quickly towards Qin Pingon and the others. The old man smiled and asked, "Are you immortal masters who came from afar because of the fame?" Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. However, the old man was the first to help. He said to Qin Pingon, "I believe that young master already knows about the changes in the lion garden. The fox spirit has been appearing very regularly recently. It appears once every 10 days. The last time it appeared to bewitch people's hearts, it has only been half a month. So if young master comes here to admire the scenery, it is actually enough. And the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital will begin in 3 days. The lion garden also doesn't dare to snatch away the beauty and is unwilling to delay the journey of all the immortal masters." Qin Pingon did not beat around the bush and said, "Then we will disturb you for a few days and see the situation first." The old steward must have seen many immortal masters in this period of time. It was likely that he had received many immortal masters from the mountains and lakes who usually did not show themselves in public. Thus, on the way to the lion garden he saved a lot of beating around the bush. He directly told Qin Pingon, who only reported his name and did not mention his sex background, about the current situation in the lion garden. The fox spirit called itself Master Qing. Its cultivation was extremely high and it had all kinds of demonic techniques, making people tired of dealing with it. The root of the disaster was at the market last winter. After this great demon saw the young lady, he was shocked and wanted to become immortal Taoist companions. At first he brought gifts of money and came to ask for her hand in marriage. At that time, the master did not see through the handsome young man's identity as a fox demon. He only thought that he was a fair and graceful lady, a gentleman's desire. He was not angry and only thought that it was the young man's temperament. Thinking that his youngest daughter already had a marriage, he tactfully rejected the young man. The young man then left with a smile. Just when the lion garden thought that the matter was over, the young man unexpectedly came again on the 30th day of the new year and said that he wanted to play 10 games with Assistant Minister Lu. If he won, he would marry the young lady and give the entire Lu family and the lion garden an immortal fate. Although Assistant Minister Lu was good at talking and was not at a disadvantage even when playing against the chess players of Qinghuan country, he naturally would not joke about his daughter's marriage and refused again. After that, the handsome young man came to pester the lion garden every other day and the young lady gradually became thinner and thinner. She was so haggard that she could barely walk normally. It was only then that Assistant Minister Lu realized that a disaster was imminent and immediately sent someone to the capital to ask for help. However, that person was like a ghost walking on a wall. Every time he returned to the lion garden he could not walk out of the small mountain road. Fortunately, there was an advisor of the lion garden who knew a little about the affairs of the immortals. After a lot of hard work they finally managed to spread the news of the lion garden. First, an old immortal from the Daoist temple in the capital who was on good terms with the Lu family came and successfully broke through the mountain and river maze barrier. He successfully entered the lion garden and guarded under the poor young lady's embroidery tower. He set up an altar and drew talismans everywhere. In the end, the next day the lion garden found this highly respected immortal of the Dragon Gate realm with his hands tied and hanging naked on a big tree. After being rescued, the old temple master was extremely ashamed. He only said that the fox demon's cultivation was too high and he was no match for it. After that, groups of Qi cultivators came to expel the fox demon. There were people who admired the chivalry of the Lu family and there were also people who came for the 3 ancestral antiques of Assistant Minister Lu. They were all played by the fox demon until they were in a sorry state. As a result, the fox demon publicly announced to Assistant Minister Lu that it would visit the lion garden once every 10 days. Father-in-law only needed to invite guests from all over to fight with him, the future son-in-law, so that the lion garden would know how powerful it was. In the future they would become a family. Today's disaster would definitely be a good story in the future. Qin Pingon listened quietly. The young lady with some freckles at the tip of her nose was the daughter of the butler of the lion garden. The young lady did not speak along the way. Previously she was probably chatting with her father in the pavilion. Before entering the garden he glanced at the lantern talisman on Pei Qian's forehead. Qin Pingon secretly touched it with his finger. The talisman, who was extremely sensitive to the dark qi, did not move. Qin Pingon did not have the thought of removing the talisman. He was not relaxed. This audacious fox demon must have some unique skills. It might really be a big demon of the Earth Immortal level. There were still 3 groups of cultivators in the Lion Garden. They were waiting for the fox demon to appear in half a day. Including Qin Pingon, there were 4 groups of cultivators. Qin Pingon and the rest were led to the collapsed area by the butler of the Lu family, Old Xiao. They were arranged to stay at the 4 corners of the ladies' embroidery building in the Lion Garden. In fact, the fox demon came and went without a trace. This kind of simple arrangement was just to calm people down. On the way to their residences, they enjoyed the pleasant scenery of the Lion Garden. The grand buildings, pavilions, bridges, walls, grass and trees, the horizontal boards and couplets, all gave people a comfortable feeling of being a genius. If a scholarly family was wealthy and noble, taking a stroll in this private garden, even if they did not interact with people and there was no zither, chess, calligraphy, wine or tea, it would still be so pleasing to the eye. There was no gold and jade as the common people imagined. There would not be a few gold-carrying poles and a few silver stools at home. The gatekeeper of the Prime Minister was a 7th-ranked official. There were no dogs barking in front of the houses of the aristocratic families. If one did not talk about the difference in power and only talked about the atmosphere, some of the suddenly rising rich families could not compare to the real aristocratic families. Qin Pingon and the rest stayed in an elegant small courtyard with a single door. In fact, the location was already past the flower garden and was only 100 steps away from the embroidery building. It was not in line with the customs and etiquette. In some places in the Aquarius continent where Confucianism reigned supreme, they would be extremely particular about women not leaving the house. There was also the so-called family affinity. However, the young lady's life was in danger now. As a father, Old Assistant Minister Lu was not a pedantic scholar. Naturally, he did not care about these things. Old Assistant Minister Lu had 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter had already married a talented aristocratic family. In the first month, she returned to her parents' home with her husband. Unexpectedly, she could not leave and stayed in the Lion Garden. The other children were also in the same bleak situation. Only the eldest son, as the parent official of a county near the Hebo Temple, did not return home for the new year. Thus he escaped the calamity. After the incident, Old Assistant Minister Lu sent out letters. Among them there was a letter to his family. The wording was very strict. The eldest son was not allowed to return to the Lion Garden and was not allowed to disregard public duties. Old Assistant Minister Lu's second son was the most pitiful. When he returned, he was already a cripple. Although he was called Old Assistant Minister Lu, Lu Jingting was actually not that old. He was only born a child prodigy and passed the imperial examinations very smoothly. At the age of 18 he was the top scorer and had a meteoric rise in his career. He had been an official for 30 years, and among them he had been the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights for 12 years. Thus, after he resigned and retired before the age of 50, everyone in the court liked to respectfully call him Old Assistant Minister Lu. Just as Qin Pingon put down his luggage, Old Assistant Minister Lu personally came to visit. He was an elegant old man with a strong scholarly aura. Although his family had encountered a great calamity, Lu Jingting's expression was still calm. When he conversed with Qin Pingon, he was cheerful and witty. There was no forced smile on his face. However, the worry and exhaustion between the old man's brows made Qin Pingon's impression of him better. He had the steadiness of the head of a family and the sincere affection of a father. After sending Lu Jingting to the courtyard, Old Assistant Minister Lu smiled and allowed Qin Pingon to walk around in the Lion Garden. Back in the courtyard, Pei Qian was copying books in the room. The talisman was stuck on his head and he planned to not take it off even when he slept. Shi Rou felt a little helpless. The courtyard was not big and there were only 3 rooms. The housekeeper of the Lion Garden initially thought that it would not be rude to have 2 elderly retainers squeeze into one room. Who knew that there was a withered female ghost living in the remains of Du Mao? Shi Rou would rather stay in the courtyard every night until dawn when she was asked to share a room with Zhou Xian. After all, as an otherworldly item, sleeping or not sleeping would not harm her soul and vitality. However, Qin Pingon said that he wanted her to stay in the main room and he would share a room with Zhou Lian. Zhou Ro hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement, thanking him. Zhou Lian's regretful expression made Zhou Ro's heart churn. Zhou Lian turned his head and looked outside the courtyard. Qin Pingon nodded at him and Zhou Lian stood up to open the door. 6 people walked over from afar. They should be 2 groups of qi cultivators who came to the lion garden to subdue demons. They were a couple of cultivators. The man looked older, around 40 years old, while the woman was younger, around 30 years old. They should be at the cave realm. The man carried a long sword in a scabbard made of shark skin. This was a common practice among cultivators. If a qi cultivator carried a sword and traveled, there would be an invisible deterrent force. What if he was a sword cultivator? The woman dressed in palace attire looked like an average person. However, her skin was whiter than snow and gave people a feeling of natural beauty. As for the other 4 people, there were old and young people. Looking at their positions, they were led by a young man with a jade-like face. He was actually a pure martial artist. The other 3 were true qi cultivators. On the shoulder of the black-robed old man was a lively little fox with bright red fur. The tall young man had a long snake that was as green as a bamboo leaf coiled around his arm. Behind the young man was a beautiful girl who looked like a personal maid. Zhou Lian led them into the courtyard and exchanged pleasantries in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent. The husband and wife were from the Yunshao country and came from a sect on a mountain. The young man's surname was Dugu and he came from a big dynasty in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The 4 of them were divided into master and servant, master and disciple. Both sides were good friends who met on the road. Together they dealt with a group of demons and evil spirits that occupied the mountains and acted as kings. Because of this grand debate between Buddhism and Taoism, both sides traveled to the Qinghuan country together. The young man said that there was another person who lived alone in the northeast corner. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun who carried a sword. She spoke the elegant language of the Aquarius continent and it was difficult to understand. She was a little unsociable, so he couldn't get her to come and pay a visit to her fellow Taoist. Qin Pingon saw them off at the gate of the courtyard again. After returning to the courtyard, he thought of the Taoist nun who carried a sword and said to himself, "It can't be so coincidental." Zhou Lian asked curiously, "Is there a saying?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I once went to a place called the Master Saber Room on the inverted mountain in the south of the Saga continent. The second Daoist had a line of Daoists who all used magic sabers. They were called the Daoists of the Master Saber Room. They used to be very famous in the Central Plains. However, they gradually faded out of sight due to their fate similar to that of the mysterious Mahists." Zhou Ro was still indifferent. After Qin Pingon noticed this detail, he knew that the Daoists of the Master Saber Room were indeed not famous in the Aquarius continent. The reason was simple and laughable. This line of Daoists with magic sabers were all arrogant. Not only did they have high cultivation bases, they were extremely tyrannical and had terrible tempers. They completely looked down on a small place like the Aquarius continent. When Qin Pingon was on the wall of the Master Saber Room, he saw with his own eyes that someone posted a bounty to kill the Dali vassal king Song Zhangqiang. The reason was that a small place like the Aquarius continent was not qualified to have a martial artist of the 10th realm. Killing him would be considered as an eyesore. Other than that, the imperial tutor Cui Dong and the wanderer Su Ruo had posted a bounty on the wall. However, sword immortal Su Ruo did it because he had an infatuated woman and his love turned into hatred. As for Cui Dong, it was because his reputation was too bad. After Qin Pingon told her about the rumors about the Daoists of the Master Saber Room, Zhou Ro's expression finally changed. When Zhou Lian saw Qin Pingon looking at him with a smile, he hurriedly vowed, "Young master, don't worry. No matter how much this old servant is obsessed with martial arts and no matter how ignorant I am, I will not provoke a female Daoist from another continent who might be the Master Saber Room. Moreover, if she is a beautiful woman, how could Zhou Lian bear to destroy a flower? He would go to the lion garden to pluck flowers and pluck willows to please her. Sai, now that you mention it, this old servant is really curious. I wonder what that female Daoist looks like." Although Miss Zhou Ro must have been a peerless beauty when she was alive, but after seeing Old Man Du's appearance every day, even if this old servant doesn't judge a book by its cover, I'm really tired of it. Zhou Xian said in annoyance. Looks like this old servant's realm is still not enough to see through the surface. The hunchbacked old man turned his head and said to Shiro apologetically, Miss Shiro, please don't worry. I admit that this kind of vulgar vision is not good and I have to change it. If you don't mind, I, Zhou Xian, will stay in the same room with you tonight and train my state of mind. Who knows, I might have an epiphany overnight and become a Buddha like that Buddhist monk. From now on, when I come to see you again, you will always be beautiful and moving. Qin Pingon coughed twice and took down the wine pot, preparing to drink. Shiro's face was as cold as ice. She turned around and went to the main room, slamming the door shut. Qin Pingon laughed softly and asked, When will you let her go? Zhou Xian said righteously, Young master, you may not know this, but this is also the cultivation journey of us playboys. As he spoke, Qin Pingon shook the blade's strengthening gourd. Zhou Xian understood tacitly. A handsome young man in a black robe squatted on top of the wall. He clapped his hands and cheered, Good, good, good. I didn't expect an old man like you to have such a good fist intent and an even better person. Qin Pingon looked up and asked, Immortals are different, demons and humans don't offend each other, birds and rats have their own paths, can't we go our own ways? The handsome young man sat on top of the wall and hung his legs on the wall, one on the left and the other on the right. His heels gently knocked on the snow-white wall and he said with a smile, Well, water does not offend the river water, everyone can live in harmony. That's the reason, but I want to drink from the well and stir up the river water. What can you do about it? Suddenly, a snow-white light flashed from the neck of the black-robed young man. His head fell from the wall. But there was not a single drop of blood. The handsome young man's figure disappeared, revealing a mysterious illusion. Apart from that, there was a strand of black fox fur that was as thin as a strand of hair fluttering in the air. The fox demon's exasperated voice echoed in the courtyard. Ugly woman, what a beautiful saber art. Just you wait, one day I will cover my eyes with a cloth and blow out the lamp. I'll let you have a taste of my crotch sword art. On the other side of the roof, there was an expressionless female Daoist. She wielded a shiny saber and stood on the tip of the roof, slowly sheathing her saber. Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian exchanged glances. She was indeed a female Daoist of the saber room. This female Daoist was a golden core cultivator and would be difficult to deal with. Zhou Xian did not dare to be careless. As a distant wandering realm martial artist, Zhou Xian should have a high chance of winning against an ordinary golden core earth immortal from the Aquarius continent. Even if he claimed that his golden body realm foundation was not good enough, that was only in comparison to Jing Dafeng and Zhou Lian's previous 6 realms. But against Daoist magical saber who had made a name for herself in the Central Plains, Zhou Lian did not think that he would be able to win. After sheathing her saber, the middle-aged female Daoist with sunken cheeks and a haggard appearance said slowly in the elegant language of the Aquarius continent, This fox demon is mine. If you dare to snatch it, don't blame my saber for not having eyes. Zhou Lian smiled. This temper was to his liking. The hunchbacked old man was about to get up. Since it was to his liking, then he, Zhou Lian, could not stand it anymore. Qin Pingon reached out to stop Zhou Lian, then spread his palm outside the courtyard wall, indicating that the female Daoist of the saber room could leave. The blade-wielding female Daoist disappeared in a flash. Zhou Lian asked with a smile, What do you mean? (391). Not long after the Taoist nun left, Pei Qian tiptoed out of the room. He was a talisman with a yellow paper pasted on his forehead. Shiro stood at the door with a nervous expression. Although she couldn't sense the Taoist nun's aura, she still had lingering fears. She was an otherworldly item of a female ghost. Although she swaggered around the human world, she was actually surrounded by dangers. Wearing a crown like a monkey would only invite ridicule. However, she was like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest and stealing an immortal molt. If she was discovered by a great cultivator, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Qian walked to Qin Pingon and Zhou Lian's side and glanced at the foot of the wall. Zhou Lian smiled and said, It's just a fox fur with no spiritual aura. Do you want to pick it up and treat it as a treasure? He reached out and grabbed the black fox fur in the corner of the wall that was supporting the fox monster's illusion technique. He pinched it between his fingers and handed it to Pei Qian. If you want it, take it. Pei Qian hid behind Qin Pingon and asked cautiously, can I sell it for money? Zhou Xian twisted the extremely tough fox fur with his fingertips and was surprised that he couldn't crush it into ashes. He stared at it carefully and said, it's a good thing, but it's hard to have any practical use. If you can peel off the fox fur, you might be able to make a natural magic robe. Qin Pingon reminded him, you'd better not talk about this kind of thing. Zhou Xian smiled and said, indeed, I misspoke. The commotion here had obviously alarmed the other two groups of monster hunters. The young master surnamed Dugu and his group, as well as the cultivator couple, all rushed over after hearing the commotion. They entered the courtyard with different expressions on their faces. When they looked at Qin Pingon, the expression in their eyes was somewhat complicated. The fox monster, who was supposed to show up half a day later, unexpectedly showed up in advance. As for the swift and fierce saber light, its momentum was like a rainbow which frightened both sides. They never thought that the Daoist nun's cultivation level would be so high that she could destroy the fox monster's illusion with just one slash. According to the information given by the Lion Garden, the fox monster's movements were unpredictable. Whether it was formations or magic weapons, no immortal master could catch the corner of the fox monster's clothes. Qin Pingon did not reveal the conflict between the fox demon and the Daoist nun. He did not reveal the nun's identity. The old man with the fiery red fox squatting on his shoulder suddenly opened his mouth and said, young Master Qin, can you sell this fox fur to me? Perhaps I can use this opportunity to find some clues and dig out the hiding place of the fox demon. It's not impossible. Qin Pingon asked with a smile, what's the price? The old man weighed the pros and cons and said, the fox fur has already completely lost its spirituality. In fact, it's not worth the cost of a pellet of snow. Qin Pingon did not immediately give an explanation. The beautiful female servant behind young Master Gudu had a mocking look in her eyes. It seems that this young Master Immortal with a white sheath sword on his back and a white robe in front of him looks like someone from the mountains, but in fact he is very cheap. He wants to make a fuss about a piece of fox fur that costs money? However, she quickly felt relieved. Wasn't the so-called Immortal Master Gudu just so sanctimonious? She had followed her young master and traveled the mountains and rivers together. Along the way she had seen and heard many things in the Jianghu as well as many immortals who went up the mountains and down the rivers. How many of them could make her young master look at them in a different light? No wonder her young master would go in high spirits and return in disappointment every time. The female servant suddenly noticed that the charcoal girl behind the old man was looking at her. The female servant smiled at Pei Qian. Pei Qian grinned. Qin Pingon said to the old man, I suddenly remembered that I also have some mediocre spells that can be used to find the fox demon. I won't sell it. The old man smiled and said, everyone is here to subdue the demon. Since young Master Qin has a use for it, I won't force you. After they left, Qin Pingon hesitated and said to Pei Qian seriously, do you know why Master refused to sell the fox fur? Pei Qian said straightforwardly, that person lied and deliberately lowered the price. He had bad intentions. Master's eyes are like torches and saw through him at a glance. He was unhappy and didn't want to complicate matters. If the fox demon was secretly spying on us and angered her, we would become the target of public criticism and disrupt Master's plans. I originally wanted to watch the fire burn across the river and enjoy the scenery while drinking tea, but in the end I brought trouble to myself and the small courtyard would become a bloody storm. Master, I've said so much, but there has to be a reason, right? Isn't it very clever? Zhou Xian clicked his tongue and said, someone wants to eat chestnuts. As expected, Qin Pingon knocked him with a chestnut. Pei Qian turned and glared at Zhou Xian, crow's mouth. Zhou Xian laughed, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Do you believe that I'll sprinkle mud on your favorite dish? Pei Qian was a little guilty. She looked at Qin Pingon and drooped her head. From the first time they met in the lotus flower-blessed land to the time when she was thrown out by the smelly Daoist, Pei Qian felt that Qin Pingon was the person who knew her the best in the world. In the words of the book, she was a notorious person, so she was a little scared now. Qin Pingon rubbed the little fellow's head and said softly, I read in a scholar's notebook that there was a Buddhist scripture that said, yesterday's things die yesterday, today's things live today. Do you know what it means? Pei Qian looked up and shook her head gently. Qin Pingon laughed. You'll understand in the future. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. Master, can you carve this sentence on a small piece of bamboo and give it to me? Possible. Can you add the 2 sentences in the Hebo temple? Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. Then he gave Pei Qian a rare lecture on the trivial matter of whether to sell the fox fur or not. When you walk in Jianghu, you have to be more careful. You can't have the heart to harm others, but if you don't even have the heart to guard against others, won't you be letting the bad guys take advantage of you? Always pay attention to the surface to treat people with sincerity and be sincere to everyone. Money can move people's hearts, but it will only make Jianghu more dangerous. Treating people with sincerity is a very beautiful thing, but how to take care of it and not hurt others or yourself, you have to accumulate Jianghu experience. Zhou Xian smiled. Don't be childish with a kind heart. I'm not a shrewd person. This kind of advice is the real truth in the book. Qin Pingon nodded. Zhou Xian said it better than me. He's not long-winded. Qin Pingon took out one of the last 3 pots of osmanthus wine and handed it to Zhou Xian. Back then the Fan family had brought quite a lot of osmanthus wine, but it was divided into 2 types. One was for Qin Pingon to drink along the way, and there was quite a lot of it. However, along the way they had 1 pot and 1 pot for Xianxia, 1 pot for Zhang Shanfeng. Before they even reached the capital of Qingyuan, they were almost out. The other type was extremely rare. It was said that Lady Gui personally brewed it on Osmanthus Island. There were only 6 pots. At that time even Fan Junmao coveted it and shamelessly took 1 pot. Pei Qian turned to look at Zhou Xian and asked curiously, which book said that? Zhou Xian laughed. The Book of Suffering. It's the best for teaching people how to behave. Pei Qian couldn't stand her master being oppressed by others. She sneered at Zhou Xian. Then I have a boundless sea of learning and a bottomless bag of books. Who doesn't know how to make up a few words? My master said it better, much better. Zhou Xian shook his head and drank the wine. With good wine to drink, he no longer had the mood to be annoyed by this girl. Qin Pingon said to Pei Qian, just because you're not close to Zhou Xian doesn't mean you don't agree with everything he says. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. In the end, Qin Pingon still felt that there was no need to rush things. There was no need to instill all the things that he thought were reasonable into Pei Qian at once. Even someone like Pei Qian, who had memorized tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of words, could not compare to her own understanding of 1 or 2 sentences from the books. Zhou Lian's unintentional words at the Hebo temple made Qin Pingon ponder deeply. After returning the books to the sage, Qin Pingon began to reflect. Compared to a true scholar, he did not read much. But compared to the common people, he did not read much. Then, thinking about it carefully, how many books had he returned to the sage over the years? Qin Pingon sighed and said that he was going to the house to practice his boxing stance. In the courtyard it was too eye-catching. The female ghost Shi Ro in the house, after hearing Qin Pingon's words from the Buddhist scriptures, she was in a daze. Finally she sighed slightly and collected her thoughts. Holding her breath, she began to breathe in and out according to the formula that Cui Dongshan taught her. Bit by bit she refined the Immortal's remains. After Qin Pingon closed the door, Pei Qian whispered, "Old chef, my master doesn't seem to be very happy. Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhou Lian smiled and asked, "Do you want to drink? Let's share the worries of the past." Pei Qian crossed her arms and said angrily, "I've already suffered a big loss at Cui Dongshan's hands. Don't even think about ruining my Dao heart." Zhou Lian almost spat out a mouthful of wine. "You little girl, what kind of Dao heart do you have?" Pei Qian stood up with her hands behind her back and sighed. She didn't forget to turn around and glance at Zhou Lian with pity, probably wanting to say, "I'm not willing to play the lute to a cow." After she turned her head, Zhou Lian kicked Pei Qian in the butt, causing the charcoal girl to almost fall flat on her face. Pei Qian's long experience in the mountains and rivers as well as her martial arts training caused her to support herself with both hands on the ground and do a somersault. She steadied herself and turned around, saying angrily, "Zhou Lian, why did you stab me in the back? Do you still have any morals in the martial arts world? I've only been wearing new clothes for a while now." Zhou Lian asked, "Do you want to learn a self-created martial art called Hibernation Awakening from me? With a little bit of success, your fists can be like thunder in spring. Not to mention confronting people of the Jianghu and beating them until their muscles and bones go limp. It's also very effective against demons and monsters. Pei Qian asked, "Who are you?" It wasn't that Zhou Xian didn't mind her taking his kindness for granted, but he didn't want to listen to her fallacious reasoning. He waved his hand and said, go away and practice your mad demon sword art." Pei Qian had a lot to say and felt a little depressed. She went to her room and took out the mountain walking staff, and began to practice the martial art she also created. After subduing that roadside dog on the road, her confidence skyrocketed. During this period of time, apart from following Qin Pingan's six-step stance, she put aside the white ape backsword art and blade dragging technique for the time being. Occasionally she would do a few perfunctory exercises. Most of the time she focused on this set of extremely powerful and instantaneous peerless sword art. Pei Qian enjoyed it. Zhou Xian, a martial artist in the far travel realm, looked at her, heard his eyes. Zhou Xian looked around. There was nothing unusual. It seemed that the fox demon had learned her lesson after being hit by the Dharma blade. In the 2 rooms of the small courtyard, Shi Rou was using the female ghost soul and the Immortal's remains to practice the superior secret method taught by Cui Dongshan. Qin Pingan walked upside down with the heaven and earth stance, and only stretched out one finger on each hand. At the same time his mind was immersed in the water mansion, where the water seal was refined. According to Cui Dongshan's explanation, the jade slip of the azure mansion that appeared when the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City was refined, was most likely a precious relic of an ancient great blasphemy dragon palace. It was a jade slip of water fortune condensed from the great blasphemy water essence. Cui Dongshan laughed at that time and said that the goddess of the buried river was quite like Teacher when it came to dispersing wealth. As for the words engraved on the jade slip, they were eventually connected with the person who refined it, Qin Pingan. When his thoughts rose, they were born with a thought, turning into small figures in green clothes. They carried the jade slip on their shoulders and entered Qin Pingan's Qi mansion. They helped Qin Pingan draw the door god on the mansion door, and drew the water of great blasphemy on the wall of the Qi mansion. It was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing of the Great Way. Even someone as proud and arrogant as Cui Dongshan had no choice but to admit that unless the teacher and student were sincere enough to move the heavens, even if his student racked his brains and schemed, the second life item refined in the Great Sui dynasty would not be on the same level as the first water symbol seal. Qin Pingan was naturally open-minded about this. It was his fortune to get it, but it was his fate to lose it. However, between the illusory gains and losses, Qin Pingan still liked one of the 4 plaques of the crab shop in his hometown. There were 4 words on it: don't ask for help from others. To ask for help from God and Buddha, one must first ask for help from oneself and then talk about fate. After drinking the medicine wine in the sword-nourishing gourd and recuperating along the way, Qin Pingan had recovered more than half. His martial arts cultivation was almost at the level before the battle with Ding Ying in the Lotus Flower-blessed land. After inscribing the words on the wall of the Hebo temple, Qin Pingan vaguely found that the aperture acupoint in his body, which was like a mansion of water, seemed to have some reaction. The speed of the water of great blasphemy increased a little. The mist rose and shrouded the water surface. Occasionally, it even overflowed the water channel and filled the Qi mansion. However, it was blocked by the gate of the mansion of water, and returned to the water channel on the wall and returned to calm. So today Qin Pingan tried to observe it with the superficial inner vision method on the mountain. He did not expect that as the owner he could not even enter the gate of the mansion. Suddenly, the pure genuine qi that was bred by the warrior rushed to Qin Pingan fiercely. It probably had the meaning of, the servant dies when the master is humiliated. It wanted to fight for justice for Qin Pingan. Of course, Qin Pingan did not dare to let the fire dragon break in. Otherwise, it would be smashing the gate of his own courtyard. This was also the key reason why the masters in the world could do it but were unwilling to practice 2 paths at the same time. Just to appease the fire dragon, Qin Pingan almost fell to the ground. He had to change the support of his fingers to a fist. After transferring the fire dragon to another meridian, Qin Pingan's breathing became slightly better. At the same time, the 2 door gods on the gate hurriedly opened the gate for Qin Pingan under the control of the little people in the jade slips and green clothes. They made an apology to Qin Pingan with their hands folded. Qin Pingan entered the mansion of water with a touch of inner vision. After entering the mansion of water, he was amazed by what he saw. It was even more amazing than when he first saw the lion's garden surrounded by mountains. The jade slips that were successfully refined before the water seal were suspended in the middle of the mansion of water, while the water seal was suspended in a higher place. Those little fellows in green were still diligently repairing the various parts of the house. There were also some slightly larger ones like the skilled painter who squatted by the water on the wall, painting the embryonic forms of waves and flowers. Not only that, after some impure water mist entered the mansion from the gate, most of it slowly dissipated on its own. Every time only a little bit as thin as a hair flew into the water flower, painted by the little people in green clothes. Once it flew in, the water flower would have spirit and showed signs of flowing. It was just that most of the cute little guys in green clothes on the wall had nothing to do. In fact, they had painted many waves and water veins. It was just that only a few of them were alive. Therefore, when they saw Qin Pin gone at the water's edge, they all looked a little wronged. It was as if they were saying, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. You should absorb and refine more spiritual energy. Qin Pingon knew that after the longevity bridge was broken, his bones were severely damaged. Because of this, the water source of the mansion of water was too scarce. Moreover, his refining speed was far from being worthy of the word genius. These two factors added to a disaster on top of a snowy situation. As a result, these little boys in green clothes could only waste their time and were unable to get busy. Qin Pingon could only leave the mansion of water in shame. After Qin Pingon walked out of the mansion of water, several of the biggest boys in green clothes gathered together and whispered. Qin Pingon did not interrupt the inner vision technique. Instead, he began to follow the path of the fire dragon and began to mentally walk. His divine sense was as small as a mustard seed, but the fire dragon formed by pure genuine qi could travel hundreds of miles in a flash. Qin Pingon walked on the meridian path and could be said to be thousands of miles away. Although he knew where the fire dragon was, he could not catch up with it. However, this was also related to the fact that Qin Pingon had been poked by the sword-swallowing boat. Otherwise, he could still have some spiritual energy and control the fire dragon to swim back. Perhaps he could even use it as a mount to patrol around. In the end, Qin Pingon returned to the mansion of water. He sat cross-legged and began to refine his spiritual energy. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Qin Pingon was good at this, very good at it. Qin Pingon still did not know how great of an acknowledgement it was to make Alliance say, everything follows the same origin. Practicing fist is also practicing sword. There were millions of martial artists in the world, but there was only Qin Pingon in the world. In an exquisite embroidered building in a girl's boudoir. The haggard girl was like a withered flower. With the help of her personal maidservant, she sat in front of the dressing mirror. Although she was terminally ill and pitiful, the girl's eyes were still bright and spirited. As long as there were thoughts and expectations in her heart, she would be alive. This pitiful person was old Assistant Minister Lu's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing. According to the family tree, old Assistant Minister Lu belonged to the Jing generation, while Lu Qingqing belonged to the Qing generation. Although her eldest sister, Lu Qingya, was married, she was implicated by her younger sister and was now staying in the lion's garden with her husband. Her second brother, Lu Qingshan, used to come back often to talk to her, but he had not visited her for a long time. The girl had the best relationship with her second sister, so she was a little sad. Her third brother, Lu Qingyu, often came here to play, but he was young and too noisy. She was weak now, and this lively brother of hers could not stay still. She was afraid that her brother would accidentally break or ruin some of his favorite things, which really gave her a headache. The maidservant was the old housekeeper's daughter, Xiaoya. The girl with a few freckles on the tip of her nose saw her young miss so strong. Xiaoya, who had served her young miss since she was young, endured the pain in her heart and tried her best to comfort her. For example, her young miss looked much better today. Now that the weather had warmed up, she would be able to go out tomorrow. When Xiaoya went upstairs, she brought a bucket of hot water. She had agreed to help her young miss Lu Qingqing comb her hair today. Lu Qingqing sat on a stool and raised her arm to touch her thin cheeks. She said to Xiaoya, let them come today. You rest for a while and read me a passage. Xiaoya sighed softly and tiptoed to open the small door of an exquisite birdcage on the desk. Although the inside was noisy and seemed lively, the voices were actually very soft and could not disturb her young miss. Although it was called a bird cage, other than the style of keeping birds, the inside was built like a small attic. This was a specialty of the capital that almost every young miss of Qingwan country had, Wan cage. The creatures that lived inside were not birds, but many small and exquisite spirits. There were hairdressers that looked like dragonflies but had the face of a woman. They were naturally close to clean water and liked to comb a woman's hair with their small claws. They were extremely meticulous and could help a woman moisturize her hair. They would definitely not let a woman's hair turn gray early. There were butterfly spirits that had the reputation of drawing eyebrows. As long as a set of micro-carving brushes were made for them and they were shown various eyebrow makeup styles, they would be able to draw beautiful eyebrows for a woman. There were also small spirits that liked to eat rouge. They had bird claws and a human body. They had 2 arms and a pair of wings. They could carefully apply rouge for a woman. Compared to the woman doing it herself, it added more luster. When the maid Xiaoya opened the door, dozens of strange spirits that lived in the Wan cage flew out in an orderly manner and began to dress their master Lu Qingqing. They were very familiar with the process. Xiaoya was flipping through a book at the side. Her voice was soft as she read a poetry collection that was recently popular in Qingwan country for her young miss. With a creak, the door opened but no one walked in. Xiaoya sighed in her heart and pretended that nothing happened. She continued to read the landscape poem in the book. A breeze blew through the pages of the book. Soon, a handsome young man in a black robe stood behind the young girl. He flicked away the small spirits that were combing his master's hair with his fingers and let him wash Lu Qingqing's hair. The young girl did not turn around and looked up. She smiled and said, "You're here." The fox demon that caused chaos in the lion garden smiled charmingly. "The secular world harms people, but it's hard on my wife." Lu Qingqing shook her head gently. The fox demon said softly, "Don't move, be careful of the water splashing on you." Lu Qingqing sat there without moving. She tilted her head and allowed the handsome young man to comb her hair. His movements were gentle, making her feel at ease. The fox demon helped Lu Qingqing wash her hair, apply rouge, and draw her eyebrows from beginning to end. Finally, they sat on each other's shoulders. Lu Qingqing asked softly, "I heard from that another group of people came to the house." The fox demon who called himself Master Qing smiled and said, "I can't tell how strong they are. They might be more difficult to deal with than the Daoist nun. But it doesn't matter. Even if a nascent soul immortal comes here, I can come and go as I please. I definitely won't miss you." Lu Qingqing's face flushed red. She turned to Xiaoya and said, Go downstairs and watch for me. Don't let any outsiders come up." Xiaoya nodded. She closed the book and closed the door of the Wan cage before going downstairs. Lu Qingqing pricked up her ears. After making sure that Xiaoya was far away, she asked softly, "Langjun, can we really be together for a long time?" The fox demon stretched out a finger and gently rubbed the young girl's forehead. He smiled and said, "Of course. Forever, far more than 100 years. Lu Qingqing's expression dimmed. "But what about my father? What about the lion's garden?" The fox demon said confidently, "I've said it before. As long as your father agrees to our marriage, he will be my father-in-law in the future. How can I treat the lion's garden unfairly?" Lu Qingqing laid in his arms tenderly and closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled. "I only ask that you don't let me down." The fox demon lowered his head and stared at the slightly haggard face. He smiled and said, "The world knows that fox demons are infatuated with each other. Why are there so many foxes and rabbits in the world's deserted tombs? Isn't it because foxes protect spirits and rabbits?" When Qin Pingon slowly opened his eyes, he found that he was already supporting himself with his palms. The sky outside the window was already dark. He gently patted the ground and turned his body upside down. He stood still and pushed the door open. He found Zhou Xian sleeping soundly at the table in the courtyard. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Zhou Xian smiled and stood up. He explained, "Young master is in a good state similar to the Taoist records of being carried away. I didn't dare to disturb you. I didn't dare to disturb you these 2 days. Because of this, Pei Qian even sparred with me 3 times. I forced her to stay in the room. Tonight, she stepped on the chair again and looked at the young master's room from the window for a long time. She was only waiting for the light to come on in the room, but it didn't come. Pei Qian actually just fell asleep not long ago. Qin Pingon was surprised. It's been 2 days? Zhou Xian smiled and nodded. Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian sat down together. He sighed and said, "No wonder people say that 60 years pass in the blink of an eye." Zhou Xian said, "It's true. We martial artists are straightforward. We practice martial arts, eat and sleep. When we wake up we kill people with our eyes open." Qin Pingon pretended that he didn't hear about killing people with their eyes open. He asked, "Has there been any movement in the lion's garden recently?" Zhou Xian shook his head and smiled. "The clouds are calm and the wind is light. The flowers are beautiful and the moon is full. It's just that you're destined to miss the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital. I feel sorry for you." Qin Pingon said seriously, "If you're looking forward to the grand event in the capital, you can't leave the lion's garden. Without you, Zhou Xian, there's no way you can leave." Zhou Xian climbed up the pole and shook the remaining osmanthus wine pot in his hand. He smiled and said, "Then why don't you give me another pot? After drinking the osmanthus wine, drinking the wine of the lion's garden is like drinking water." Qin Pingon refused. "Don't even think about my osmanthus wine. There are only 2 pots left. I can't even bear to drink them myself." Zhou Xian sighed. "Beautiful scenery, good wine and beautiful women. This is something that's hard to come by since ancient times." Qin Pingon got down to business. "A family that accumulates good deeds for generations will have the protection of yin virtue. This is not a lie. If I'm not wrong, the feng shui of the lion's garden is very good. The Lu family's tradition is righteous. There should be a little person born from incense and there should be the protection of the local god. It's a pity that I don't have Cui Dongshan's cultivation and supernatural powers. I can't order the local god to break out of the ground. Otherwise I could know more about that fox demon." Zhou Xian glanced at the main room. "How about I ask Shiro?" Qin Pingon was puzzled. If she could do it, she wouldn't deliberately hide it, right? Zhou Xian glanced at Qin Pingon and drank the last mouthful of osmanthus wine. Forgive this old servant for saying something offensive, but the young master may do the worst possible thing to the people around him. He has a rough estimate, but when it comes to his temperament he is still too optimistic. He's not like young master students. Discerning and meticulous. Of course, this is also because young master has a good temperament and is a gentleman." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "Then I'll ask Shiro tomorrow. I still have some ability to judge whether other people's words are true or false." Zhou Xian shook his head. "There's no need for tomorrow. What's wrong now? Young master is her master and has bestowed great kindness upon her. Can't she ask a few questions? If I only look at Shiro from my point of view, it's like an infatuated man looking at a beauty. Of course, I have to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. If I speak too harshly, it's a sin. But young master, look at her. She doesn't need to be so soft. Shiro's actions are like spoiling the tiles if you don't beat her. You have to know that the people in the world who don't understand are mostly people who fear authority and not virtue. She's not as good as Mister's disciple Pei Qian." Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh. "The sun has risen from the west. You're actually saying good things about Pei Qian." Zhou Xian sighed. "Pure bad and pure good. Such an interesting little fellow. I can't hate him." The door to the main room opened and Shiro appeared. She came to the side of the two and took the initiative to speak. "Sir Cui did teach me an edict divine ability, but I was worried that if I caused too much of a commotion, the fox demon would be afraid and turn to kill." Qin Pingon smiled. "The reason is valid. But I want to ask about 2 things. First, you're more worried about who will be targeted by the fox demon. Is it you, Shiro, or the 3 of us? Second, since you know this unorthodox technique and can issue edicts to the land, why didn't you say anything first?" Zhou Xian smiled and fanned the flames. "You hit the nail on the head." Shiro's gaze wavered. Qin Pingon waved his hand. "You and I both know that there won't be a next time. If there's a next time, I'll ask you to leave this body and return to the talisman. Once the 60-year time limit is up, you can still regain your freedom." Shiro's eyes were cold. With a mischievous smile, Zhou Xian took out a brocade pouch from his sleeve. After opening it, he took out a small origami paper that was folded into the shape of a paper horse. Before Mr. Cui left, he gave me this. He said that if one day his husband got angry because of Shiro, I should take this out and let him put in a good word for Shiro. Oh right, Miss Shiro, Sir Cui told me to give it to you to read first. Miss Shiro, you can decide whether you want to tell me or not. Zhou Xian watched with folded arms, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. He didn't hide it in front of Shiro. Even if that gentleman didn't ask for anything in return, it would still be hard to guarantee a good result. After all, a villain would always have a grudge. This female ghost who had obtained a great fortune might not have a bad heart. She might even have been an otherworldly item with a good nature. However, a person's heart was as small as a mustard seed. Once it was magnified countless times by an external object, some flaws would become as big as a dustpan. If one's virtue didn't match their position, it was the root of the disaster that caused a great building to collapse. Shiro's mind was unsettled. After she opened the paper horse, her body slightly trembled. Shiro clenched her fist and held the paper in her hand. She said to Qin Pingon with a trembling voice, "This servant knows her mistake. This servant will call out the local god for master and ask him what happened." Qin Pingon wasn't angry at Shiro's abrupt change. He nodded and said, "The fox demon has already come here and provoked us first. There's no harm in you revealing the local god's edict." Shiro put the paper away in her sleeve. She then used the star steps and formed a seal with her hands. As she walked, from the forehead of Du Mao's immortal body and the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of his feet, a glittering golden light and a wisp of yin qi respectively swept out. Shiro silently recited the last line of the incantation, "Blow the head of the staff with your mouth and make the sound of thunder. Stomp the 5 mountain roots with 1 foot." Finally she heavily stomped the ground. On the ground of the small courtyard, an ancient talisman pattern flashed and disappeared. Shiro took a deep breath and retreated a few steps. Then the ground in front of her rippled like water. Suddenly an old woman in ragged clothes jumped out and rolled on the ground. The old woman wore an emerald green willow hoop on her head. Her neck, wrists and ankles were bound by 5 black ropes, leaving 5 deep marks on her body. The old woman couldn't stand up. She curled up on the ground. She raised her head and looked at Shiro, who had pulled her out of the cage. She begged bitterly, "I beg this powerful immortal master to save Lion's Garden." Shiro's face was cold and said, "You're worshipping the wrong bodhisattva." The old woman with the willow hoop turned her neck. With a slight movement, the rope around her neck tightened a little. However, she didn't care at all. Finally, she saw the young man in white with a sword on his back. "Little immortal master, I beg you to quickly save Lu Jingting's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing. She is now casting a demonic spell on the fox demon and is bewitched. She doesn't really love the fox demon. Not only is this great demon's cultivation profound, but its methods are also extremely vicious. It wants to absorb all the incense and literary luck of the Lu family and transfer it to Lu Qingqing. This is a rebellious act that doesn't conform to the laws and principles. Lu Qingqing is just a young mortal master. How can she bear this?" The old woman was already choked by the black rope that was constantly shrinking. However, after a green willow leaf on the willow hoop on her head withered, the old woman's complexion improved a little. Qin Pingon was still not in a hurry to cut off the few demon-binding ropes. He asked, "But I know that the fox demon's lineage respects the word love the most. The great Tao is inseparable from this word. Since the fox demon is already an immortal, it shouldn't be so unreasonable. What is the reason for this?" The old woman, who was the owner of this land, shook her head and said, "I don't dare to lie to you. I don't know why either. However, the feng shui changes in Lion's Garden can't be faked. In this life, the younger brother of the Lu family, Lu Jingting's second son, who was originally the most promising to bring glory to the family, has been completely cut off from his official career. The Lu family's ancestral power and virtue are abundant. Moreover, there are ancestors who were fortunate enough to work underground. Lu Qingshan shouldn't have suffered such an unexpected disaster." The old woman couldn't speak again. Another willow leaf withered and disappeared. Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian looked at each other. The latter nodded slightly, indicating that the old woman didn't want to do anything. He patted the blade's strengthening gourd, but only the flying sword Chu Yi, which was like a white rainbow, flew out and cut off the 5 ropes binding the old woman one by one. The sword spirit left 3 pieces of the dragon-slaying platform and gave 2 of them to Chu Yi and Shiwu. In the end, the remaining whetstone was sold to Sui Yuyu. Now, the sharpness of the 2 flying swords was far greater than before. The old woman stood up trembling as if she had been granted amnesty. She said gratefully, "My eyes were blurred just now. Greetings, Sword Immortal Senior." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "You don't have to be so polite." The old woman suddenly knelt on the ground and cried, "Sword Immortal Senior, please quickly enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Since you can save me, you have a great master as your retainer, and you are a sword immortal who can break all laws with one sword. Saving the lion's garden is just a casual move." Qin Pingon was about to speak. The old woman raised her head and stared at him with a sorrowful expression. "The 7 generations of the Lu family have all been loyal. Senior, are you going to watch this scholarly family be destroyed? Are you going to let that big demon get away scot-free?" Zhou Xian frowned. The old woman and the person who handed over the incense had the same request, but the way they did it was completely different. Shiru was also unhappy. In this matter, the hunchbacked old man and the withered bone beautiful ghost were the same. The old woman kowtowed a dozen times and looked up at Qin Pingon again. "Sword Immortal, please take action and turn the tide and kill the great demon. The Lu family's disciples will definitely remember your great kindness and offer incense to Sword Immortal Senior for generations to come." Zhou Xian's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Pingon waved at him. Qin Pingon reached out to help the old woman up. "Get up and talk." However, the old woman pushed Qin Pingon's arm away and continued kowtowing. "If Sword Immortal Senior doesn't take action, I'm just an insignificant person. Even if I die, I won't regret it. I'll just kowtow until I die." Qin Pingon could only squat down and think about what to say in silence. Zhou Xian stood where he was and rubbed the ground with the tip of his foot. He wanted to kick the old woman into smithereens. Not to mention the gods of the earth, even the gods of mountains and rivers who were not of high rank, or even the 5 mountain gods of small countries whose territories were not even as big as a state of a dynasty, would not be able to withstand a few kicks from a level 8 martial artist if Zhou Xian approached them. Shiru was disdainful of the old woman's actions at first, but then she sneered and glanced at the helpless Qin Pingon. She thought to herself, "Qin Pingon, this is the trouble you brought on yourself." The squatting Qin Pingon and the standing Zhou Xian turned to look at the raised eaves at almost the same time. The Dharma blade goddess with the fishtail crown stood there once again. She glanced at the local god whose rope had been cut off by the flying sword and sneered. "A frog at the bottom of a well. How vulgar. No wonder you can't save a lion's garden." She glanced at the red wine gourd and raised her arm. She put 2 fingers together and swiped them in front of her eyes. Like a god overlooking the mortal world, her eyes turned into a pair of golden eyes. She said in realization, "So it's a top-grade blade strengthening gourd. That's why it could cut off those tattered ropes so easily." Qin Pingon asked, "Only killing demons and not saving people?" The Dharma blade goddess asked in return, "Otherwise?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Then I'll save people. You just focus on killing demons." The Dharma blade goddess hesitated. "That's the best." The old woman was overjoyed. She was still kneeling on the ground. She straightened her back and grabbed Qin Pingon's arm. She was full of expectations. "Master Sword Fairy, please go to the embroidery building to save people. I'll lead the way for you." This time there was no need for Qin Pingon to help her. The old woman grabbed him and stood up. She was about to drag him to the door of the courtyard. However, she found that the young Master Sword Fairy stood still like a mountain. She frowned. "Master Immortal, why don't you move? Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you're late." Qin Pingon's expression was normal. He explained in a gentle voice, "I still have a disciple who needs to wake up and stay with me. Otherwise, the fox demon may take the opportunity to sneak in. Also, I need to send someone to inform old Assistant Minister Lu if I go to the embroidery building in Lu Qingqing's boudoir. These 2 matters do not require too much time." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to finish, the old woman hurriedly grumbled, "Senior Sword Fairy, you're from the mountain. Why do you need to care about these complicated formalities? Leave someone behind to take care of your disciple." As for Lu Jingting, his family clan is about to be destroyed. Why do you care about these things? When you return and tell him that you've already saved his daughter, that bookworm will only be grateful. He won't dare to care about these trivial matters. Zhou Xian looked at the old woman's side profile. Zhou Xian clenched his hands behind his back. His knuckles cracked. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "Have you ever heard of a gentleman not saving people?" The old woman was dumbfounded. She was somewhat afraid. However, Qin Pingon's next move made the old woman, whose heart was in her throat, heave a sigh of relief. She got Zhou Xian to quickly explain the matter to Lu Jingting. She got Shi Rou to wake Pei Qian up. Qin Pingon gently wiped the dust off the old woman's sleeves. When he lowered his head, he said softly, "I'll save her. Granny, don't worry. I only hope that Lion's Garden will be able to escape this calamity. If something similar happens, I'll do my best to save her." They arrived at the bottom of the embroidery building. Zhou Xian had already returned. He nodded to indicate that Assistant Minister Lu had agreed. Qin Pingon ascended the building. Pei Qian followed behind in a daze. The talisman with the yellow paper pasted on his forehead was not afraid as long as he was by his master's side. Shi Rou followed closely behind. Zhou Xian stood at the bottom. He did not move for a long time. He only looked at Qin Pingon's back as he ascended. The hunchbacked old man raised his neck and scratched his head. He felt that Mr. Chui's teacher was walking a little too high. 392. This is the first time Qin Pingon enters the boudoir. He asks Zhou Xian and Pei Qian to wait outside and only brings Shi Rou in. Before entering, Qin Pingon knocks on the door and explains the reason. Assistant Minister Lu wants them to check Miss Lu's room to see if there is a fox demon hiding. After a while, Lu Qingqing finishes dressing up and asks the maid Xiaoya to open the door. Qin Pingon knows this maid. She is the daughter of the old housekeeper. He is a gentle girl. He pays more attention to Lu Qingqing, who is rumored to be charmed by a fox demon. The first time he saw Lu Qingqing, Qin Pingon felt that the rumors might be a little biased. A person's state of mind was revealed through their facial features. It was easy to pretend to be gloomy but difficult to pretend to be bright and clear. Qin Pingon is relieved, but he has new worries because the urgent situation may be easier to solve than expected. However, the human heart is like a mirror, easy to break and hard to mend. However, that was the girl's own fate and fortune. Qin Pingon was the one who saved her, and if he couldn't mend the state of mind of a girl he had met by chance, he wouldn't do it. Even though Lu Qingqing was the daughter of an influential family that did not have many restrictions, she had seen many scholars of Qinghuan Kingdom, and there was even a Yuan cage in her boudoir. However, she was still very curious about the real immortal scribe master and the cultivators on the mountain. Therefore, when she saw a young man who was not very handsome but had a gentle temperament, the knot in her heart eased a little. After all, this was a girl's boudoir and outsiders were allowed to step in. Lu Qingqing inevitably felt a little uncomfortable. What if it was a coarse martial artist who only knew how to fight and kill, or a so-called immortal who seemed to have evil intentions? Qin Pingon makes a fist salute and apologizes. "It is inappropriate for us to do this, but Assistant Minister Lu and the local Lord of Lion's Garden are worried about Miss Lu's health. My surname is Qin and my servant's surname is Shi." Only then did Lu Qingqing notice the old man behind the young immortal master. His eyes were cold. She squeezed out a smile and said, "Immortal Master Qin and Senior Shi are here to save me. You don't have to worry about trifles. Just focus on searching." The maidservant, Xiaoya, felt a bit awkward in her heart. This group of people had suddenly paid a visit, and the first thing that came to her mind was that other men had entered her boudoir. If that black-robed youth were to find out, would he be unhappy? Xiaoya was, of course, very afraid of the handsome young man that the fox demon had transformed into. The first time they met, she was so frightened that she picked up the scissors and was about to fight it out with the lecher who had barged into her boudoir. In the end, she was stopped by her mistress. Over the past few days, Xiaoya had tried to persuade her mistress to no avail. She could only watch as her mistress became more and more haggard by the day. She could only suppress the sorrow in her heart and try her best to serve her mistress well. Qin Pingon took out a Yangqi lantern lighting talisman. It suddenly burned, but the spark was not big. It was obvious that the fox demon had indeed been here. Qin Pingon walked slowly with the talisman in his hand. He went to every corner of the boudoir and found that the talisman burned slightly faster on the table and the bed. Qin Pingon's expression remained indifferent. Lu Qingqing and Zhao Ye were both laymen in cultivation. They could not tell what the burning speed of the talisman meant. Moreover, there were some differences in the burning speed that they might not be able to see. Rose sneered in her heart. She had some complaints about the seemingly delicate and dignified girl, Lu Qingqing. So what if she was the daughter of a family of etiquette? She was still a prostitute. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of a problem. He had always regarded Rose as the female ghost that he had suppressed the earliest. Even though her spirit had moved into the Immortal's slough, Qin Pingon was still used to seeing her as a woman. However, there were some hidden methods that involved the capture of souls and the cultivation of evil spirits in the aperture points. For example, the heretical cultivators of Eagle Fort nurtured the ghost fetus in the heart aperture of the Lady of the Fort. Qin Pingon was not good at this method. Rose herself was a ghost, and she had the process of refining the Immortal's slough. In addition, with Cui Dongshan's secret teaching, Rose was familiar with these sinister methods. Moreover, her intuition was sharper. However, Rose was now using the skin of Du Mao to walk in the world of the living. This was somewhat troublesome. If Lu Qingqing insisted on not letting Rose touch her body and refused to let Rose check her chi meridian, it would be very troublesome. Qin Pingon twisted the talisman and walked to Zhao Ye's side. There was nothing unusual about the talisman and it was still burning slowly. Zhao Ye felt that it was strange. After asking and getting Qin Pingon's permission, she even stretched out her finger to touch the yellow talisman and found that it did not burn at all. Qin Pingon smiled and walked to Lu Qingqing's side. The small remaining half of the talisman suddenly burst into a palm-sized flame and burned it out in an instant. Qin Pingon asked, "Miss Lu, did that young man give you a token of love? Did Miss Lu accidentally carry it with you?" These words were implicit and not hurtful. Lu Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. Zhao Ye said softly, "Miss, what time is it now?" Looking at Zhao Ye's pitiful pleading eyes, Lu Qingqing could only turn around. In the end, she took out a colorful silk sachet that was hanging in her bosom. It was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks. Qin Pingon asked, "Can you let me take a look?" Lu Qingqing shook her head and refused. Zhao Ye was about to die from anxiety. Qin Pingon's eyes were clear. "Miss Lu is infatuated. As an outsider, I don't dare to say anything. But if the entire family is put in danger because of this, and I'm saying if Miss Lu has given her heart to the wrong person, and the other party has ulterior motives, what will Miss Lu do in the end? Even if we don't talk about the most extreme case and don't talk about the true love between Miss Lu and that young man, let's just talk about some things in the middle. I've seen this sachet. It won't reduce the love between Miss Lu and that young man in the slightest, but it can make Miss Lu's conscience feel a little more at ease toward the Lu family and the Lion's Denver." As Qin Pingon spoke, he actually thought of the father and daughter Zhu He and Zhu Lu who accompanied him on his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. The young girl Zhu Lu was willing to throw herself into a flame for the second son of the Li family on Fulu Street, Li Baozhen, for the sake of love. She was resolute and did not care about anything. She gave up everything and still felt that she had a clear conscience. Lu Qingqing's eyes were red. She trembled as she handed over her beloved sachet. The guilt in her heart towards her lover grew stronger and stronger. Handing over the sachet was like cutting her heart and liver. Her hands were empty and her heart was even more empty. She turned her head and cried. Qin Pingon took the sachet and looked at it carefully. There were 5 colored threads. Among them, the black thread was made of fox fur that had fallen to the ground earlier. The other 4 were of unknown origin. Opening the sachet, there were only some objects inside. Qin Pingon was afraid that his eyelids were shallow and he could not see the supernatural things inside. He turned his head to look at Rose. The latter also shook her head and said softly, "The sachet is like a lantern at night. It can make it easier for the fox demon to find this young lady. There shouldn't be much to say about the things inside." Qin Pingon handed the sachet to Rose. "You take it first." In addition, Qin Pingon also took out the demon binding rope that was refined in the inverted mountain. It used the golden dragon whiskers of the old Yuanying dragon of the Flood Dragon Valley as the magic weapon's foundation. Among the thousands of magic weapons in the world, its quality was considered to be extremely high. With one hand, Xianxia took the sachet and placed it in her sleeve. With her other hand, she held the golden demon binding rope that even a blind person could see was extraordinary. Her resentment lessened slightly. The sachet in her hands was a source of calamity. With this demon binding rope by her side, Qin Pingon could be said to have made up for her, making the best use of everything. Qin Pingon said to Lu Qingqing, "Miss Lu, please let us take your pulse. There are many spells on the mountain that are hidden very deeply. We can't see any clues just by looking at the aura." First he stepped into the boudoir. Then he wanted her to hand over the sachet. Now he wanted to touch her skin. Lu Qingqing's heart was extremely bitter. Her face was full of tears. She glared at Qin Pingon and choked with sobs. "Don't push your luck. After taking my pulse, do you want me to take off my clothes before you are willing to let me go?" Qin Pingon said calmly, "Of course not." Lu Qingqing flew into a rage out of humiliation. She twisted her waist and lay on the flowerbird mirror. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed. She said intermittently, "I want to see my father. If he is here, he will not let you people humiliate me so wantonly." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said to Xianxia, "I will protect you. You show your true appearance and take her pulse." Although Xianxia had various prejudices against Qin Pingon, there was one thing that Xianxia did not doubt. That was, as long as Qin Pingon said it, he would do it. Therefore, the maidservant Xiaoya only saw a beautiful woman in colorful clothes floating out from the old man's body. It was both real and fake. She was shocked to see it. Xiaoya hurriedly shouted, Miss, look." Before Lu Qingqing turned her head, she wiped away the tears on her face. Then she saw an unfamiliar woman whose beauty was above hers. As for the old man from before, he did not move at all. It was as if he was sleeping soundly. Xianxia was expressionless. "Give me your hand." Lu Qingqing raised her arm in a daze. Xianxia grabbed Lu Qingqing's snow-white lotus root-like wrist. While Xianxia was examining the flow of qi in Lu Qingqing's body, Qin Pingon, who was still carefully sizing up the room, suddenly realized that the maidservant was winking at him. Following Zhao Ye's hinting gaze, Qin Pingon saw an exquisite small box that had not yet been put into a drawer. It looked like a box for women to store rouge and powder. Qin Pingon did not say anything. He moved his feet and opened it. There were a few pills inside, emitting a faint smell of meat. Qin Pingon pretended to have just discovered it by coincidence. He turned his head and asked Lu Qingqing, "May I ask Miss Lu, are these pills inside the Lion's Garden's own tonic, or were they given by an external immortal master?" Zhao Ye felt that this young master with a sword on his back was really quick-witted. He was even more considerate of others. If it were the other immortal masters from before, they would all be arrogant. Not only would they wish to paste the word immortal on their foreheads, they would also like to call her a fox demon in front of her family's young mistress. How could it not hurt her when she heard it? Lu Qingqing timidly said, "It's the heart-calming pill he gave me. He said it can warm the body and calm the mind." In fact, Xianxia had already smelled the pungent smell of the medicine. After glancing at it, she sneered. "Heart-calming pill? Do you know what a real heart-calming pill is? This is one of the unorthodox pills in the world for raising ghosts and making puppets. After taking it, the soul of a living person or a ghost will gradually solidify and the shape of the artifact will be fixed. The originally free and unrestrained 3 souls and 7 spirits will be like the mountain soil used to make porcelain. In the end, it will be molded into the embryo of the artifact bit by bit. Warm the body?" Xianxia smiled mockingly. Of course, it could also be young Mistress Lu's lover. He would say that this is a top-notch secret technique used by the immortals on the mountain to mend the congenital deficiencies of their family's juniors. It can help ordinary people without cultivation aptitude to reach the heavens in a single bound. These words are not entirely false. However, the immortals abode on the mountain who are willing to do this are either from a small family with no future prospects, or they are in a bad situation with a lot of worries. They must have more later cultivators who take shortcuts. After all, after taking the heart-calming pill, which is also known as the head-breaking pill, there will be endless troubles. You will be rejected by heaven and earth. Humans will be half dead, ghosts will be half alive, and humans will be neither human nor ghost. The most ruthless method is that after becoming a good vessel to carry the spiritual aura of the mountains and rivers, someone will break the money jar and sweep away all the money inside. As for the fate of the broken jar, either their souls will scatter and there will be no afterlife. If a bit of spiritual aura doesn't scatter after death, they will certainly become a malicious ghost. Ro spoke very bluntly. Hearing this, Zhao Ye's face turned pale. At first, Lu Qingqing was terrified, but she was still unwilling to give up. Soon, she helped herself find a reasonable explanation. She just thought that this woman's vision was not high enough to see the deeper magical effect of the heart-calming pill. Qin Pingan's face was gloomy. This kind of immortal technique, was it not similar to the natal porcelain of Lizhu Cave Heaven? If Qin Pingan changed his route at first and did not go to the capital city but chose to come to the Lion's Garden to wade in the muddy water, it was because of the scholar mentioned by the person who handed the incense to Hebo in the ancestral temple, and because of the sentence where there is a demon, there must be a Taoist master's peachwood sword. It was because Qin Pingan thought of his good friend Zhang Shanfeng, who was a Taoist master with a different surname from Mount Longhu. If Zhang Shanfeng did not follow his master to Mount Longhu, he would definitely come here after hearing about this matter. But now, Qin Pingan really did not believe that a scourge who might even be a fox demon in disguise could really do evil. Not only did he move the qi of mountains and rivers and covet the Lu family's literary fortune, but he also wanted to kill people. His intentions were sinister and his methods were vicious. It was simply not enough for him to die once. Qin Pingan went to the door and asked Pei Qian to enter the boudoir first. Then he asked Zhu Lian to immediately go to the Lion's Garden to ask for the imperial court's official gold ingots. He wanted to grind them into powder and make as much gold paint as possible. He wanted to win by drawing talismans. As the local lord of the Lion's Garden, the old woman did not follow him to the embroidery house. The reason was that Lu Qingqing would definitely be safe for the time being with Immortal Master Qin in the boudoir. She needed to protect the many Lu family members, including old Assistant Minister Lu. In the ancestral temple of the Lu family, the old woman who was no longer bound by the 5 fox demon ropes was full of energy. In fact, the heads of the Lu family all knew this willow tree queen who was even older than the Lion's Garden. Every year, among the rich incense offerings to the ancestors, a large portion of this god who protected the Lu family would be included. At this time, the ancestral temple was packed with people. Many servants who were not qualified to enter were brought in by old Assistant Minister Lu's housekeeper, old Zhao. If this matter were to spread, old Assistant Minister Lu would be labeled as a disgrace to the educated and blasphemous to the ancestors. Old Assistant Minister Lu and more than 20 Lu family members were gathered in a secluded area of the ancestral temple. For many of them, this was the first time in their lives that they had seen the Willow Tree Queen with their own eyes. Other than that, there were also 2 outsiders who had lived in the Lion's Garden for many years. They stood at the edge of the crowd and did not interfere in the Lu family's affairs. There was a private school in the Lion's Garden. 30 years ago, after a highly respected scholar resigned from his post, an unknown teacher was hired to take over the school. This was also a strange matter. Back then, the imperial court and scholars were all curious as to just which scholar could be looked up to by old Assistant Minister Lu and become the teacher of the Lu family's disciples. However, later on, old Assistant Minister Lu's eldest son did well in the imperial examinations but did not attract much attention. He was only a jinshi and was ranked very low. His artistic works and poems were not outstanding. Compared to the brilliant old Assistant Minister Lu, he was like a tiger father and a dog son. As a result, they were not interested in guessing the identity of the new teacher. How could a teacher be any better than a normal disciple? As for Lu Qingshan, he was like his father Lu Jingting when he was young. He was a child prodigy whose name shook the world. His literary talent soared. However, this was his own ability and had little to do with his teacher's knowledge. At this moment, Lu Jingting and the Willow Tree Queen began to argue. The Willow Tree Queen's view was that no matter what, they had to strive for it. She could even ask the young man surnamed Qin to kill the demon without caring about her reputation. They could not allow him to only save people and not kill the demon. They had to get him to remove the demon by the roots and not leave behind any future troubles. Lu Jingting then told her about how the Taoist nun destroyed the fox demon's illusion. The willow tree queen responded with a cold smile. If the lion's garden placed all their hopes on a foreign Daoist nun, it would not end well for them. The eldest daughter Lu Xianxia said weakly, but that immortal Master Qin is also a foreigner. The willow tree queen glanced at the short-sighted girl from the corner of her eyes. The latter was so frightened that she quickly shut her mouth. Then the old woman's next sentence was thought-provoking. That young man surnamed Qin is at least a scholar. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Jingting was still unwilling to tie the young man to the lion's garden through various underhanded means. The willow tree queen pointed at the old assistant minister's nose and scolded him mercilessly. The 7 generations of the Lu family have worked hard to achieve this. If you Lu Jingting die, the family line will end in your hands. Do you still have the face to meet your ancestors? Are you worthy of the names on the memorial tablets in the lion's garden's ancestral hall? In order to protect the Tang family's orthodoxy, you were beaten to death. In order to save the loyal officials, you were forced to wander 3,000 miles and died. In order to bring prosperity to the officials, you exhausted your mind and heart and died. Do you need me to report their names to you? Lu Jingting's face was full of sorrow. The old woman continued to scold. If your skin is not thick enough and you continue to act like an old assistant minister, then your Lu family will definitely not be able to cross this hurdle. Lu Jingting, you are already dead, but you still caused the lion's garden to change their surname, your children to scatter, and you hid so many rare books. In the twilight years of Lu Qingshan's generation, how many books will you be able to leave behind? Lu Jingting was speechless. The others were even more afraid to speak. After a long silence, the atmosphere was heavy. Finally, the limping Lu Qingshan took a few steps forward and said to the old woman, "The willow tree queen seems to have said something wrong." The old woman narrowed her eyes. "Oh, little child, how can you teach me?" Lu Qingshan said in a low voice, "The reason my Lu family has been able to pass down to this day and continue to burn incense is because of the righteousness of our ancestors. They left behind ancestral teachings and family rules. Our descendants scrupulously abide by them. That is why today, when one side of the lion's garden is in trouble, there are reinforcements from all sides. If I go against my heart and violate etiquette today, even if I am lucky enough to preserve this lion's garden, my Lu family style will no longer be righteous from today onwards." The old woman laughed endlessly and said mockingly, "Little child, don't think that just because you have read a few books, you have the ability to talk about such trivial matters with me. Everyone is dead. 100 years later, other than that lion's garden compilation, who will still care about your Lu family that is in trouble?" Without giving the scholar Lu Qingshan a chance to speak, the old woman continued with a smile, "You are a cripple with no hope of becoming a scholar, yet you have the face to say such nonsense. Can you Lu Qingshan stand firm now?" In order to save his sister, Lu Qingshan had secretly left the lion's garden with the old immortal of the Daoist temple to search for a true immortal master of the righteous path. However, he had met with misfortune halfway. His crippled leg was a physical pain, but his official career had been cut off and all his ambitions had gone down the drain. This was the scholar Lu Qingshan's greatest pain. Because of this, the servant girl Zhou Xian did not dare to mention this tragedy to the young miss at the embroidery house. Otherwise, Lu Qingqing, who had been closest to her second brother Lu Qingshan since childhood, would definitely feel guilty. In fact, the first thing Lu Qingshan did after being carried back to the lion's garden was to ask his father Lu Jingting to hide this matter from his sister. At this moment, Queen Willow, the local lord who had protected the lion's garden for more than 200 years, had opened up a scar in his heart on the spot. Even a scholar like Lu Qingshan, who had never lost his composure in front of outsiders after becoming crippled, had his face ashen and his fists clenched tightly. The old woman continued to sprinkle salt on the young scholar's wound. "Before you became crippled, I still respected you somewhat. Now that you are crippled, you Lu Qingshan are destined to be a good-for-nothing who hides in the lion's garden and waits for death. I advise you to take down that couplet from the study room as soon as possible. Don't you find it laughable?" Lu Jingting's face darkened. "Queen Willow, please stop before you go too far." The old woman snorted coldly. Lu Jingting patted his second son's shoulder. Lu Qingshan's eyes were hazy with tears. He nodded to the father he respected the most in his life, indicating that he was fine. Then he lowered his head, his face full of tears. In life, a man's tears were bound to come when his heart was broken. There were two teachers in the lion's garden. One was an old man past his prime who did not smile much, and the other was a cultured and refined middle-aged scholar. The latter frowned. The old man gently shook his head and the middle-aged scholar fell silent. Housekeeper old Zhou, who had been waiting at the bottom of the embroidery building, hastily ran into the ancestral hall. When he reached old Assistant Minister Lu and Queen Willow, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Master Chen wants our lion's garden to prepare gold paint for drawing talismans. We need to grind gold ingots into powder. Master Chen says that the more, the better. Then he will draw talismans at the embroidery building on the side street. The old woman sternly said, "Then why haven't you prepared it yet? This bit of gold and silver is nothing." The old housekeeper turned his head to look at Lu Jingting. The old assistant minister nodded. "Go." The old assistant minister suddenly called out to the old housekeeper and quickly walked out. "Old Zhao, I will go with you. Call some brave young men as well. However, they must all be willing." Unexpectedly, the old woman pressed down on the old assistant minister's shoulder. "Lu Jingting, have you gone mad? What if that fox demon has nothing left to lose and kills you first? Even if your daughter survives, the lion's garden will still be a rotten mess. Who will support this family? A cripple or the mediocre eldest son who can barely become a county chief?" Lu Jingting's face was full of anger. Did they really think that he, Lu Jingting, had been a useless person for his many years of official career? What was this local lord so anxious for? In the end, wasn't she worried that the lion's garden's Lu family's bloodline would be cut off, implicating her golden body? The old woman saw that Lu Jingting was rarely angry. She hesitated slightly and softened her tone. She kindly advised, "Didn't the scholar also warn you scholars that a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall? You Lu Jingting are a weak scholar. You can only move a few gold ingots. You can't compare to any of the young men who guard the lion's garden. What's the use of you going? Aren't you afraid that the fox demon will capture you and threaten the lion's garden?" Lu Qingshan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were resolute. "I'll go. Even if I can't move a lot of gold ingots, I can watch from the side to avoid any mistakes." Lu Jingting helped his son straighten his lapel. "Be careful. So what if you're not an official? A scholar with evil intentions who steals a high position is no longer a true scholar. My son is crippled and can't be an official, but he can still be a scholar for the rest of his life. Since he can't rule the country and bring peace to the world, then he can cultivate his body and take care of the family. Can you do it?" Lu Qingshan finally smiled. "Father, this isn't difficult." Lu Qingshan followed the old housekeeper and led a group of young and strong servants from the lion's garden. Their expressions were impassioned as they left the ancestral hall. Lu Jingting didn't even look at the old woman. He walked in front of two teachers who didn't have the same surname. He bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, Master Fu, Mr. Lu, for teaching a scholar who can pass down righteousness to the family." The old man still looked stiff. He didn't even nod. Fortunately, the lion's garden was used to this. The old man had such a stiff expression in front of everyone. The middle-aged Confucian smiled. It's a teacher's duty to teach and dispel the doubts of his disciples. In a small courtyard lived 4 chivalrous people who had come from afar. They had become honored guests of the lion's garden even earlier than Qin Pingon. There was a young master surnamed Dugu, a beautiful personal servant named Meng Long, and a master and disciple cultivator who each had Shaoli and Jade Snake. The two of them had met by chance and suppressed a mountain full of demons together. Young Master Dugu had put in more effort, but he had only picked some ordinary items that were related to elegance. A few precious spiritual artifacts and a large pile of immortal money had been left to the master and disciple. The master and disciple privately weighed the pros and cons. They felt that the combined lives of the two shouldn't be worth that young master's long line to catch a big fish. Thus, they thickened their faces and mingled with the master and disciple pair. Later they really did take advantage of them. They killed demons twice and earned several hundred pieces of snow money. Of course, the old cultivator carefully probed. The noble young master who claimed to be from the Zhou dynasty really didn't have the temper to fight over money with others. The young master never made a move. They said he was a Jianghu boor who learned some mediocre martial arts. The master and disciple weren't stupid, so they naturally didn't believe it. However, the few times that the servant girl made a move, it was really frightening. She was a sword cultivator. Not only that, she could even use the legendary Immortal Hall technique and control a 30-feet-tall night-roaming god. The servant girl, Meng Long, wasn't some old witch with a youthful face. She was really a girl who wasn't even 20 years old. A sword cultivator who was about to enter the middle 5 realms. The few times she made a move, she had clearly reached the level of the Immortal Cave realm. Taking a genius sword cultivator who had a great chance of becoming an earth immortal as a servant girl who served tea and water, and the latter thought it was right and proper. Those with a bit of brains would know that Master Dugu's background was unfathomable. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the old cultivator racked his brain, he couldn't think of any big shot with the surname Dugu in the Zhou dynasty. He searched from south to north, but he could find 2 rich clans and sections. They were either pillars of the country's imperial court or had a Jin Dan in their family. Compared to the young man's family background that had already surfaced, it still didn't match. After thinking about it, he could only assume that the Zhou dynasty, which was full of sword cultivators, had too many old bastards at the bottom of the water. The young man came from some immortal mansion that didn't like to show off. This was also the reason why the wild cultivator and his disciple, who wouldn't wake up early without benefits, dared to instigate the master and servant pair to come to the lion's garden to subdue the demon. At this moment, Master Dugu was standing by the window, looking at the unusual sky outside. It seems that the fox demon's tail has been stepped on by that young man surnamed Chin. This is even better, we don't have to do anything. It's just a pity that among the 3 items in the lion's garden, that painting and that plum vase are all first-class items. I wonder if that Chin guy will be willing to part with them and buy them for me when he gets them. The maidservant, Meng Long, smiled and said, those who know their stuff would have their eyes on that useless ancestral treasure in the hands of the Liu family. Young master, on the other hand, only wants that toy that is not worth a few divine coins. Master Dugu sighed. Now that this matter is over, we have to run around and work again. Meng Long was also frowning. Master, looking for people and clues like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems a little difficult. The young man said helplessly, there are no other convenient ways, so we can only use this stupid method. Let's just take it as a distraction and stroll around while waiting for news from the mountain. Meng Long was a little angry. We found people who are willing to talk, but they don't know anything. Those who are unwilling to talk all have powerful backgrounds. We can't reveal our identities and can't afford to offend them. Those fellows rely on their status in the Julu continent. Their eyes are not their eyes, their noses are not their noses. What's so great about them? Aren't they just relying on the fact that they've lived for hundreds of years and have a higher realm now? In my opinion, in less than 30 years, Master can deal with them with one hand. Master Dugu ignored the servant girl's complaints. Let's find that young woman first. Sitting by the table, Meng Long had nothing to do. She fiddled with the chess pieces on the chessboard on the table, moving them around randomly. I only know his name, and he's just a nameless cultivator on that Daoist mountain ferry. There are really too few clues. If that wandering monk hadn't mentioned her, we would have been even more confused. Master, I'm a little homesick. Don't lie to me. Once we find that little cultivator, we'll have to go home. Master Dugu turned his head and teased, oh, you're a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms, and you have the cheek to call her a little cultivator. Meng Long smiled and said, but I'm a sword cultivator after all. Master Dugu glared and pretended to be angry. Sword cultivators are Pichio. They eat money and hurt relationships. What's there to be proud of? Meng Long covered her mouth and laughed. Others can say this, but you can't say it. I've already eaten immortal money. Not to mention that I'll definitely be able to earn it back in the future. Isn't it just a drop in the ocean in your house? Master Dugu shook his head. When you really enter the middle 5 realms, you won't say this. An earth immortal sword cultivator consumes at least twice the amount of heavenly treasures on the path of cultivation compared to an ordinary land immortal. Meng Long nodded and said softly, Master and Mistress indeed spend money like water. Otherwise, we wouldn't be inferior to the Fu family of Old Dragon City. Master Dugu laughed angrily. You've got guts. How dare you talk bad about my parents in front of me? Meng Long said coquettishly, Master, you're a good person. What's there to be afraid of? Master Dugu smiled and said, sooner or later, a married daughter is like spilled water. I'm just a spendthrift. Meng Long shook her head and said, I don't want to marry. Why should I marry those embroidered pillows? I'll only follow you for the rest of my life. Master Dugu did not comment. He turned his head and continued to look at the sky. That fox demon's actions are strange. It's not easy to deal with. I hope that young man can join forces with the female Taoist priest. It'll be more daunting than dangerous. Meng Long smiled and said, Master, you're really kind. Master Dugu said self-deprecatingly, I'm thinking that I can buy those 2 items by spending money and not putting in any effort. As for the outcome of the lion's den, I'm not interested. Whether it's good or bad, whether it's dead or alive, it's all my fault. About an hour later, Zhou Xian, the old steward, and Lu Qingshan arrived at the embroidery building. They each carried a jar of special golden lacquer the size of a wine pot. In the embroidery building, Sure Rose's soul had already returned to the Immortal's remains. She sat in a corner and closed her eyes to rest. At first, Pei Qian only hated that he could not copy books. Otherwise he would have one less homework to do today. He was very bored waiting. Later on, Xiaoya saw that the little girl had a talisman on her forehead and was very interesting. She approached her and struck up a conversation. After a while she brought Pei Qian, who was already tempted but was too embarrassed to speak, to size up the cage. After Pei Qian took a closer look, it was an eye-opener. The old steward and Lu Qingshan did not go up the building. They returned to the ancestral hall together. Before leaving, Lu Qingshan bowed to the top of the embroidery building. In the room, Qin Pingon took the brush. Zhou Xian was holding a clay jar filled with golden lacquer ink. He took the lead to draw talismans on a pillar. They were all talisman that Qin Pingon had learned from the true alchemy book that Li Shixing had given him. The tip of the brush was dipped in golden lacquer. Without needing Qin Pingon to say anything, Zhou Xian shrugged and said with a smile, Young master, please. Qin Pingon tiptoed and floated up with the brush in his hand. He stepped on Zhou Lian's shoulder and began to draw the demon suppression talisman on the pillar in one go. Zhou Lian bent his knees slightly. Then he used his golden robe and the water residence to accumulate spiritual energy. He also drew a demon suppression talisman in a different way. After 2 more talismans, Qin Pingon stepped on Zhou Lian's shoulder and drew the talisman all over the roof beam. After landing, he continued to draw talismans on the walls and windows of the boudoir. Besides the most effective demon suppression talisman, there were 3 other talismans. The most basic ones in the true alchemy book were the tranquil talisman and the filth dispelling talisman. There were also a few Yangqi lantern talismans at the door. In the meantime, Zhou Lian asked softly, Young master, do you want to rest for a while? Qin Pingon shook his head and did not say anything. Perhaps the great demon is already on its way. I cannot delay. Drawing 1 more talisman is a good thing. He finished drawing the talismans in the boudoir. Qin Pingon used more than half a jar of golden paint. Then he went to the corridor outside the house and continued drawing the demon suppression talisman on the railing. He also attempted to draw a few imperial sword talismans and lock-severing talismans. It was relatively strenuous. The talisman gall was done. However, after the completion of a talisman, how long the spiritual light lasted and how long it could withstand the invasion of the baneful aura was one matter. How many spells it could withstand was another matter. Qin Pingon could only be like a diligent farmer. His land was barren and not fertile. In order to make the harvest effective, he had to win with quantity. There was still golden paint left in the jar. Qin Pingon stepped on the railing outside the house and floated up to the roof with Zhou Lian. He squatted on the roof ridge and drew talismans. Pei Qian finally found a chance to show off. Previously, Qin Pingon had only begun drawing a few talismans when he showed off to his maidservant, Xiaoya. He crossed his arms and raised his head high. Sister Ya, my master is very good at drawing talismans, right? Do you think some of the flower and bird seal script are nice? Don't they have the demeanor of a master? Xiaoya wasn't a cultivator, so she couldn't tell how good Qin Pingan's talisman was. However, she was Lu Qingqing's personal maidservant. She was quite knowledgeable about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She really didn't feel that the white-robed Immortal's talisman's ancient seal script was very well written. However, since Pei Qian had asked, she could only give a perfunctory reply and try not to disappoint the little girl. Unexpectedly, after Pei Qian heard Zhao Ye's dry agreement, he shook his head and said, "Sister Ye, you don't understand. My master's handwriting is thankfully immortal." Pei Qian was very satisfied with his last-minute explanation. Zhao Ye couldn't help but laugh. She pretended to be enlightened and said, "I see. It's my fault for being blind. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm not an immortal from your mountain. I can't tell the truth." Pei Qian could tell at a glance that she was still patronizing him. He secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He continued sprawling on the table and widened his eyes to size up the scenery inside the cage. They stared at each other. Many of the strange spirits in the cage flew out of the attic and looked at the charcoal little girl. Zhao Ye walked to Lu Qingqing's side and said in surprise, "Miss, do you feel it? It seems like the room is much fresher and brighter." Lu Qingqing said bitterly, "I don't feel it." Zhao Ye moved a stool and sat beside her. She gently held her Mrs. Cold little hand. Qin Pingan and Zhu Lian floated back to the corridor outside the room. Zhu Lian, who was empty-handed, got Shi Ro to carry the remaining 2 jars of golden paint. Shi Ro didn't know what was going on, but she still did as she was told. She couldn't afford to offend this level 8 martial artist. Previously, Zhu Lian's murderous aura had soared into the sky in the small courtyard. He didn't conceal it at all and targeted her directly. This had actually terrified her. Pei Qian saw Qin Pingan's sweaty face and hurriedly ran over. "Master, let me wipe your sweat for you." Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. "I'm going to continue drawing talismans with Shi Ro in the Lion's Denver. This way, the talisman will respond at the slightest sign of trouble. With Zhu Lian here to protect you, you won't be in too much danger. Even if the fox demons come, I'll be able to rush back as long as they don't break through the doors and windows of the embroidered tower." Pei Qian patted the bamboo sword at her waist and nodded. "Master, don't worry. I'll protect Miss Lu and Sister Ye." Qin Pingan patted her little head and said softly, "Protect yourself first." Pei Qian beamed. Zhu Lian smiled but didn't say anything. Earlier on the roof, Qin Pingan had secretly instructed him to protect Pei Qian. The meaning behind his words. It made Zhu Lian feel very comfortable. If he really followed a young master who was walking step by step toward becoming a moral saint and aspiring to become a god in the Confucian temple, Zhu Lian would only feel very vexed. Qin Pingan floated down from the embroidered tower to the courtyard with Shi Ro. Qin Pingan asked Shi Ro to teach her one of the pots. "Go and remind young Master Dugu's group and that pair of cultivators to guard the ancestral hall if they're willing. It's best to choose a high spot with a wide view. Perhaps the fox demons will appear somewhere soon." Shi Ro silently left to report. On an arch bridge in the Lion's Den, a black-robed youth and the Dharma saber nun stood opposite each other. The handsome youth pressed down on the bridge railing with one hand and crushed the railing into powder. "Stupid Daoist nun, are you really determined to stop me?" The nun stood on the bridge railing and shook her head. "Stop you? I'm going to kill you for the treasure." The handsome youth's expression changed slightly. The nun sneered. "You covet the literary fortune of the world. You demon, you've crossed more than 1.5 steps." The handsome youth gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you curious as to why a demon like me can openly plan this matter in the capital region beside the Tang Emperor's bed?" The nun pressed down on the Dharma saber at her waist. "The trivial matters of the mortal world have nothing to do with me." "393. The handsome fox demon who called himself Master Qing suddenly asked, "Is this foreign woman really the famous Daoist from the Saber Room in the Central Plains?" The middle-aged woman seemed to find this question interesting. She touched the hilt of her saber with one hand and flicked the lotus crown on her head with the other. "Why? Is there anyone who impersonates us in the Aquarius continent? If you do, tell me your name and I'll consider it as your contribution." I can promise you a quick death. The black-robed youth who had single-handedly stirred up the storm in the lion's garden, clicked his tongue and said, "You're really from the saber room. I wonder if I'll be stuffed to death after eating your precious Jindan." The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. No wonder it's the smallest continent in the vast world. Whether it's on the mountain or under the mountain, as long as they're related to Qi cultivators, they're all arrogant. Alright, I'm Lu Boqi. I came here because of the surname of the Lu family in the lion's garden. I've been having bad luck all the way, but now my luck has changed. I have to thank you. That's why I'm telling you this, so that you can understand why you're a slug demon. The youth's expression changed drastically. He couldn't figure out how this wicked woman saw through his disguise. She did not know that the crimson wine gourd tied to Qin Pingan's waist was a camouflage that could prevent Earth immortals from prying eyes. But after the Daoist nun performed her divine ability, she immediately recognized that it was a blade-strengthening gourd of good quality. The middle-aged woman still said in a plain tone, "That's why I said that Lu Boqi is no different from a blind man. You've been in and out of the lion's garden so many times, yet he still couldn't see through you. But with that little fox scent and a few fox fur ropes, he really believed that you're a fox demon. The person who supported you behind the scenes in the lion's garden is also blind. Otherwise he would have skinned you long ago. The rise and fall of the Lu family's literary fortune is nothing. How can it compare to the wealth in your stomach?" The youth who once said that he wasn't afraid of being hunted down by a Yuanying stage cultivator was scared for the first time. He asked in a negotiating tone, "If I leave the lion's garden now, can you let me go?" The middle-aged woman didn't answer his question. She probably didn't want to answer such a stupid question. She tapped the hilt of her saber and said to herself, "This saber is called Wu Xian." He was ranked 17th in the inverted hanging mountain saber division. As for my natal item, it is still a saber named Armor. But don't worry, you won't be able to see my natal item. This is your great fortune. The teenager's knees went soft. He said pitifully, "The fox demon that I ate was not a good thing in the first place. It wanted to use marriage to prove its Tao and form the Oris core. It also wanted to take the opportunity to absorb the literary fate of the Lu family. It was actually wishful thinking and wanted to participate in the imperial examinations. I killed it and swallowed it whole. In fact, it could be considered to have blocked a disaster for the lion's garden. After that, there was an old immortal master in Qinghuan country who coveted the Lu family's ancestral jade seal of a fallen country in the lion's garden. He joined forces with an influential figure in the imperial court in the capital. Thus, I took advantage of the situation. The three sides each took what they needed. It was a small business not worth mentioning. Great Aunt, you are a magnanimous person, can you treat me like a fart and let me go? If I have disturbed Great Aunt's mood of admiring the scenery, I will give the half-formed Oris core of the fox demon to you with both hands as an apology." "How about it?" The female chief of the saber room, Lu Boqi, laughed. "Are you sure that I definitely won't be able to find your true body, so you have been acting like a fool here?" The teenager suddenly changed his expression and laughed. "Oh, you stinky old woman, your brain is not as bad as I thought. So what if you are the saber room? So what if you are the inverted hanging mountain and some messy saber god? Don't forget, this is the Aquarius continent, the Qinghuan country beside the cloud forest Jiang clan. Ugly, stinky old woman, you didn't agree to a good business deal with me, and now you want Master Qing to scold you? You really are a lowly servant. Hurry up and go to the capital to pray to the gods. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands in the Aquarius continent one day, I will definitely whip you until your flesh is split open. Who knows, you might even be filled with joy at that time, right?" Lu Boqi was not angry at all and smiled playfully. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big demon wind. It really hit the nail on the head. Your conversation with this slug spirit is quite interesting, compared to the demons begging for mercy after I used my saber, or the crazy shouting before death. This is much more interesting. The handsome teenager looked arrogant and despotic, but in reality he was muttering in his heart. This old woman dilly-dallying was not her style. Could it be a trap? But no one knew that she had done something to the body of the local god, the willow tree spirit. He would immediately sense any movement in the lion's garden that was slightly larger. If there was a conspiracy at the embroidery tower, he could endure it for the time being, and not pick the fruit to eat the girl's literary luck, and see who could outlast the other. Could it be that this saber room nun and that young man with a sword on his back could guard the lion's garden for a year and a half? Then what kind of unexpected reliance could make this ugly Daoist nun have so much patience and determination out of nowhere? Until now, she had not slashed away this illusion like she did at the wall of the small courtyard. Lu Boqi stood sideways on the bridge railing, and extended her hand to signal the demon to just walk across the arch bridge. She would not stop it. If you reach the embroidery tower, you will know the truth. Previously, when Lu Boqi stopped it, it really wanted to rush over and take a look at the embroidery tower. Now that Lu Boqi was letting it go, it began to feel that this small arch bridge was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames. The ghosts of people's hearts were even more terrifying than them demons. In its long years, it had suffered a few great losses, otherwise, it might have touched the threshold of the upper 5 realms by now. This handsome teenager who had eaten a fox spirit and used the fox spirit's skin as a camouflage was not only a rare slug, but also a reason why Lu Boqi was so unwilling to let it go. It was because it was one of the treasured transformation Daoists that had the operation of heaven and earth and endless creation. It was already extremely difficult for a slug to become a Daoist, and it was even rarer to become a treasured transformation Daoist. Like to eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. The most extraordinary thing about it was not that it was extremely skilled at disguise, hiding and escaping, and that it was extremely difficult to be killed by arcane treasures. Instead, it was because this Daoist could eat all kinds of spirits and ghosts. On its path of cultivation, it seemed to have absorbed the cultivation fate of the food it ate. It could advance on several paths simultaneously, using its original Daoist core as a ladder, step by step forming multiple golden cores. It was basically a treasure-swallowing whale on the map of the land. Whoever could kill it would make a fortune. As a result, even with Lu Boqi's high standards, she was still determined to obtain this laughable earth immortal slug. If that young man surnamed Qian dared to fight for it, the magical saber Wu Xin at her waist and her natal artifact, the ancient saber Jiazhua, would be truly blind. Lu Boqi saw that the fellow was cowering, looked around and smiled. I know that your true body is somewhere deep underground nearby. You're hiding from my detection by relying on the mountain's roots and veins. The young man tilted his head. Since you're so arrogant, why don't you just take out your saber and hack at it? The mountain's roots and veins are hiding in there. They won't be able to withstand you digging 3 feet into the ground in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. By then wouldn't I have nowhere to hide? Why don't I do that? It's because you care about something, isn't it? It answered its own question. Oh, I've guessed a possibility. After all, your every move during this period of time has made me care more about you than that young master with a sword cultivator as a maid. Lu Boqi narrowed its eyes. The young man raised his hands and snickered. I knew you wouldn't let me say it. Come, give me a slash. Let's be straightforward. The mountains will not change and the rivers will flow forever. Just you wait. As expected, Lu Boqi shattered the illusion of the young man on the other side of the bridge with a single slash. It was still a fox fur that fell to the ground. Lu Boqi looked around. The lion's park was surrounded by green mountains. She saw how charming the green mountains were and fell in love at first sight. Lu Boqi blushed slightly. Fortunately, there was no one around. Moreover, her skin was slightly dark and inconspicuous. She put away these thoughts and put on that cold and hard face again. She felt the subtle flow of qi in all directions. Lu Boqi waited to watch the show. That slug full of treasures was going to suffer a great loss this time. Since it was a situation of helping others and helping herself, Lu Boqi pulled out the famous magical saber of the saber room, the god of sabers. Her figure flashed and she began to slash at a series of places in the lion's park. She either cut off the connection between the mountain's roots and the veins of the water, or stabbed at some of the most likely hiding spots. She also purposely made some movements and activated her qi to temporarily mess up the feng shui of the lion's park. She continued to stall for time for the young man in white with the blade strengthening gourd around his waist. Against a cunning slug that was easy to kill but not easy to catch, Lu Boqi could only pinch her nose and do this kind of boring thing. Outside a study room whose door was tightly shut, the illusion of the handsome young man appeared again. With his hands behind his back, he kicked open the door and stepped over the threshold. It sniffed and felt slightly uncomfortable. It rolled its eyes and muttered, I really don't know what kind of good karma the ancestors of the Lu family have accumulated. They have such a dense literary aura that lingers in the Lion's Park. No wonder that Dragon Gate Realm Fox Demon was jealous. It's a pity that they have bad luck. It began to knock and touch here and there. It kept stomping its feet to see if there were any secret rooms or mechanisms. In the end it found none. It began to rummage through the places that could easily hide things. That treasure was indeed in this study room. It had interacted with the two big shots behind the scenes in the Lion's Park. Of course they were difficult to deal with. One had a high cultivation base and the other had great authority. Even it was not willing to have a deep relationship with them. The old man who liked to collect the royal treasures of the Aquarius continent had an aquiline nose. When he smiled it was even more sinister than ghosts. A certain physiognomy concluded by the school of Yinyang was very suitable for this person. The nose is like an eagle's beak, pecking at the marrow of people's hearts. The old pervert walked the path of a great hermit hidden in the imperial court. What he liked the most was to plunder the relics of a fallen country. The closer the item was to the last emperor, the more the old man liked it and the higher the price. It was said that that person had collected close to 100 royal treasures of the past dynasties. He had everything he wanted. However, he only had two regrets. The first was that a certain set of imperial jade seals was missing a piece. There were rumors that it had appeared at Beetail Ferry. However, the old man seemed to be afraid of that alley where cultivators of the upper 5 realms appeared. He did not dare to put on a disguise and rob people. The second regret was that he could not obtain the treasure of scouting the world, that the Lion's Park had collected for generations. This treasure was a relic of a fallen dynasty in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. This heirloom was actually not big. It was only 2 inches in size and was made of gold. Such a small piece of gold, yet it dared to inscribe, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods, golden armor shining, autumn hunting in all directions. It would occasionally raise its head and look outside the window. That stinky woman really did not want to give up. She started to use the stupidest method to find its real body. Haha, if she can find it, then she has the ability. It was complacent. This was thanks to a wandering hero novel. It said that the most dangerous place was the safest place. The more it chewed on this sentence, the more chewy it became. It continued to search for the small piece of gold. It was a little irritated. This little cripple Lu was quite good at hiding things. Even if it found it, it would not be able to take it away for the time being. However, it would be good to look at it first. It was absurd. Now that it had some connection with the feng shui of the Lion's Park, it had become a pitiful guy who could not even carry the small piece of gold. If it did not care about the consequences, it would be fine. However, it was not willing. On the path of cultivation, the thing that monsters did not lack the most was time. This was probably a kind of compensation from God to the monster race that was more difficult to cultivate. It was difficult to become a spirit and enlighten the apertures. It was a threshold. They also had to transform into a human form to cultivate, which was another threshold. Finally, they had to find a secret book of immortals that pointed directly to the great Tao, or they had greater luck and were directly canonized. This belonged to the third threshold. According to historical records, there was an extremely lucky fox demon in the celestial master mansion of Longhu Mountain. It was only lightly covered by the celestial master seal on its fur, but it blocked all the mighty thunder tribulations that should have occurred when a nascent soul broke through the realm. It jumped over the almost insurmountable natural moat. Which monster race in the world did not envy it? It had only heard rumors, but it was already envious. From the corner of its eyes, it inadvertently caught a glimpse of the couplet hanging high on the wall. It was written by the little cripple Lu Qingshan himself. As for whether the content was copied from the sage books or if the cripple came up with it himself, it had only read a few books, so it did not know the answer. On one side was thousands of army formations written by pen, 10,000 horse soldiers written by poem. On the other side was Li De Qi through ancient and modern times, book collection teaches descendants. One was releasing its aura while the other was restraining its will. Kids still understand this little bit of meaning. It raised its head and spat on the couplet on the wall, one on the left and one on the right. Then it laughed loudly. It was really satisfying to see a scholar who had read a lot and was especially high-spirited fall into the mud. It was worse than a drowned rat or a drowned dog. It swaggered around the desk full of scholars' offerings and sat on the chair. It tilted its head back and twisted its butt. It felt that it was not comfortable enough, so it began to curse again. Damn it, scholars really had nothing better to do. They were not even willing to sit on a comfortable chair and insisted that it was tiring to sit on it with a straight back. It stared blankly at the top. It thought of the other big shot behind the scenes, an old man from the Tang family who held the authority of the Qinghuan kingdom. This person had disliked Lu Jingting for a long time. This was strange. Even an outsider like it knew that Lu Jingting was an upright and capable minister, a pillar that held up the imperial court. Why did you, the uncle of the current emperor of the Tang family, view Lu Jingting as an enemy? In these 2 years, how many people came to the south because of old assistant minister Lu's good reputation? Could not understand it even if it cracked its head. It thought of the father and son drinking game it had eavesdropped on at the end of last year in the lion's den. Lu Jingting and his 2 sons drank and chatted together. It was nothing more than Lu Jingting's concern for the country and the people, the eldest son's latest news, and Lu Qingshan's criticism of current politics. The scholars and civil officials who bore the most grudges against Lu Jingting were very amusing. They were not the enemies of the imperial court who did not have the same political views, but the scholars who had tried to rely on old assistant minister Lu but failed and tried their best to flatter him to no avail. Then there was a group of people who had clearly argued endlessly with old assistant minister Lu's students and disciples, arguing until their faces and ears turned red in the literary arena. In the end they flew into a rage out of humiliation and turned to hate Lu Jingting as well. Perhaps even Lu Jingting himself was baffled by this. In truth, he had never treated people differently based on their official position or background. At most, he would not comment on some overly flattering words or ignore some people who deliberately tried to curry favor with him. However, it just so happened that Lu Jingting's attitude was the one that struck a chord in some people's hearts. Regarding this, after Lu Jingting resigned and retired, there was one time when he chatted with his eldest son about officialdom. The little county magistrate, who was far less impressive than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan, told his father about this. At that time, Lu Jingting only drank a cup of wine. Lu Qingshan did not think much of it and spoke bluntly. In turn, he talked about his brother who had been close since childhood. Fortunately, that brother knew Lu Qingshan's temperament, so he was not angry. He only said that he had entered the imperial court and hoped that Lu Qingshan would not learn from him in the future. What a loving father, filial son, and a harmonious brother. At that time it actually had a thought. Was it possible that the fox demon that it ate really wanted to integrate into the Lu family in the lion's den? The reason why it wanted to participate in the imperial examinations was because it thought that one day, as Lu Jingting's son-in-law, it would have some achievements in the imperial court and writing, and in the end help the Lu family's literary fortune. However, at that time, it was just greedy and ate the fox demon that had not yet formed the golden core. It remembered that it even burped a few times. It turned its head and felt that the smelly woman outside the saber room was destined to be useless. It said fiercely, "It's so ugly. It's just right for a cripple." It was a pity that it was not the scholarly sage who spoke with the heavenly constitution. With a sigh, it withdrew its gaze and had nothing to do. Its gaze wandered over the worthless items of the study. It suddenly widened its eyes and reached out to touch the small box next to a long wooden paperweight. It was hot. It quickly retracted its hand and was in a good mood. It laughed and scolded, "Lu Qingshan, you're really a thief." At the Lu family's ancestral hall, the 2 teachers and the old man stayed by Lu Jingting's side. Lu Jingting smiled bitterly and said, "I've implicated you, Mr. Fu." The old man just shook his head. Other than teaching, this old man almost never spoke and his expression did not change. Everyone in the Lion's Garden was actually afraid of this old man. As for the middle-aged scholar, Mr. Lu, although he was not amiable and had more rules, almost all the descendants and servants of the Lu family who had attended school had been beaten and taught a lesson by him. However, he was still more amiable than the old man surnamed Fu. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar quietly walked to the entrance of the ancestral hall and waited for Lu Qingshan to return. After seeing Lu Qingshan return safely from the embroidered building, Mr. Lu was expressionless. It was only when the limping Lu Qingshan saluted him that he nodded his head in greeting. Lu Qingshan stepped over the threshold and went to his father Lu Jingting. The middle-aged scholar stood at the door and then looked up and saw two figures hiding there. A master and servant from the central part of the Aquarius continent. It was unknown whether the middle-aged scholar's eyesight was weak or if he ignored them. He quickly turned around and returned to the ancestral hall. At the railing of the corridor under the eaves, the servant girl Meng Long smiled and asked, "Young master, do you think that Fu Xing and the one surnamed Lu are like us, masters of the outside world?" Young master Dugu was amused. "Explain to young master, when did we become masters of the outside world?" Meng Long smiled and leaned on the railing to look into the distance. In the Aquarius continent were they not? Young master was just being modest. The Zhou dynasty where she was from had many sword cultivators, the number of which was the highest in the continent. The power of the country was strong and there were more than 10 vassal states. Among the descendants of the dragon who had decided to give up the throne, there was a 10th realm sword cultivator who had sparred with the Aquarius continent's #1 nascent soul cultivator, Li Tuanjing of the Wind and Thunder Garden, 3 times. Although he lost, no one dared to question the sword cultivator's battle strength. How many earth immortals in the Aquarius continent dared to block Li Tuanjing's sword? Li Tuanjing with one sword had suppressed Jingyang Mountain for hundreds of years. Then this Zhou dynasty sword cultivator, after being defeated, was able to make Li Tuanjing agree to fight 2 more times. His sword skills were high. There were also 2 9th realm sword cultivators. They were an immortal couple who ignored blood ties and broke off relations with the Zhou dynasty, at least on the surface. The husband and wife rarely showed themselves and focused on the sword path. It was rumored that the Zhou dynasty's old emperor's treasury was actually managed by the 2 of them. They had close relations with the southernmost old dragon city, and their wealth was rolling in. Meng Long said angrily, "Young master, the cultivators of the North Continent are too overbearing. Especially that Daoist heavenly lord." Young master Dugu smiled. "In the eyes of those demons we wiped out, aren't we the same? Could it be that those servants and maids who died at the feet of your god of night were all capital crimes? Of course not, but we are too lazy to care." Meng Long was speechless. She could only angrily kick the railing of the tall building. Qin Pingon brought Shi Ro. They did not draw talismans near the embroidery tower, but went straight to the Lion Garden's gate. The spirit chi of the 2 painted doors was thin, and could no longer support them to protect the Lu family. Qin Pingon muttered some apologetic words, and then began to draw demon suppression talismans on the 2 gates. Unlike the small squabbles of the embroidery tower, the 2 demon suppression talismans of the residence gate were drawn in a spurt of energy, and they were like splashes of ink. Shi Ro, who was standing behind Qin Pingon, nodded her head inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the brush in her hand was made of ordinary materials and the golden paint in the jar wasn't of high quality, Qin Pingon's talisman would have been even more powerful. After Qin Pingon finished drawing, he took a few steps back and stood side by side with Shi Ro. After confirming that there were no flaws, they walked along the stone path outside the Lion Garden's outer wall, and continued to draw talismans 50 steps away. On the way, Qin Pingon said to Shi Ro, who had been silent all along, "I have to concentrate while I'm drawing the talisman, so I might not be able to notice the traces of that demon at the first possible moment, so you have to pay more attention." Shi Ro said indifferently, "Not only is it my duty to share master's worries, it also involves my own life. Of course I do not dare to be careless. Master, you worry too much." Qin Pingon turned and glanced at her. "Is it because you are afraid of being poor that you suddenly become stingy when you have money?" Shi Ro heard the slight sarcasm in his words, and did not have the intention to refute. It was not because she felt guilty, but because of the slip of paper. After opening the paper horse that Cui Dongshan had left for Zhou Lian, the contents of the slip of paper were concise and to the point. There was only 1 sentence and 6 words. "Old sister, don't court death." It seemed to be a joke, but it made Shi Ro and Immortal's remains feel cold all over. Qin Pingon drew talismans extremely quickly time and time again. He must have put in a lot of effort, or he must have studied under an expert. Shi Ro could not deny that Qin Pingon's tenacity, whether it was the steadiness of his every breath or the steadiness of his body, played a huge role. Not a single one could be missing. Drawing talismans consumed one's mind. This was a well-known saying of the talisman sect. A quarter of an hour later, while Qin Pingon finished drawing the latest talisman, Ro leaned against the wall and breathed rapidly. She asked softly, "Is Master setting up the formation?" Qin Pingon glared at her and hurriedly put a finger to his mouth, indicating that the heavenly secrets should not be revealed. As he moved forward, he glared at the blabbermouth Ro, probably because he was really annoyed. Holding a sticky gold lacquer jar in each hand, Ro obediently followed behind Qin Pingon. Thinking that this guy would also panic, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. The lion's garden covered a large area, so Qin Pingon, who was trying to quietly draw talismans to set up the formation, suffered. In order to complete it before the great demon beast noticed, Qin Pingon really tried his best to draw on the white wall. It was not any easier than catching and killing people. Ro was different from the 4 people in the picture scroll. She had not experienced one crisis after another, nor had she traveled across 2 continents for a long time. Therefore, she was far less familiar with Qin Pingon's true strength and temperament than Zhou Xian and the others. Among them, Ro knew a lot about Qin Pingon's family background. A young spirit body of a great cultivator in the Ascendant Realm, and a student disciple Cui Dongshan. These 2 things could not be more. But now Qin Pingon tried to close the door and beat the dog, and then connected the previous arrangements of the Lu's embroidery house and the ancestral hall. Ro sincerely admired this guy's style of doing things. It was watertight. If a gentleman did not stand under a collapsing wall, then once Qin Pingon made up his mind, he would walk towards a collapsing wall. Not to mention his original intentions, he would make all kinds of arrangements afterward. He would definitely want to hold an umbrella for himself, wear a bamboo hat and put on armor. Of course, Qin Pingon would not guess Ro's thoughts. Everything had its vanquisher. Ro would be dealt with by Cui Dongshan. When Qin Pingon circled around the lion's garden and finished the last talisman, he still felt that it was not appropriate, so he went around again. He poured genuine qi on many treasured talisman that he had drawn early but had not used, and pasted them all over the wall. It was a money-losing business. Qin Pingon jumped on the wall, thinking that he must find a reason to pull Pei Qian's ear when he went back. She was his first disciple. If he did not reason with her, it would be no good. Qin Pingon stretched and looked around with a smile. It was the end of spring and the green hills were turning green. Standing beside Qin Pingon, Ro was still holding 2 pots. Seeing Qin Pingon's strange expression, Ro felt that it was strange. Qin Pingon's hands went around his shoulders, his fingers interlaced, and his palms were on the sword hilt of the sword Immortal on his back. Carrying a sword Immortal, when would he become a true sword Immortal? He remembered a time when he was on a ferry overlooking a certain territory of the Aquarius continent. There was someone who laughed and pointed to the ground, saying that the Zhuang dynasty under our feet had the most sword cultivators in the Aquarius continent, but compared to her hometown it was nothing. She even told Qin Pingon to go to the North Continent if he had the chance, and to know that there were many sword cultivators there, the best in the world. It was not something that could be compared to the best in a continent. Qin Pingon yearned for the North Continent. Slowly keeping away his thoughts, Qin Pingon took down the ginger gourd, but realized that there was no wine. It was a little awkward. Silently keeping it, he hoped that Ro did not see it. Ro found it funny and asked at an inappropriate time, "Why don't I bring a pot of wine for Master?" Qin Pingon shook his head and stomped his feet. On the outer wall of the lion's garden, the talisman suddenly lit up from the seal gall. As though it was an imperial order, it released a dazzling golden light. In an instant, it was as though there was a golden dragon surrounding the lion's garden. (394) When a strange phenomenon appeared on the outer wall of Lion's Garden. Lu Boqi took the lead and flew to the top of a pavilion. He nodded slightly with an expression of admiration. Cultivating at the inverted hanging mountain master's saber room, one could see more strange people than any other continent in the world. Lu Boqi was also the favored one that the Lord of Heaven had high hopes for. He often followed the seniors of the sect out to sea to catch tired old flood dragons. Naturally, she had high standards. Zhou Xian stood beside the railing while Pei Qian stood on the railing and asked curiously, "Is that my master?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Young master knows how to use the talisman." I saw it with my own eyes during the battle at the border of Daquan. 3 iron cavalry circling talismans formed a set of tripartite talismans. It was very powerful and trapped the great demon buried river. I didn't expect young master to be able to draw talismans by himself. His attainment is not low and his boldness is not small. Pei Qian said angrily, "What doesn't my master know? What's so strange about it?" Zhou Xian teased. "Then why were your eyes wide open like a dustpan and you were secretly smiling with your bloody mouth wide open?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and stopped talking nonsense with old chef. She raised her head and glanced at the roof. Then she looked at the ground outside the railing. She took a deep breath and jumped up high. She grabbed the roof with both hands and wanted to roll to the roof. However, she fell down with the roof tiles. Zhou Xian was about to grab this reckless girl's collar and pull her back to the corridor. However, he suddenly changed his mind and let Pei Qian fall into the courtyard. During the fall, her mind was blank. She relied on her instincts to circulate the qi of the fire dragon in her body. She instantly curled up into the shape of an ape that was similar to Zhou Lian's fist stance. When she was 10 feet above the ground, she suddenly stretched out her arms and legs and landed lightly like a little wild cat. Zhou Lian leaned on the railing and said, "This heroine can even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Her lightness skill is amazing." Pei Qian sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When he came back to his senses, he yelled at Zhou Lian, who looked at him with ease. "Old chef, why didn't you save me? What if I fall half to death and lose an arm or a leg? What if master dislikes me? I'm already a burden. I walk slowly and I will always slow master down. At that time master will not be happy and will directly abandon me." Pei Qian started bawling at the thought of that tragic scene. The howling made Zhou Lian's ears unable to calm down. Even the maidservant Xiaoya hurriedly ran out of the room and saw Pei Qian sitting on the ground. Xiaoya, who had been whispering to the young miss, was puzzled at the moment. She did not know why this strange little girl was sitting in the courtyard. Zhou Lian pretended to panic. "Quickly go upstairs. There's a monster." Without another word, Pei Qian quickly got up and stopped wailing. She ran up the stairs of the embroidery building and rushed into the unlocked door of the boudoir. She turned around and closed it tightly. She picked up the mountain walking staff and ran to Zhou Lian's side in one go. She looked around and wiped her tears while patting the yellow paper talisman on her forehead. She asked, "Where?" Zhou Lian held back his laughter and said casually, "Consider yourself lucky. It seems that the monster saw that it couldn't take down the embroidery building and left." Pei Qian wiped the tears and sweat from her face. He was too scared. She did not pay attention to Zhou Lian's mischievous expression from beginning to end. She kept her eyes wide open and carefully searched for traces of the monster. She said in all seriousness, "Zhou Lian, if the monster comes to the embroidery building again, you must protect Miss Lu and Sister Ya. Otherwise, when master comes back and sees that the two of them have been captured by the monster, even if master doesn't scold me, he will definitely be angry with me." Xiaoya turned her head and covered her mouth to laugh. Zhou Lian said with a smile, "Aren't you worried about your own safety?" Pei Qian took out another talisman and stuck it to her forehead. She clenched the mountain walking staff in her hand. "Master wants me to protect myself, so I must do it." Zhou Lian clenched one fist behind his back and placed the other hand on his abdomen. He imperceptibly displayed the demeanor of a master. He said with a smile, "Don't worry. Your master also said that he wants me to protect you." Above song. Young Master Dugu said with a smile, "That sneaky monster will probably be locked up and beaten." Meng Long asked, "Can it really trap the entire lion's den?" Young Master Dugu explained, "It might not be able to withstand a few collisions from the monster. However, as long as it appears in its true form, it will be time for the Daoist nun to kill it." Meng Long asked again, "But what if the monster is determined to hide and not come out?" Young Master Dugu pointed at the spiritual energy phenomenon at the edge of the lion's den. Ordinary people might not be able to see anything in the lion's den, but in the eyes of experts, it was a golden light that flowed like a stream and circled around the mountain. This unknown talisman set up a formation and liquidized spiritual energy. The wonder is not just the word, trap. If there are no accidents, it will also involve the mountain roots and water veins of this place. In addition, now that the land has been freed, searching for the hiding place of the monster will be even easier. Furthermore, since this young immortal master can draw such a large set of talisman formations, he will continue to draw in circles in the lion's denver. Some of the central locations where wind and water gather will be drawn with talismans. Even if the monster doesn't suffocate to death, it will be disgusted to death. It will be like a person being placed in boiling water. It will be very uncomfortable. Meng Long said disapprovingly. He drew so many talisman to create such a commotion. It's not considered impressive. Young master's master can cause purple smoke to descend with a casual talisman, entangling a city with hundreds of thousands of people. Otherwise he can grab black clouds and turn them into flying snakes, directly suppressing and killing a golden core great demon. Young Master Dugu said helplessly, I'm talking about how good that young man is. You're talking about how impressive my master is. The two are unrelated. You don't always look down on chi refinement warriors and pure martial artists other than me. Meng Long said bluntly, I just can't bear to see others being compared to you. If that young man surnamed Qin is a woman, even if she is a sword immortal, do you think I will be jealous? Young Master Dugu smiled and asked, then what if she is a young female sword immortal and also looks better than you? Meng Long leaned on the railing, then I will be so jealous that I will want to kill someone. Young Master Dugu smiled and said, you are narrow-minded and greedy. You have to take this as a warning. Meng Long looked into the distance and said softly, we sword cultivators have always walked the most dangerous and narrow path. It is fine as long as our flying swords can pass. Young Master Dugu shook his head and said, that is because you have not walked high enough and far enough. But it doesn't matter. Your talent is good enough. You just have to slowly climb on the path of sword Dao. Even my parents think highly of you and think that you are an excellent Khanate sword embryo. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed the God of Night to you. Meng Long suddenly felt that her young master seemed to have something on his mind but did not say it out loud. She turned her head and pressed her cheek on the railing. Young Master Dugu was silent for a moment and said with a smile, are you a roundworm in my stomach? Alright, I will tell you an interesting story. My parents once accompanied that person to the Wind Thunder Garden to visit Li Tuanjing. They were able to watch the third battle between nascent soul sword cultivators. Of course we lost. But that Li Tuanjing brewed tea for the guests after the battle and said something very strange. This number 1 nascent soul chi cultivator of the Aquarius continent did not have the face to look down on the mortal world and look down on the people below the mountain. It was just a coincidence that he walked the open path. If the earliest rules had nothing to do with the cultivation of spiritual energy, but whoever had the greatest ability to grow crops would be the most compatible with Tao, or whoever was the best at mending shoes would be the blessed by heaven. Then what do you think of those high and mighty immortals now? Meng Long said softly, Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden was really a weirdo who liked to say strange things and do strange things. Young Master Dugu nodded and said, Li Tuanjing was a perfected person of the present age. But after his death, even with the Yellow River and Lu Baqiao in the Wind Thunder Garden, they still could not suppress the sword chi of Xingyang Mountain. Meng Long suddenly thought of something. Then what happened to Lu Baqiao and Sujia? Was it as perfect as a novel where the lovers finally got married? Young Master Dugu thought for a moment. Even if the love story between the two of them was really a novel, I reckon we've only flipped through half of the book. Meng Long suddenly lowered her voice and whispered, Young Master, is there really a school of novels that gathered in paper white blessed land, where the people in the blessed land could do whatever was written in the book? Mistress also said that the sages of the 100 schools of thought were very impressive. Those with high cultivation could write about the situation of a country, those with lower cultivation could write about a province or a land, and the disciples of the school of novels with the lowest cultivation could only write about the birth, aging, sickness, and death of a person. In the end, more and more people were written by the school of novels, and the Blessed Land's territory became bigger and bigger. Young Master Dugu smiled. There are all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe. Who knows if it's real or fake? Meng Long asked, Young Master, when we become earth deities one day, shall we go and see if it's real or fake? Young Master Dugu held the back of his head with both hands and smiled with squinted eyes. All right. In the Luqing Mountain study room, the black-robed youth had a panicked expression. That damned young man with a sword on his back, how could he be proficient in talisman arts? and even have so many talismans with him? Was he determined to fight to the death with him? Was he not afraid that in the end both sides would fight to the death? No one would be able to gain any advantage? What are you, an outsider with the surname Chen, trying to do? The treasure on the table was taken by that old pervert from Fu Long. With so many talisman thrown down, did he really think that he was the disciple of the Lu family, the god of wealth of the Snow-White continent? He was like an ant on a hot pan walking in circles in the study room. Lunatics, they were all lunatics. Forget about the god of gluttony or some *T saber room auntie. There was also a righteous gentleman who did not expect to be repaid for his kindness. The two of them were completely unrelated to each other, but they actually knew how to work together to set up a trap for him. One was outside drawing talismans around the wall, and the other was inside the garden to divert his attention and disturb his line of sight. Could it be that this time he had followed the general trend and plotted against the lion's garden? Would all his efforts be in vain? When he thought of that old pervert with a hooked nose, and that old man from the Tang family who held great power in his hands, he felt somewhat weak. It almost had the urge to reveal its true form and smash through the wall. As long as it could leave the lion's garden, it would be able to fly freely in the vast sky. With its innate earth tunneling technique and the garden being surrounded by mountains in all directions, unless an earth immortal of nascent soul realm personally came to hunt it down, or someone with an earth-shattering strength capable of splitting the mountains in all directions, it would not be afraid of anyone. However, he quickly and silently reminded himself that he had to remain calm in the face of danger. The lion's garden had temporarily become a cage, and it was a foregone conclusion. He could not be anxious and he absolutely could not mess up in his hurry. He cracked a smile and came up with an idea. Then let Master Qing test you guys first. On the outermost wall of the lion's garden, Qin Pingon was hesitating whether or not he should let Shiro ask Lady Lu for the official silver ingots of the Qinghuan kingdom. He could also draw talismans, but the material of the silver book was far inferior to the gold book made by grinding gold ingots. However, there were pros and cons. The downside was that the effect was not good and the power of the talisman was reduced. The upside was that Qin Pingon could draw talismans with ease, and he did not have to exhaust his mind and spirit. To be honest, this was a losing deal. Other than the yellow paper talisman that he had accumulated for a long time, he had also squandered more than half of the spiritual energy in the robes that he had not had the time to refine in. However, these inside stories were not to be told to outsiders. He would try to think positively. For example, if he really drew talismans in the lion's garden, such a grand undertaking, it would be worth talking to Zhang Shanfeng and Xianxia in the future. A dish to go with wine. Just as Qin Pingon made up his mind, he narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw that in the vast lion's garden, nearly 100 black-robed youths appeared at almost the same time. They began to either run wildly in the corridors or on the roads, or leaped onto the rooftops. They all fled out of the lion's garden. It was very likely that one of the handsome youths was the demon's true body. Once it escaped from the lion's garden, the next time it sneaked back, Qin Pingon really would not be able to do anything to it. Qin Pingon knew the weight of the talisman he drew. It could barely be considered vigorous, but it was not long enough. The spiritual energy dissipated very quickly. This was the fatal flaw of a martial artist drawing talismans. Qin Pingon decisively said, "I will stay here. You go guard the wall on the right. It is not difficult to break the fox demon's illusion. If the real body is discovered, we only need to delay it for a moment. The demon binding rope that I lent you." Shiro thought that Qin Pingon wanted to retrieve his magic treasure, so she calmly handed over the golden rope. Qin Pingon laughed angrily. "I want you to use it well. Quickly go guard over there." Shiro was slightly surprised. She held the high-quality demon binding rope in her hand and rushed over. Qin Pingon lightly patted the blade's strengthening gourd and said in his heart, "Don't be in a hurry to come out. You're my trump card. It won't be too late for you to come out after confirming that the demon's true body is breaking through in this direction." On the other side, the maid Menglong was eager to try. Her eyes were filled with desire. "Whether it is a trick or not, young master, let me do it. It is so boring to stay in the lion's garden." Young Master Dugu reminded her, "Now there are many people in Qinghuan country watching the lion's garden, so you are not allowed to use your life source flying sword. I don't want to cause a lot of trouble. Also, don't destroy too many buildings in the lion's garden. The maid was a little disappointed, but it was better than standing there like a piece of wood. She touched the ground with the tip of her foot and floated to the railing. She muttered something and formed a seal with one hand. The other hand stretched forward. Her beautiful eyes were filled with golden light. Finally she shouted softly, "Come out." A god in golden armor that was 30 feet tall landed on the ground with a loud crash. Dust flew everywhere. In addition to the god's towering figure, his tall body was wrapped with 5 ribbons of spiritual energy. He wore a crown on his head. The golden armor on one arm was overflowing with miasma. The golden armor on the other arm was engraved with various ferocious patterns of ghostly faces. However, the god kept his eyes closed. He seemed to have received Menglong's orders. Every time this god of night walked forward, although his eyes were closed, he could still deliberately avoid the buildings in the lion's garden. As he walked, the earth shook. With one kick he crushed a black-robed youth who couldn't dodge in time. The 5 ribbons that were refined by the immortal master were like 5 flood dragons that left the dragon pool. They were less than 20 feet long, but they swam quickly and violently, easily piercing through the bodies of those handsome youths. The god of night swept his arm across and smashed the illusion of a monster flying above the roof with a slap. Menglong changed her posture and sat on the railing. She said disdainfully, "So weak." The lonely master explained, "That demon has already scattered a bit of its spiritual aura. It's quite good to have such a strong body." Probably because they had seen the god of night crush the fox demon with their own eyes, the disparity between the victory and defeat was great, so the danger shouldn't be great. Therefore, the master and disciple, as well as the Daoist companion cultivator, who were looking into the distance at other places in the lion's garden, intentionally or unintentionally, started to use their divine abilities to slay the demon. The fiery red fox on the old man's shoulder leaped into the air. His body trembled and suddenly became countless times bigger. When it landed on a roof ridge, it was already a fire fox with a body as large as an ox. Its entire body was covered in flames. The tall youth waved his arm, and the dark green snake that coiled around his arm like a bamboo leaf also pounced, turning into a giant snake that was 20 feet long. They each pounced on the black-robed youths who were frantically fleeing out of the lion's garden. The pair of Daoist companions moved together and chose a place near the garden. One of them unsheathed the long sword on his back, like a sword master controlling a sword to kill the enemy. The other formed a seal with both hands, stepped on the dipper steps, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dense spiritual aura. It spread into the garden like a fog that enveloped the flowers and trees. In the blink of an eye, in the garden, there were all kinds of phantoms with the height of an arm. When they caught up with the black-robed youths, those phantoms exploded with a bang. Qin Pingon, Shi Rou, and Zong each occupied one side. Together with the master, disciple and Daoist companion, there were a total of 4 people guarding the west side of the lion's garden. Qin Pingon stood on the wall and punched. Shi Rou used the golden dragon whisker demon binding rope to block. However, there were too many demonic illusions. There were still nearly 40 black-robed youths on the 4 sides of the lion's garden's outer wall. They were constantly crashing into the wall with the golden talisman flood dragon. Zhang's master Dugu did not allow Menglong to use her intrinsic flying sword, and he himself was watching from the sidelines. Therefore there were many fish that escaped the net. Even so, the god of night was too intimidating. Many of the demonic illusions that were originally running towards Zhang's high wall changed their escape route at the last moment. Zhang's direction was the one with the least number of collisions. Although the west side had many people, and had 4 cultivators overseeing it, it was the most dangerous area where the number of collisions was highest. As for Shi Rou's side, she was slightly flustered. After all, she was not the kind of ghost that was good at killing. Furthermore, she did not dare to use the trump card that Cui Dongshan had given her. Therefore, nearly 10 black-robed youths crashed into the wall and were then melted by the long river of golden light on the outer wall. Some of the illusions that were lucky enough to break free continued crashing into the wall, facing death with equanimity. Fortunately, Shi Rou did not make too many mistakes. Qin Pingon's punches did not seem to be fast, but he blocked them with the most ease. Using the six-step stance, he turned back and forth on the wall, flipped his sleeves and sent out a mighty fist aura. However, the golden flood dragon that used the snow-white wall as a river had already dimmed a little. As for the surrounding walls, there were countless small doors that had been smashed into countless holes. Qin Pingon seemed to be dealing with these dazzling black-robed youths again after drawing talismans. His pure true qi was insufficient and he had to stop to take a breath. At this moment, over at the Liu family's ancestral hall, it was as if a turtle had flipped its back. Then there was an earthquake in all directions, rumbling loudly. The commotion was the most intense in the west. Meng Long suddenly stood up, formed a seal with both hands, closed her eyes, and used a secret technique to send her spirit out of her body, attaching it to the god of night. The golden-armored deity opened his eyes, bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. A huge pit appeared under his feet. The 30-foot-tall god of night flew towards the west. The god of night's feet stepped on the west side's high wall garden, sinking deep into the ground. Then he squatted down, raised an arm and smashed heavily into the ground, sending mud flying. He forcefully broke a small mountain root under the lion's garden. Master Dugu hesitated for a moment, but still did not make a move. A handsome young man of 50 to 60 feet in height broke out of the ground, almost as tall as the monster, and rushed towards the wall over there. The golden flood dragon that circled around the wall was like a tripping rope for the black-robed youth. It, who had revealed its true form, continued to roar and stride forward, so that the talisman's golden light from other places was dragged in its direction. It had already smashed through the wall, but there was still a golden talisman's rope stuck to its knees. It raised its leg high but still could not break free from the troublesome rope, so it simply continued to run forward. The golden flood dragon that was originally connected from head to tail suddenly snapped. It was pulled forward by the black-robed great demon that had revealed its golden body, swaying on the ground. It was like a big fish that had not left the hook, but its strength was so great that even the fishing line and the fishing rod had to be dragged away. Qin Pingon reached out and pressed on the opening of the blade's strengthening gourd, thinking, "Something's wrong, let's wait a little longer." A slender figure that had been standing on the top of the pavilion all this time, a white rainbow hung in the sky, and the pavilion under its feet collapsed suddenly. Lu Boqi, who had finally made a move, was already taller than Zhang, and directly cut the golden body into two halves. She did not even look at the real golden body and sneered, "Go." A person holding a blade floated out from her back. He was taller than a normal person and his body was like the mercury thunder liquid. He held a slender black blade that was even longer than a person. It disappeared in a flash. The next moment he stabbed the tip of the blade into a small hole in the wall and stood still. Shiro swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked down. She saw that the tip of the blade had stabbed into a snow-white palm-sized wriggling monster. Lu Boqi rushed to the wall near Shiro and walked towards the deity holding the blade. The two of them overlapped again and only Lu Boqi remained. However, the extremely long blade was still there, still floating in the air. Lu Boqi walked to the tip of the blade and smiled, "Got you." She did not immediately put the treasure-level demon into her bag, but turned to look at the tall wall far away, at the young man in white whose hand had already left the blade's strengthening gourd, and asked, "What do you say? You have more people, do you want to fight for it?" Qin Pingon smiled, "Don't pretend to be a good guy after getting the advantage." Lu Boqi said considerately, "I don't deny that you did a lot to catch this guy, but I don't have the habit of sharing treasures with others, so I'm afraid you'll be unhappy. Why don't we fight to decide who this little thing belongs to? I can promise not to kill anyone and after that you'll be convinced. Maybe you'll feel lucky that you're still alive." Qin Pingon walked along the wall toward the female champion of the Saber Division. At the embroidery tower, Zhou Xian rushed out and stood on a raised roof near Lu Boqi, exactly the same as when the female champion first appeared in their courtyard. Shiro walked a few steps and stopped in the air, first giving way to Qin Pingon on the wall. When Qin Pingon brushed past her, she followed him. Qin Pingon first waved his hand at Zhou Xian. Lu Boqi also came to the wall and walked towards Qin Pingon. Lu Boqi left the natal item Jiazhua where it was and only held the unsheathed blade. She had a strange look in her eyes and asked, "Just you alone?" Qin Pingon reached behind her and continued forward, already holding the hilt of the sword deity. a female champion of the saber division. A pure martial artist with a half-immortal weapon on his back. The two were only 50 steps apart. Lu Boqi suddenly turned to look at the peak of a green mountain. Qin Pingon turned his head almost at the same time, and saw an old man's figure disappear over there. Lu Boqi looked away, and from the corner of his eye he saw the Lu clansmen running over. Among them was a poor limping scholar. Lu Boqi sheathed his blade. "I'll take 70%, you take 30%. Seeing Qin Pingon's confusion, she was angry. "What, you don't want it?" Qin Pingon remembered her gaze just now and had an idea. He let go of the sword hilt, put one hand behind his back and stroked the blade's strengthening gourd with the other and smiled. "I'll agree to a 50-50 split." Lu Boqi narrowed his eyes. "Don't push your luck. It's a good habit to stop while you're ahead." Shi Ro sighed, looking regretful, as if she was persuading Qin Pingon, but also as if she was afraid that Qin Pingon and Lu Boqi would fight. She said softly, "Young master, why don't we just let it go? You're not just from the mountain, and it's not bad to have a good reputation. Let's just let the deity take advantage of you." Once this is over, you still have to stay in Qingwan to watch the debate between Buddhism and Taoism and visit old friends. Reputation is very important to scholars who care about their reputation. Qin Pingon put one hand behind his back and gave Shi Ro a thumbs up. Lu Boqi glanced at Shi Ro. "You're a ghost woman hiding in an old man's skin. Don't you find it disgusting?" Shi Ro smiled without saying anything. The Lu clansmen were getting closer and closer. Lu Boqi stretched out her hand and grabbed her life blade. She then took out an extremely small hand from her sleeve and twisted the gourd, putting the slug into the yellow gourd. She lowered her voice and said angrily to Qin Pingon, "We'll split the spoils later." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. The old assistant minister Lu and his family were naturally grateful to everyone for working together to subdue the demon. They were especially grateful to Lu Boqi and Qin Pingon. Cripple Lu Qingshan's eyes were red. He found a chance to bow to the middle-aged female Taoist priest, followed by Qin Pingon and the rest. Lu Boqi pursed her lips and did not say anything. At night, the Lion's Garden held a celebratory banquet. Lu Boqi was still expressionless. She only occasionally picked up some food with her chopsticks. However, even if she felt that it was boring and a waste of time, she still sat until the end of the banquet. The next day, for some reason, Lu Qingshan stood side by side with Lu Boqi and invited Qin Pingon to the Lion's Garden to enjoy the scenery. Qin Pingon declined tactfully, but to no avail. He could only go for a walk with them. On the way, Lu Boqi coldly glanced at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon ignored her. The sun was just right today. After receiving Qin Pingon's approval, Pei Qian volunteered to go alone. She was like an ant-moving house, drying books and bamboo slips in an empty space in the Lion's Garden. After busying herself, Pei Qian squatted on the ground, satisfied. Two people walked over from afar. Pei Qian knew their identities. The old man was called Fu Sheng and the middle-aged scholar was surnamed Lu. He was a teacher at the Lion's Garden. Therefore Pei Qian did not stop them from approaching. The middle-aged scholar stood in the distance and stopped in his tracks. Only the old man walked to Pei Qian's side and asked with a smile, "Young lady, can I take a look at the contents of the bamboo slips?" Pei Qian stood up and bowed. After greeting Fu Xing, she thought for a moment and squatted back on the ground. She waved her hand and said, "Take a look. It's not like it's something shameful. My master painstakingly copied it from a book, or he traveled far and wide and heard about it from others. Just like Zhou Lian's recent nonsense about the hardships of life, it was the best way to teach people how to behave." Qin Pingon also engraved it on a bamboo slip. However, Pei Qian did not like this bamboo slip the most, so she placed it at the outermost place all by itself. Anyway, she felt that this bamboo slip could not compare to her master's other bamboo slips. Pei Qian raised her head and said meticulously, "Old man, I'll say this first. If you see these treasures from my master's collection, if my master gets angry, you'll have to bear the consequences. You don't know how strict my master is with me. Say I can't help it. My master likes me. Copying books, moving stool. Forget it. Old man, you probably don't understand these things. The old man who studies in the study room probably doesn't even know how much a steamed bun costs." Pei Qian solemnly reminded him again, Old man, you can't let my kindness go unrewarded. Do you hit the mark? The old man in blue smiled and said, yes. So the young one squatted in place and the old one also squatted down. They skimmed through the bamboo slips one by one, gently picking them up and carefully putting them down. This made Pei Qian breathe a sigh of relief. After skimming through about half of the bamboo slips, the old man asked with a smile, the biggest fist is the biggest principle in the world. Little girl, do you believe this? Pei Qian said without hesitation, of course I do. Otherwise, why would I practice my stool and my sword skills every day at such a young age? Jianghu is very dangerous. There are countless bad guys. Pei Qian originally wanted to say a few words about her lofty ambitions, but she suddenly remembered what Old Wei said. It was taboo in Jianghu to talk too much with strangers, so she held back. These heartfelt words should be kept in her own heart. It was enough that her master alone knew. In the distance, the middle-aged Confucian habitually frowned. But the old man laughed heartily. Pei Qian didn't know what was so funny. She turned over some of the bamboo slips nearby to bask in the sun. As she worked hard, she said casually, but my master taught me that if I want to explain this principle clearly, I have to talk about the order. The order can't be wrong. As a person, you have to be reasonable first, and then when your fist is big, it's more convenient to reason with unreasonable people. It's not like persuading people to only talk about whether your fist is strong or not, and then you forget to be cautious, restrain yourself, ask yourself, and so on. Alas, my master said that I'm young and that it's enough to remember these. Whether I understand or not, it's all waiting for me in the book. Pei Qian finally came to a conclusion. Therefore, what old Mr. said is reasonable but not complete. The middle-aged Confucian's face became slightly better. The old man didn't laugh at Pei Qian, nor did he say anything. Pei Qian's eyes were shining. Old man, is my master's knowledge very great? The old man replied, just from your master's words I can't tell whether his knowledge is great or not, but at least he's right. He's not wrong. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. It's even more difficult to practice this principle. Pei Qian raised her eyebrows and angrily blocked the old man from continuing to look at the bamboo slips. She crossed her arms. Then old man, you should look at less bamboo slips. The old man smiled. Oh, this little girl is quite vengeful. Pei Qian nodded. Respect the old and love the young. Old man, you're old and I'm young, so we're even. Old man, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of a little girl. The old man could only say, your master's teaching is right. What's even more commendable is that he was able to preserve your spiritual qi. Your master is very powerful. Pei Qian smiled happily at first, then shook her head. Old man, do you want to look at more bamboo slips? Fine, look, I'm afraid of you old masters. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. Alas, it's worrying. As a result, even the middle-aged Confucian had a smile on his face. The Holy Master had once compiled a book, and the purpose of the book was only to be free from evil. As a result, in order to protect the Holy Master's moral integrity, a great sage in the future could not arbitrarily delete some pages, so the annotations and exegesis were very difficult. This made Mr. Fu laugh at him. The middle-aged Confucian deeply agreed. It seemed that the 3 religions, 100 schools, emperors, generals, ministers, and the whole world had this problem. However, the middle-aged Confucian felt that Mr. Fu was a little strange today, and he actually smiled. After staying in the lion's garden for so long, he had never smiled. After looking through the bamboo slips, the old man stood up and looked at the little girl who was still diligently flipping through the bamboo slips. He wanted to help. Pei Qian hurriedly waved her hand and used her arm to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She smiled. I respect my elders very much. I don't need your help. Otherwise, if my master sees this, he'll pull my ear. The old man smiled and left. He stretched out his hand and gestured twice, indicating that Pei Qian did not need to stand up and bow. It was a sign of love for the young. The 2 masters walked side by side on the tree-lined path. The middle-aged Confucian wanted to say something but stopped. The old man named Fu Xing smiled faintly. If I'm not mistaken, that young man is the last disciple of the old scholar. The middle-aged Confucian had a complicated expression. Fu Xing sighed. Let's not worry about it. The middle-aged Confucian nodded and asked, Then when will Mr. accept Lu Qingshan as your disciple? I feel that Lu Qingshan has already passed this examination. Fu Xing shook his head. It's still early. After reading thousands of books in the study room, I understand some of the principles, but how do I do it? I still need Lu Qingshan to travel thousands of miles and see more people and things. The middle-aged Confucian asked. Mr. is preparing to bring Lu Qingshan back to the central divine continent? And then give Lu Qingshan the copies of the books that Mr. saved in the past? Fu Xing thought for a moment. I may not necessarily accompany this child on his travels. It's too conspicuous and it may not be a good thing. The old man who was once known as the continuation of the world's Confucianism suddenly smiled. Although the old scholar's literary vein is different from ours, I have to admit that his eye for choosing disciples from Cui Dong to Zhou and then to Qi Jingchun, it's getting better and better. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head. That young man, at least for the time being, does not deserve Mr. Fu Xing's praise. The cripple Lu Qingshan brought Qin Pingon and Lu Boqi to his study room. Lu Boqi saw the small wooden box at a glance. Inside it was a treasure that belonged to the last emperor of a great dynasty. In the hands of a Qi cultivator who was not on the right path and did not have high standards, it was just a small gold nugget. At most it could be sold for a few coins. Of course, she belonged to the group of cultivators who were not on the right path. She had some ideas. After that, Mr. Dugu and the maidservant Meng Long were the first to leave the lion's garden, bringing along the two secular antiques. As for the master and disciple cultivator who continued to travel with them, Lu Boqi took out a pile of divine money from somewhere, and they returned with a full load. After that, it was the pair of cultivators who left. They also had a rich harvest. Their pockets were filled with small amounts of money, which far exceeded their expectations. They were overjoyed. Qin Pingon had wanted to leave long ago, but Lu Qingshan kept asking him to stay. He stayed for 3 more days and toured the entire lion's garden. In fact, Lu Qingshan would occasionally frown, which was why he had to drink with Qin Pingon every time. Qin Pingon knew that it was a family matter of the embroidery building. However, Qin Pingon would not get involved in these matters. In these few days, Lu Boqi went to the small courtyard to look for Qin Pingon twice. The first time was to tell Qin Pingon that she had beaten the willow tree queen half to death. She should be very obedient for the next 100 years. The second time was to split the spoils with Qin Pingon. A treasure realm demon could not be cut in half with a magical knife. In fact, any treasure realm demon in the world, as long as it was raised and trained properly, it could achieve great Dao. Of course, even if it was a waste of divine money and opportunities, killing it and seizing its treasures would still be a huge fortune. Therefore, Lu Boqi converted it into a sum of money and treated it as Qin Pingon's reward for winning. After Lu Boqi left, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian, master and disciple, faced the small mountain of money on the table. Pei Qian smiled brightly. Qin Pingon also smiled and patted Pei Qian's head. Then I won't pull your ear. Pei Qian was confused. What? Qin Pingon bent over the table and did not give an answer. He looked at the small mountain of money. Pei Qian crossed his arms and straightened his back. He did not think about that sentence and asked happily, Master, I didn't lose money this time, did I? Qin Pingon sat up and stretched out his hands with a smile, rubbing Pei Qian's cheeks and flattening them. Zhou Xian sat at the door and flipped through a book. He was focused on reading and could not bear to turn the page when he saw something interesting. He missed that old seniorson. Shi Rou glanced at Zhou Lian's book and almost angered her to death. On the last day of the Lion's Garden, just as Qin Pingon's group was about to leave for the capital, Lu Boqi came alone at daybreak. He handed Qin Pingon the treasure he had taken out from the wooden box and said expressionlessly, This is what old Assistant Minister Lu agreed to in the beginning. It's yours. If you use it to refine your natal item, it will be extremely outstanding. Because in this small gold nugget, other than the remnant literary luck of a secular dynasty, it also contains the literary luck of the Lu family after hundreds of years in the Lion's Garden. I have no use for it, but if you, Qin Pingon, succeed in refining it, it will have a miraculous effect on a half-educated person like you. Most importantly, even if you already have a metal natal item, you can still refine it and melt it. It can even help your original natal item improve a grade. In the future, on the path of cultivation, you will naturally have twice the results with half the effort. Qin Pingon took the small treasure and examined it carefully. Then he handed it back to Lu Boqi and said softly, "Help me secretly put it back in the study room of Luqing Mountain. Remember not to put it in an eye-catching place." Lu Boqi frowned and said, "You don't want it? You think I'm lying to you and that this treasure does not live up to its name?" Qin Pingon could not be bothered to explain it to her. He called for Pei Qian, who already had a bag slung over her shoulder and a walking stick in her hand. They left the courtyard and walked along the quiet path outside the lion's garden. Lu Boqi remained in the courtyard and suddenly smiled. If Qin Pingon dared to accept it, she would draw her blade and kill him. In that case, why did Qin Pingon reject this gift that was perfectly justified? Was it because he sensed her motives and did not dare to accept it, or was it because he really did not want to accept it? Lu Boqi did not think too deeply about it. Since the treasure was left behind, then Qin Pingon's thoughts had nothing to do with her. Pei Qian bounced along beside Qin Pingon, who was walking the 6-step pile. She asked curiously, "Master, why don't you want that piece of gold? It looks very likable. And that crown princess also said so many benefits." Qin Pingon smiled as he walked the pile. "The literary luck of the Lu family is tied to it. If we take it away, what about Luqing Mountain? He even gave you a book." Pei Qian thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right. Uncle Cripple is already so pitiful. Let him keep it." Then Pei Qian followed Qin Pingon to walk the pile. Pei Qian laughed coldly. "Master, isn't this called a gentleman not taking what others like?" Qin Pingon did not stop punching and walked slowly. He shook his head and said, "I am still far from being a real gentleman." "How far? Is it that far from the lion's garden to here?" "Probably farther than the lotus flower blessed land to the lion's garden." "So far?" "Yes. Master, but no matter how far it is, we can still walk, right?" "Yes. The premise is that we don't go the wrong way." Pei Qian suddenly stopped and stood still for a while. She waited until Zhou Xian and Shi Rou walked past her. Then she quietly reached behind her butt and clenched her fist. She ran to Zhou Xian and asked with a smile, "Do you want to know what I'm hiding in my hand?" Zhou Lian's face darkened. "Get lost." Pei Qian reached out to Shi Rou. "Sister Shi Rou, why don't you guess? If you guess correctly, I'll give it to you." Shi Rou rolled her eyes. Qin Pingon was secretly laughing, but when he saw Pei Qian looking at him with a smile, he did not wait for her to speak and immediately knocked her down. $3.95. After exiting the small path of the lion garden, they passed by a small lake and a patch of emerald green reeds. With a turn, they would be able to enter the official road to the capital of Qinghuan Kingdom. As a result, when they walked out of the small path of the reeds, they saw someone riding an ox cart. They had just entered the small path from the official road. The road was narrow and bumpy. When the ox cart bounced, the man in green who was sitting at the back was almost flung off. He was dizzy and almost fell apart. The driver was a youth who looked like a page boy. Probably because he had been urged by his master all the way, his impetuous age and temperament, plus his unfamiliar driving skills. The ox happily rushed into the small path. In the end, he did not expect that at the end of the small path, there would be a group of people walking out from the reed bank of the lion garden. The person in the lead was a little girl who was bouncing and holding a walking stick. If they bumped into her, wouldn't they die? The young attendant panicked, and the green-robed man was even more anxious. One of them was in a flurry and the other one reminded Pei Qian loudly. As a result, Pei Qian opened his eyes wide and stared at the ox cart. The old ox was swaying back and forth, dragging the two big fools, and dashed into the lake filled with reeds. In fact, Pei Qian had already dodged. She stood in the middle of a large patch of reeds. Even if the ox cart went straight ahead, there would be no problem. It would definitely not hit her. What, there were people taking a bath early in the morning. Could it be that they were actually a group of immortals? That ox could pull the cart and walk on water, especially Immortal? Didn't she ride a yellow ox that belonged to the earth ox before? It was indeed magical. It went up the mountain and into the water steadily. But the scene in front of her didn't seem to be the case. One big and one small shouting, and then with a splash they disappeared. Pei Qian moved her feet and looked along the small path where the ox cart rolled over the reeds. The whole ox cart directly rushed into the water. Pei Qian pinched her chin and fell into deep thought. She heard that the immortals on the mountain only needed to carry the water-repelling pearl to explore the abyss and wade through the water to catch dragons as if they were walking on flat ground. Zhou Xian and Shi Rou flew to save the ox. Qin Pingon pulled Pei Qian's ear. "Watch the road carefully." Pei Qian stood on his tiptoes and begged for mercy loudly. He explained, "How could I have known that the ox cart would not take the right path? It was like a drunken man twisting and swaying. That's how I ended up in the ditch. Ouch, 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 ouch. Master, I've really made way for it. Moreover, you've seen ox carts and mule carts before. Aren't they all slow? This ox cart is so domineering that it wants to fly." Qin Pingon loosened his hand and let Pei Qian stand still. Pei Qian grimaced in pain and rubbed his ears. Really hurt. Sure enough, Zhou Xian had a crow's beak, telling him not to get carried away. Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhou Xian and Shi Rou entered the water, they quickly carried the master and servant as well as the oxen and the cart ashore. The young man still had a lingering fear in his heart. He sat on the reeds that had been crushed by the ox cart and cried loudly. After the old ox came ashore, it shook its body and just happened to hit the young man's head with its tail. Stopped crying. The green-robed man was about 30 years old and did not look old. After he was rescued ashore, he bowed to Shi Rou in gratitude. Qin Pingon walked over and cupped his fists to apologize. The green-robed man was ashamed and hurriedly bowed again to apologize. Finally, the man wiped the water stains on his face. His eyes lit up and he asked Qin Pingon, "Are you the child Qin who joined hands with the female immortal master to save our lion garden?" Qin Pingon nodded and asked tentatively, "Are you Magistrate Lu?" The green-robed man laughed heartily. "I'm Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingshan's eldest brother." Old Assistant Minister Lu's eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, was now a county magistrate. Although he could not say that he had a meteoric rise, he could be considered a scholar who had a smooth career. However, when his father was Lu Jingting, who had a smooth career and a famous scholar, Lu Qingfeng seemed very mediocre. At his age, Lu Jingting was about to become the Assistant Minister of Rights of Qingwan. Lu Jingting was also recognized as the leader of the literary world and a refined master of the country. Now, looking at his eldest son Lu Qingfeng, it was no wonder that people would sigh for a tiger father and a dog son. It should be known that after Lu Jingting passed away, he would definitely receive a first-class title in the imperial court. This was something that was set in stone. As for what the word after literary was, could it be righteous, loyal, or even the slightly inferior respectful or Cheng? Both were possible. Both required the emperor's special edict and could not be decided by the ministers. Previously, the imperial court thought that the former was more likely. However, after the second son Lu Qingshan became a cripple, the expectations were greatly lowered. Not to mention that there were only a handful of literati in the history of Qingwan, they even felt that it was a bit difficult to become a literati. Qin Pingon called Pei Qian. Pei Qian, who had been like being stuck with an immortal's talisman, felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran all the way to Qin Pingon, bowed to Lu Qingfeng and the young attendant, and loudly explained her many mistakes. In fact, in her heart, Pei Qian did not feel that she had done anything wrong. She even complained that Lu Qingfeng was too useless. However, her master was angry. What could she do? Not to mention an apology that would not make her lose her flesh. Even if she was asked to pay for it and move things out of the treasure box, Pei Qian could only do it obediently. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly spoke for Pei Qian. Only then did Pei Qian feel better. She felt that this scholar who had become a county magistrate was quite sensible. After that, of course, he urged Qin Pingon to go back to the lion garden together. However, when Qin Pingon said that he wanted to go to the capital to see if he could catch up with the end of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism, Lu Qingfeng felt embarrassed to persuade him again. Qin Pingon first helped Lu Qingfeng repair the ox cart. Then they said goodbye and continued on their way. After turning into the official road, Zhou Xian said with a smile, "I think Lu Qingfeng, the eldest son of the old assistant minister of the Lion Garden, is more suitable to be an official than his younger brother, Lu Qingshan." Qin Pingon did not comment. Lu Qingshan was more scholarly and talented. He was full of strategies and was more of a gentleman. His elder brother Lu Qingfeng did not seem to be so sharp and had almost no edges. However, Qin Pingon felt that the two brothers were both scholars that the world needed. That was all. As for who would be more successful in the future in the final analysis, weren't they all a family in the Lion Garden? Qin Pingon asked, Pei Qian, do you know what is the most admirable thing about County Magistrate Lu? Pei Qian blurted out. After becoming an official, his temper is good and he doesn't put on airs? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, it's from the bottom of his heart. He didn't hesitate to put himself in danger to make way for you. Oh, Pei Qian replied, not fully understanding. Master, I'll write it down first. Just like 2 days ago when I was drying the bamboo slips in the lion's den. When the sun is hot, I'll flip through these things from time to time. Qin Pingon nodded and rubbed her head. He didn't say anything else. Zhou Xian said with a smile, young master, will I have a chance to help you punch in the future? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, sure. Zhou Xian then turned his head to look at Pei Qian. See, this is from the bottom of my heart. You have to know that between martial artists in the world, it's like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, lightly hitting and releasing, there's no benefit at all. If I want to have an effect, I have to show my true ability. Once I show my true ability, my fist will have a murderous aura and my body will have a murderous aura. Then if I had a premeditated plan, the murderous intent in my heart will be hidden very well. However, young master still trusts me, this is called from the bottom of my heart. Pei Qian still didn't understand and thought carefully, old chef, when you finish flipping through the books in the Lion Garden every day, you would talk to yourself, saying that you don't have any money in your pocket and that you'll feel anxious if you miss those beautiful books in the capital. You also said that the Qingyuan Kingdom's erotic art is the best in the Aquarius continent. If you enter the treasure mountain and return empty-handed, wouldn't you be heartbroken? Tell me honestly, are you trying to cheat my master's money to buy those books in erotic art? Zhou Lian's face blushed and he rubbed his hands without saying a word. Qin Pingon made a prompt decision, I can give you a punch but I don't have any money. Zhou Lian was anxious. Young master, we've earned money from this trip to the Lion Garden. Although this old servant didn't do anything this time, but the sun and the moon are clear, my loyalty can be seen. Qin Pingon said to Pei Qian, you tell him. Pei Qian raised his voice and said loudly, damn the money. The money that enters my master's pocket is no longer money. Ro walked at the back, lamenting in her heart. Look, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's temperament. These three are here again. Lu Qingfeng complained to the page boy along the way, but Lu Qingfeng didn't talk back, nor did he use his status to suppress him. The two people were wet all over and they took the ox cart to the Lion Garden. The page boy saw the familiar outline of the Lion Garden after passing the stone cliff and the old tree, and he immediately stopped complaining. The boy grew up here and he was very fond of his childhood sweetheart, Xiaoya. In the Qing generation, the old assistant minister Lu Jingting's 5 children from the oldest to the youngest happened to be Fenjiash and Qingyu. After changing into a clean set of clothes, Lu Qingfeng went straight to his younger brother's study. The page boy said that the master was already waiting there. The three of them sat down. After Lu Jingting saw Lu Qingfeng, he felt relieved. This relaxed state of mind was no less than seeing the monster being captured with his own eyes. Perhaps no one could imagine that, whether it was Qin Pingon, Lu Boqi, or even most people in the Lion Garden, the real backbone of the Lion Garden was Lu Qingfeng, who didn't have a high official rank and was mediocre in talent, and not Lu Jingting, who was the master of the family. Lu Boqi had peeped on the three of them drinking, but his attention was attracted by Lu Qingshan, and he didn't enjoy the taste of the drinking game. However, the changes in the mentality of the three of them were gradual and natural, and it was not deliberately done by Lu Qingfeng. The extremely pragmatic and meritorious eldest son, Lu Qingfeng, had long taken on the role of Lu Jingting's guest and assistant, because Lu Qingshan stayed in the Lion Garden to study except for traveling and imperial examinations. Lu Qingfeng was different. When Lu Jingting was an official in the capital, he, as the eldest son, had been accompanying him in the capital. Therefore, he was involved in the government affairs of the old assistant minister much earlier than Lu Qingshan, and was more familiar with the changes in the imperial court of Qingyuan Kingdom. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, I have carefully read the letter that father sent to the county government. Lu Qingshan found that his brother was looking at him with a smile, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lu Qingfeng suddenly laughed. Lu Qingshan's face was slightly red. Big brother. Lu Jingting sighed and said, if I had listened to you about the Willow Tree Queen earlier and talked to her openly, maybe our relationship wouldn't be as stiff as it is now. Lu Qingfeng comforted him and said, Father, whether it's a person or a god receiving incense, the matter of temperament is the root. In fact, it's not something that we can change with just a few words and heartfelt words. Fortunately, the Willow Tree Queen shares the honor and disgrace of the Lion Garden's Lu family. This disaster can be regarded as a warning to her, and it's a blessing in disguise. This is all thanks to the chivalrous child Chen, and the female Taoist priest that Qingshan is familiar with. Her surname is Lu. What's her name again? Lu Qingshan became angry and said, Lu Boqi. Big brother, are you done? Lu Qingfeng stopped smiling and asked seriously, do you really like her? Lu Qingshan was a little embarrassed and looked around. Lu Jingting hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, after all, the female Taoist priest is a cultivator on the mountain. If we only talk about the Lion Garden, we can't be too grateful. But when it comes to your brother's marriage, alas, it's a mess. As the old assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Qingwan country, he was no stranger to the immortals or passing immortals in the country's jurisdiction. In addition, the emperor of the Tang family had always been strong, so he, as an assistant minister, had always had a strong back when facing immortals and cultivators. It was just that it was difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. Lu Qingfeng signaled his father with his eyes that he knew what to do. He said to Lu Qingshan, Qingshan, I believe in you. If you like her, you really like her. You have carefully considered her appearance, background, and character. I also believe in your taste. As your brother, I won't talk about this and I won't criticize you too. Then let's assume that the female Taoist priest from another continent named Lu Boqi may marry into our Lion Garden and become Qingshan's legal wife. Then we have to consider two things. First, Lu Boqi is a cultivator, so we don't ask her to deal with daily necessities. The question is she willing to cultivate in the Lion's Garden and treat Lu Qingshan with sincerity as husband and wife? Or is she going to think that she is the immortal master of the mountain and is above Lu Qingshan in everything and even meddle in the household affairs of the Lion's Garden? Second, Qingshan, did she say anything to imply that you should cultivate magic with her? Did she want you to abandon all the holy books, leave the Lion Garden and climb the mountain? In the beginning, the love between men and women in the world makes people feel that everything is beautiful and moving. Just like this Lion Garden, built in the green mountains and clear waters like a paradise. Generations of people have respected the land goddess Willow Tree. What happens when things come to the end? If it weren't for the fact that goddess Willow Tree couldn't move, she would have left the Lion Garden and fled far away. 7 generations of the Lu family had established good karma and incense offerings. In the end, in the ancestral hall in front of so many ancestral tablets, weren't Queen Willow's words also extremely hurtful? So, Qingshan, it's not that I don't want you to be with Lu Boqi. I just want you to understand that there are 2 different worlds on the mountain and below the mountain. A scholarly family and a cultivator are 2 different worlds. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. After marriage, will Lu Boqi accommodate you or will you, Lu Qingshan, obey her? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it clearly? Yes, Lu Boqi has done a great favor for the Lion's Denver. Not only did he subdue the demon and save our Lu family from the brink of collapse, but he also spent a lot of money on our behalf. However, Qingshan, you have to understand that it's not that our Lu family is unwilling to repay Lu Boqi's great kindness. From father to me to the entire Lion's Den, you don't have to bear the burden alone. If the Lu family of the Lion's Den can't repay Lu Boqi's kindness in 1 generation, then 2, 3 and so on. As long as Lu Boqi is willing to wait, we're willing to continue to repay him. Lu Qingfeng sighed and said, don't blame me for being so materialistic and gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. It's really that if we think more today we will have less to worry about in the coming year. No matter what I say, I still hope that you, Qingshan, can live well. At the same time, of course, I have my own selfish motives. As your elder brother, I admit that I don't have the ability to carry the Lu family's teachings and traditions of the Lion Garden. You still need to inherit them. Lu Qingshan got up. Because of his lame leg, his shoulders were crooked. He looked free and easy. He bowed and said, I'll go and ask. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He said softly, there are many immortals in the world. Qingshan, don't worry, I can cure you. I can promise you. Lu Qingshan only thought that his elder brother was comforting him and left with a smile. Lu Jingting, on the other hand, was experienced and insightful. He was most familiar with his eldest son's temperament. He was unusually calm and open-minded, far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, the old assistant minister's face changed slightly. Lu Qingshan closed the door after Lu Qingfeng left the study room. Lu Qingfeng looked tired and said with a smile, on the way here I happened to meet Qin Pingon. Lu Jingting suppressed the trembling in his heart and said with a smile, what do you think? Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, an extremely rare mountain person. He's more like a serious scholar from a rich family. Lu Jingting smiled and said, indeed. Lu Qingfeng wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Jingting stood up and put his hand on his eldest son's shoulder. Don't be so polite. Qingshan will understand your good intentions in the future. As for father, to be honest, I don't think you're right, but I don't think you're wrong either. Lu Qingfeng looked sad. Lu Jingting said, go and see Qingqing. She is close to Qingshan, but she is in awe of you. Therefore some words are more useful for you to say. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, I'll sit for a while. After I meet the two gentlemen, I'll go to the embroidery building. Lu Jingting sighed and said, of course. The old assistant minister left the study room first. Lu Qingfeng sat alone in a chair and turned to look at the couplet. Thousands of troops in the pen, thousands of horses and soldiers in the poem. Li Deqi through the ancient and modern times, Bibliotheca taught the descendants. In fact, this was not written by the owner of the study room, Lu Qingshan. It was written by Lu Qingfeng himself as a gift to Lu Qingshan during his brother's coronation ceremony. Lu Qingfeng looked bleak as he walked out of the study room to meet the old master Fu Sheng and the middle-aged Confucian scholar Mr. Lu. The former was not at the school, only the latter was. Lu Qingfeng asked the latter some questions about knowledge before he left and went to the embroidery building to find his sister Lu Qingqing. After Lu Qingfeng left, the old master Fu Sheng appeared out of thin air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar asked, Sir, what Lu Qingfeng did was right to drag Lu Qingshan into the vortex of the battle between the three sects of Qinghuan Kingdom. Fu Sheng smiled and said, didn't someone say that what happened yesterday died yesterday and what happened today lives today? Today's right or wrong may not be right or wrong in the future. Still depends on the person. Besides, this is the Lu family's matter. I also want to take this opportunity to see how much Lu Qingfeng has read. The integrity of a scholar can only be achieved through hard work. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was helpless. It was not polite for Mr. Fu to talk about the actions of the Confucian scholars with Buddhist teachings. However, Mr. Fu was highly respected in the Confucian temple of the Central Plains. He also knew that Mr. Fu's vision was very far. If it did not involve the deviation of Lu Qingfeng's path, Mr. Fu would not interfere. If Lu Qingfeng didn't stand up for Queen Willow in the ancestral hall this time, Lu Qingfeng would only know for the rest of his life that the two teachers in the family school had stayed in the Lion's Garden for so many years and then returned home one day, never to be heard of again. In fact, all kinds of opportunities in the world were like this. There might be differences in size. The 100 schools of thought and the immortals on the mountain had their own paths to take in disciples. The entry point of choosing disciples was different, but in fact the nature was the same. It still depended on whether the person who was tested could grasp it. The Daoist immortals especially liked this. Compared to Mr. Fu Xing's view, it was more bumpy and complicated. The ups and downs of honor and disgrace, the separation of life and death, the relationship between father and son, husband and wife, many worries and many temptations might need to be tested. Even in history there were some famous disciple recruitment processes that took a very long time and even involved reincarnation and training in the Blessed Land. It was soul-stirring and magnificent. Fu Xing suddenly said, actually, Lu Qingfeng is suitable to be your direct disciple. The middle-aged Confucian shook his head and said, I know that this person has a good temperament and has great ambitions. At the same time, he does complicated things. Unfortunately, he is not suitable to inherit my small school of knowledge." Fu Xing smiled and said no more. He did not say anything. Mr. Fu was teaching disciples. Was it really as simple as the disciple listening to the teacher's teachings? Was the disciple really unable to find and fill in the gaps of the teacher's knowledge? It was just that this could not be said by outsiders. It had to be thought of by oneself. The Holy Master had once been worried that the higher the knowledge of the Confucian sage, the higher his status would be. If the position of the god kept moving away from the mortal world, then what would happen to the mortal world? The sage of rites, the second sage Fu Xing or Fu Sheng, and the two vice-hierarch of the Confucian school all had their own answers. But the Holy Master was still frowning. Later on, there was the birth of the old scholar from the shabby alley. That era was shining brightly. In the two battles between the three sects, the two groups of Buddhists and Daoists with outstanding Dao seeds resolutely turned to the Confucian school. There were more than one or two of them. A young immortal from the Baek Okekyung building who had participated in the debate asked a question. Since the Confucian school advocates that human nature is good, since everyone is already good by nature, then what is the merit of the Confucian school's education? The middle-aged Confucian suddenly asked, "What if Lu Qingshan first traveled with the chief nun of the Saber Room, Lu Boqi, and eventually became husband and wife?" The old master Fu Xing, or the great sage of the Confucian school, Fu Xing, smiled and said, "What's the big deal? The views of the three sects are only true in terms of knowledge." The middle-aged Confucian was puzzled again. The old master nodded and said, "Lu Qingfeng has roughly guessed our identity. Because the Lion's Garden had a way out, there was this gamble between Lu Qingfeng and Dali Shuhu." The middle-aged Confucian snorted coldly. The old master sighed and said, "If there were a few more Cui Dong and Lu Qingshan among the old scholar's disciples, they would not have lost. Perhaps they would still have lost, but at least they would not have lost so badly." Lu Qingfeng stood at the bottom of the embroidery building and asked the maid Zhaoye to invite his sister Lu Qingqing downstairs. Zhaoye was a little embarrassed. After knowing the general truth these days, the young miss was heartbroken, especially when she knew that her second brother Lu Qingshan was crippled because of her. She even had the thought of committing suicide. If she had not found out quickly and removed the scissors, the Lion's Garden would have been overjoyed and overjoyed. Therefore she accompanied the young miss day and night and did not leave her side. In the past 2 days, the young miss was even more haggard than when she was in trouble. She was so thin that she was almost skin and bones. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, "Go and ask her to come downstairs." Zhaoye was frightened and immediately turned and ran upstairs. Lu Qingqing walked downstairs timidly and did not even dare to let Zhaoye help her. Lu Qingfeng glanced at his sister and did not speak. Lu Qingqing lowered her head and was terrified. Since she was young, she had been afraid of her brother who was not as good as Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingfeng softened his tone and said, "The sky will not fall. I will accompany you." Half an hour later, Zhaoye stood worriedly at the embroidery building and looked forward to it. When she found that her young miss came back, there were still tears on her face, but she seemed to have untied the knot in her heart. Lu Qingqing lifted the hem of her dress and went up the embroidery building. Zhaoye followed behind her in confusion. Lu Qingqing suddenly asked with a smile, "Will you accompany me to the mountain to cultivate?" Zhaoye was stunned. She looked at the young miss who was no longer lifeless and nodded. Lu Qingfeng walked alone in the Lion's Garden. It was impossible to be a mellow scholar who was extremely knowledgeable. Since Lu Qingfeng had taken that step, he was destined to struggle in the mud for the rest of his life. Lu Qingfeng's heart was filled with sorrow and bitterness. Which scholar did not want to devote himself to the study room and write moral essays that would be immortalized for generations to come? Which scholar did not want to have students all over the world? Which scholar did not want to be regarded as the leader of the scholarly circle? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? Which scholar did not want to be clean and honest? However, someone had to be an official who was the most difficult to be independent. Someone had to be the one who haggled over every penny for the common people. Fortunately, it was said that if one was extremely knowledgeable, one could still achieve both. Lu Qingfeng turned his head at the small bridge and saw Lu Qingshan and the female Taoist priest walking over side by side. Finally, Lu Qingshan walked towards Lu Qingfeng alone. He smiled and said, I want to travel to the Aquarius continent with Lu Boqi first. I want to go to the Lakeview Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, and the northernmost Dali Longquan County's newly built academy. Lu Qingfeng smiled and asked, Have you thought about it? If you have, remember to greet the two gentlemen first and see what they think. Lu Qingshan nodded and said, Lu Boqi said that my leg can be cured, but I don't think there's a need to rush. Otherwise I will owe her another favor. If that time comes. Lu Qingfeng joked. If we're a family there's no need to be so calculative. Lu Qingshan turned to leave. Lu Qingfeng suddenly called out to his younger brother and said, I thank you on behalf of the Lu ancestors and all the scholars of Qingyuan. The Lu family's scholarly style is still the same as before. The scholars of Qingyuan can hold their heads high. Lu Qingshan was puzzled. Why, big brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Lu Qingshan helped Lu Qingshan tidy up his clothes and smiled. Silly boy, don't worry about this. Just focus on your studies and strive to become the scholarly sage in the future and bring glory to our Lu family. Lu Qingshan joked. Big brother, have you become an official? You're only a county magistrate now. What will you do when you become an assistant minister or minister? Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, It's up to you. Lu Qingfeng asked, When you go to say goodbye to the two gentlemen, can I flirt with Lu Boqi? Don't worry, just a few words. Lu Qingshan nodded and said, That's nothing. Lu Qingshan went to tell Lu Boqi and Lu Boqi agreed. When Lu Qingshan went to find Master Fu and Mr. Lu, Lu Qingfeng took Lu Boqi to the Lu family's ancestral hall. Along the way Lu Qingfeng did not speak. For the first time Lu Boqi felt anxious. Of course it was mainly because after falling in love with Lu Qingshan at first sight, she always felt that she was inferior to Lu Qingfeng and Lu Jingting in terms of seniority. However, Lu Boqi also had a strange intuition that this Lu Qingfeng might not be simple. Lu Qingfeng stopped outside the ancestral hall and asked, Lu Boqi, if my brother Lu Qingshan only had a short lifespan of a mortal teacher, what would you do? Lu Boqi replied, I'm now an earth immortal and it won't be difficult for me to reach the upper 5 realms in the future. Therefore I'm willing to delay my life for 100 years for Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingfeng asked again, Then if Lu Qingshan has a bright future and aspires to become one of the 3 immortals of the Confucian school, and has a chance of achieving it, what would you do? Lu Boqi replied, If you marry a chicken then follow the chicken. If you marry a dog then follow the dog. If anyone dares to ruin my husband's Dao, they'll have to ask my saber and life armor first. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. Lu Boqi frowned. Then what do you want me to do? Lu Qingfeng said softly, When it comes to important matters, especially those life and death decisions, I hope that my sister-in-law can stand from Lu Qingshan's point of view and consider the problem. Don't think that your first thought is I, Lu Boqi, feel that this is the best for Lu Qingshan, so I'll do it for him. The Dao is rugged and fighting and killing are inevitable. However, since you said that you'll follow the chicken, then I still hope that you can truly understand Lu Qingshan's thoughts and desires. Therefore I can tell you clearly now. In the future you'll definitely suffer some grievances or even great grievances. Lu Boqi was originally very uncomfortable when he heard the words sister-in-law, but when he heard the latter part of the sentence, Lu Boqi was only left with heartfelt admiration. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm convinced by these words, sincerely convinced. I'm a stubborn person but I can still distinguish between good and bad words. Lu Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He smiled and said, My brother has good taste. Lu Boqi stretched out his palm towards the ancestral hall. You're an immortal on the mountain. Just kowtow to our Lu family's ancestral hall 3 times. Lu Boqi did as he was told. But he discovered that Lu Qingfeng also kowtowed 3 times from afar. Lu Boqi's heart was heavy. Lu Qingfeng said softly, If there are no accidents, my name will be removed from the Lu family's genealogy very soon. At that time I will no longer be Lu Qingshan's elder brother. At that time if Lu Qingshan receives a letter from home and wants to give up on his long journey, no matter if you are in Aquarius continent or Central continent, if he insists on returning to Lion's Den and denouncing me, You must stop him and protect him as he continues his long journey. Although Lu Boqi did not know the reason behind it, he still nodded. He then smiled bitterly and said, "You want me to be the bad guy so soon? You don't regard me as an outsider." Lu Qingfeng changed the topic. "I heard that you taught Queen Willow a lesson?" Lu Boqi began to feel guilty. Lu Qingfeng squinted his eyes and smiled. "When I was very young, I wanted to do that. I originally thought that it would take another 7 or 8 years before I could do it. Thank you again." Only at this moment did Lu Boqi begin to fully acknowledge the Lu family style. In the distance, Lu Qingshan limped towards the ancestral hall. Lu Qingshan found that his elder brother was chatting happily with the woman he loved. As long as his elder brother nodded, then his marriage with Lu Boqi should be secure. Lu Qingshan smiled. This young scholar only felt that there was nothing in the world that was difficult. Qin Pingan's group successfully entered the capital of Qingyuan. After Old Dragon City, this once again gave people the feeling that the world was bustling with activity. In the end, Qin Pingan still gave Zhou Xian some gold, silver and white items, allowing him to purchase the paintings that Shiro hated bitterly. Qin Pingan himself also found a century-old shop and bought a lot of fine rice paper that cost a copper coin. Before entering the city, Qin Pingan emptied the bamboo boxes in a secluded place and placed the items within close proximity. Cui Dongshan had previously mentioned the inside story of this debate at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn. Among them was the Baiyun Temple that was unknown in Qingyuan, so Qin Pingan deliberately avoided this place. He felt that he had used up most of his good luck in the Lion's Garden. He should not be too ostentatious and take the initiative to enter the sites of the Jiang family of Yunlin and the Tang family of Qingyuan. While eating in a restaurant in the downtown area, the diners in the capital were all talking about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism that was nearing its end but had not truly ended. They were in high spirits and beaming with joy. Whether it was worshipping Buddhism or Taoism, it was difficult to conceal the pride of being a citizen of Qingyuan in their words. In fact, this was one of the manifestations of a country's strength and fate. Qin Pingan had seen it in some places. For example, he had seen it on the scouts of Dali's border army in the snow, on the people of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, on the young girl in the carriage in Old Dragon City, and on the inverted mountain. A few tables nearby were talking about a wonderful thing that had just happened in the capital, which was widely spread. Qin Pingan listened. When Pei Qian saw that Qin Pingan was listening carefully, he slightly let go of the half-delicious roast chicken and pricked up his ears to listen. Zhou Xian secretly stretched out his chopsticks and wanted to put a drumstick into his bowl, but Pei Qian quickly blocked him with his chopsticks. The old man and the young man stared at each other and moved their chopsticks quickly. When Qin Pingan picked up the food, they beat the gong to retreat. When Qin Pingan lowered his head to eat, Pei Qian and Zhou Lian began to compete again. Qin Pingan was too lazy to pay attention to this pair of buffoons, but he was curious about the seemingly accidental exchange of words. It turned out that there was a heavy rain in the capital yesterday. A scholar came to the capital to take shelter from the rain under the eaves, and a monk held an umbrella in the rain. So there was a wonderful conversation. The content was not much, but it was meaningful, which made the diners near Qin Pingan ponder countless mysteries. At that time, the scholar asked the monk if he could give him a ride to take shelter from the rain. The monk said that he was in the rain and the scholar was under the eaves. Where there was no rain, there was no need to cross. The scholar walked out of the eaves and stood in the rain. The monk shouted and went to find an umbrella. In the end, the scholar returned to the eaves in a daze. Most of the diners marveled at the monk's profound dharma, saying that this was great mercy and the true dharma. Because even though the scholar was also in the rain, the monk was not drenched because he had an umbrella in his hand, and that umbrella represented the dharma of salvation for all living things. What the scholar really needed was not the monk to cross him, but the dharma of salvation in his heart. So he was finally awakened by the monk's shout. It was really difficult to get a drumstick under Pei Qian's nose, so Zhou Lian poured a bowl of chicken soup for himself. He drank a mouthful and curled his lips, saying, "The taste is not very good." Qin Pingan laughed. "You are still a scholar in your bones, of course you would think that the taste is ordinary." Zhou Lian nodded. "That's right, the hard work is not worth it. If it were the young master or the Lu brothers, they would have to obediently take out an umbrella to shelter the scholar from the wind and rain and take him home. Maybe they would step into a puddle on the way, or the scholar's shoulder would get wet from the rain, and the scholar would remember your kindness. If it were the stinky cow's nose, there would probably be no such thing. He would not even look under the eaves and directly leave. Qin Pingon thought for a while and asked with a smile, if after a shout the monk lent the umbrella to the scholar and they walked together in the wind and rain, how would the taste of this bowl of chicken soup be? Zhou Xian shook the chicken soup in the bowl and smiled. It would probably be much better. Sure, Ro understood. Pei Qian was confused, not to mention he was busy eating the drumstick. Qin Pingon smiled at Pei Qian. Don't just eat the drumstick, eat more rice. Pei Qian nodded vigorously, his body slightly leaning back, holding up his round belly, proudly saying, Master, I ate quite a lot. In the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in the capital of Qingyuan, there were actually many strange things that happened. There were monks who chopped up Buddha statues and used them as firewood. There were also monks who casually drank wine and ate meat in the marketplace, shouting that the wine and meat passed through the intestines, but the Buddha remained in the heart. It could be said to be enlightening to the deaf and inevitably caused people to think deeply. The Taoists of Qingyuan, on the other hand, did not have any shocking actions or words. They were gentle and slow, and it was said that the immortals and spiritual masters of the famous Taoist temples had gradually fallen into a disadvantageous position in the debate between the two sides. Especially the case of the White Water Temple in the south of the capital. At the beginning, it seemed to be a breakthrough for the Taoist immortals to attack the Buddhists. But the virtuous monks seemed to have anticipated it, and with a solemn speech, refuted the Taoists until they were speechless. Qin Pingon had only heard those rumors, so he let it go. After lunch he took Pei Qian and the others shopping. He bought a pair of green glazed go jars. The shape of the jars was relatively large, but they were elegant and refined, which was not easy to make. The shop owner said that these jars were once used by the imperial court of Yunshao, which was rarely burned, so it should be true. Qin Pingon was born in the porcelain industry, so he still had a good eye for things. The key was that the go jars had a lid which was not added in later generations, so it was expensive. The shop asked for 50 taels of silver for a pair of jars, and Qin Pingon was willing to pay. He also bought a small gourd for Pei Qian, which was elegantly called the gold in the grass. It was very small in size, but its appearance was very good. Back then, on the wall of the lion's garden, the female Taoist Lu Boqi used a similar small gourd to capture the real body of the slug monster. Of course, this small yellow gourd was just an ordinary worldly item for people to play with. Qin Pingon took a liking to it at first glance, and seeing that Pei Qian was also staring at it, he bought it. Because in Pei Qian's mind, those who walked the Jianghu were probably like her master, Qin Pingon, who needed something to hold wine and drink. This small yellow gourd looked very expensive at first glance, and Pei Qian felt that it was just the right age for her. Of course, Pei Qian did not dare to ask for it. Seeing that Qin Pingon took the initiative to buy it, she immediately smiled from ear to ear, carefully held it in her hands and shouted that there was wine to drink. In the end, she was hit by a chestnut which made her squat on the spot. Although her head hurt, Pei Qian was still very happy. In the Baishui temple, the monk in white sat next to the well that had been blocked for many years and murmured, "Lost, lost. It's not that Buddhism lost, it's that we lost." The young monk's face was full of tears and he looked into the distance. If people follow me, it's like entering the devil's den. I was wrong. In the Baiyun Taoist temple in the capital, a woman near the small Taoist temple and a child who had thrown a kite kept scolding. The middle-aged Taoist priest hid far away. The little Taoist priest cried and went to find his master. He said sadly, "Master, why don't we cut down those trees? We've been scolded by our neighbors and the pilgrims have run away. Then we won't have any incense anymore and we'll starve. Master, you won't be able to afford those books in the future." Of course, the middle-aged Taoist priest would not cut down those ancient trees, but his little disciple was crying so sadly, so he had to comfort him. He held the little Taoist priest's hand and went to the study room. The little Taoist priest sniffled. After all, he had been through a lot in the Baiyun Taoist temple. After being sad, he immediately returned to his child's naivety. He was not so bad. Some of his senior brothers had even been scratched on the face by some shrews who complained about their morning bells and evening drums. Anyway, the senior brothers in the Taoist temple were like rats running across the street every time they went out. They just needed to get used to it. The Taoist priest said that this was cultivation. In the summer, everyone was too hot to sleep, and so was the master. He would run out of the house and fan himself with them under the tree to enjoy the cool air. He asked his master why they were still hot after doing so much homework. His master could not give him an answer, so he just laughed. The little Taoist priest would be so angry that he would snatch the fan from his master. Fortunately, his master never got angry. At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist priest helped the little disciple settle down. He took out a Confucian book and showed it to the child. The middle-aged Taoist priest continued to read the legalism book on the table. Previously, he had read a sentence, "Even if you lose your hair, you have to do it." Thus he began to annotate the book. To be precise, he was annotating his reading experience again. Because there was no place left for him to write on, he could only take out the cheapest paper so that after he finished writing he could sandwich it between the pages. The little Daoist boy did not like to read. In the past he liked to listen to his master telling him stories from the books. He put down the book and walked to his master's side. He saw his master writing something that he could not understand. He stood on his tiptoes and looked at the book that was open. He turned to his master and asked curiously, "Master, what are you writing?" The middle-aged Taoist priest put down the writing brush in his hand and put it on his self-made wooden carving brush holder. He smiled and said, "I read a sentence in the language of legalism again and felt inspired. So I wrote something so that the next time I read it I can reflect on myself and know what I thought yesterday. Then I can verify my thoughts tomorrow." After many rounds of practice, the knowledge can be transformed from the books of the sages into our own knowledge. The little Daoist boy nodded but was still a little unhappy. He asked, "Master, we can't bear to cut down the tree, but we also have to be despised by our neighbors. They hate us as if everything we do is wrong. When will this end? My senior brothers and I are so pitiful." The middle-aged Taoist priest looked kind and smiled apologetically. He said, "Don't blame the neighbors. If there is any resentment, just blame our master. Because our master does not know." The little Taoist priest scratched his head. The Taoist priests of Baiyun Taoist temple all wore square headscarves instead of hibiscus, fishtail, or lotus. The little Taoist priest asked eagerly, "Then when will our master know the answer?" Although the master and disciple said, "No," it was still very different. The middle-aged Taoist priest sighed and said patiently, "I still don't know." The little Taoist priest suddenly laughed and patted his master's arm. "Master, don't worry. We are not in a hurry. Do you want me to massage your arm?" The middle-aged Taoist priest finished his annotation and thought for a while. He took out a Buddhist scripture on the table. There were nearly 100 Buddhist cases recorded on it. However, he was not in a hurry to open it. He suddenly laughed and said, "Buddha should be more worried than me. If Buddha is not worried, why should I be?" The little Taoist priest suddenly whispered, "By the way, master, senior brother said that the rice bowl has reached the bottom." The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded and said slowly, "Got it." The little Taoist priest rolled his eyes. "Our master is always like this. In the end, our Baiyun Taoist temple still has to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall." However, the little Taoist priest suddenly saw something strange. It seemed that a golden breeze came in from the window and opened the books on the Taoist priest's master's table. Then it seemed that the whole room was turned over. The little Taoist priest blinked hard and found that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, his master closed his eyes and dozed off as if he had fallen asleep. Perhaps his master was too tired from reading. The little Taoist priest tiptoed out of the room and closed the door softly. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Pei Qian asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Nothing." "396. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Both of them noticed Qin Pingon's strange behavior. Zhou Xian and Shi Rou looked at each other. Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Tell me about it first." Shi Rou tried hard to suppress the discomfort in her heart. This old pervert's eyes would probably still make her want to vomit even after 100 years. She lowered her voice and said, I'm an otherworldly item, so I'm naturally restrained by the capital. As far as the young master's eyes could see, there was something that made me feel uneasy. What about you? Zhou Xian nodded and said, just now the young master sensed something and turned his head to look. Miss Shuro, you also looked into the distance. Your eyes were dazed and very moving. Shuro was annoyed. Even Pei Qian knows how to treat people with sincerity. Don't you know how to be shameless? Pei Qian felt wronged. Sister Shuro, what do you mean by Lian? I'm very diligent in reading and writing, okay? Shuro could only give him an apologetic look. Pei Qian waved his hand and began to piece together the principles he had learned from the books. Everyone makes mistakes. There's no unforgivable person in this world. Pei Qian knew something was wrong. Sure enough, he quickly stood on his tiptoes and let Qin Pingon pull his ear as they walked forward. Qin Pingon scolded him, you don't even understand the hard-earned principles of the sages in the books. How dare you show them off? Pei Qian immediately admitted his mistake. His ear was burning with pain. After being baptized by wind and rain, she now had a rough idea of the severity of her master's anger. If he knocked on the chestnut, even if it was a little harsh, it was still okay. Actually, her master wasn't that angry. If he pulled on the ear, it meant that he was really angry. If he pulled on the ear too hard, it meant that he was really angry. However, eating a chestnut and pulling on the ear couldn't compare to Qin Pingon's anger. Pei Qian was afraid of that the most. Qin Pingon found an inn downtown. It was in the most prosperous area of the capital, Chonglu Square, which had many bookstores. It was just that right now the rooms in the various inns of the Azure Phoenix country were all in high demand. There were only 2 scattered rooms left, and the price was obviously ripping people off. The young waiter at the counter had an expression of, if you want to stay or not, if you don't want to stay then get lost. Qin Pingon still paid to stay. Of course, he had to first show the waiter his documents, which had to be recorded. Afterwards, the government of the capital would investigate. When Qin Pingon took out the documents that Cui Dongshan had prepared beforehand, after the waiter confirmed that there were no mistakes, he immediately changed his expression. After he finished copying the documents, he respectfully returned them with both hands. The waiter was incomparably attentive, even apologizing to Qin Pingon, saying that right now the inn really did not have any extra rooms, but as soon as a guest leaves the inn he would definitely inform Qin Pingon immediately. Qin Pingon smiled and agreed. Very quickly, a young girl called out to the clerk and led Qin Pingon and the others to their accommodation. The clerk immediately went to find the manager of the inn, saying that a group of people from the capital of the Dali dynasty had come to the inn to travel to the south. The shopkeeper was a fat man whose eyes were almost invisible. He was wearing the common brocade clothes of the rich and was leisurely sipping tea in an elegant and quiet side room. After he finished listening to the words of the shop assistant, he saw that the latter was listening attentively and foolishly. He immediately became angry and kicked the shop assistant, scolding, "What are you standing there for? Do you want me to bring you a cup of tea to quench your thirst? Since it's a master from the capital of Dali, why don't you hurry and serve him? Mother **Ker, the Dali cavalry is almost at the Zhuang dynasty. What if he's really a noble son of a Dali official? Forget it, I'll go myself. I don't trust you to do it." Not only did the young shop assistant fail to claim credit, but he was also kicked. He cursed in his heart, but in the end he was slapped heavily by the shopkeeper. "Even if I use my butt to think, I know that you were looking down on me. If it weren't for the fact that you called me brother-in-law, I would have sent you to the streets to pick up dog shit." The young man who was working as a clerk in the inn only dared to curse when he returned to the counter. His beautiful sister was a concubine of such a fat pig. It was really a blessing. She didn't have to worry about food or clothing. She wore gold and silver. Every time she went back to the shabby alley of her mother's house, she was like a concubine in the palace. She was so glamorous that even her younger brother was proud of her. The manager personally came to Qin Pingon's room. Pei Qian and Shuro stayed in the same room. Shuro was suitable for cultivating at night and didn't need to sleep, so Pei Qian took her bed. Qin Pingon was worried that Pei Qian would be jealous of Shuro's otherworldly identity and Du Mao's body, so he asked Pei Qian first. Pei Qian didn't mind. Of course, Shuro didn't mind either. If she stayed in the same room with Zhou Lian, it would be a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Qin Pingon had long been used to paying attention to trivial matters in the human world. If he paid attention, the people around him would be able to do less trivial things and more serious things. That was how he came from the Great Sui Kingdom to study and escort Li Baoping and the others. The two rooms were a little far apart, so Pei Qian stayed in Qin Pingon's room to copy books. Qin Pingon practiced the heaven and earth stance. Zhou Xian had nothing to do, so he stood in the corner in the shape of an ape. In fact, whether it was Zhou Xian, who was already a martial artist in the remote travel state, or Qin Pingon, who hadn't reached the sixth state, they both knew that kung fu was more important in their daily lives. Boxing when they walked, climbing mountains, and wading in water had different ways. Breathing when they sat down, and even sleeping, Zhou Xian and Qin Pingon had their own ways to nurture their fist intent. As for Pei Qian, after all, he was still young and hadn't reached this level. However, Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian had to admit that some people in the world did have outstanding martial arts talent. Even the martial arts path, which was famous for being down-to-earth and having no shortcuts, could be seen as cheating for Pei Qian. For example, Qin Pingon taught Pei Qian the 18 stops of sword qi. Pei Qian's progress was so fast that Qin Pingon felt ashamed of himself in the dusty drugstore in Old Dragon City. When Qin Pingon put away the heaven and earth stance, Zhou Xian was eager to have a try. Qin Pingon understood and asked Pei Qian, who had finished copying books, to draw a circle on the ground with the mountain walking stick. Pei Qian would compete with Zhou Xian in the circle. If he went out of the circle, he would lose. When Qin Pingon and Ma Kuxuan reunited on the street of Tsai Kingdom, they used this to determine the so-called victory and defeat. If Qin Pingon didn't know that Ma Kuxuan's protector of Zhenwu Mountain was watching in the dark, the two of them of the same age in Clay Bottle Lane and Apricot Blossom Lane would have directly fought to the death. Qin Pingon wouldn't be polite to Ma Kuxuan, whose parents had been sitting in a dragon kiln since a long time ago. There would always be a day when the truth of old and new grudges would be sorted out and settled. After Pei Qian finished drawing a big circle, she was a little worried. She couldn't learn the immortal magic art that Cui Dongshan taught her. Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian stood in the circle and punched at the abbot. Zhou Xian naturally suppressed his martial arts realm, just like how Jing Dafeng fed the four people in the painting scrolls. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Qin Pingon was hit by Zhou Xian's punch and leaned back. His feet were rooted in the circle and he was hit in the chest by Zhou Xian's elbow. His body fell to the ground with a bang. Qin Pingon slammed his palms on the ground. When his back was only a foot above the ground, his body spun and his sleeves swayed like a spinning top. His feet followed the boundary of the circle and circled around to Zhou Lian's side. In the end, he was kicked in the chest by Zhou Lian and slammed into the wall with a bang. Qin Pingon pressed his palms against the wall first to neutralize all the force. Otherwise, with the force of Zhou Lian's kick, he wouldn't have just smashed through a wall. In the end, he floated to the ground and said with a smile, "I lost." Zhou Lian asked with a smile, "Young master, you have so many strange moves. Did you secretly learn them from the Lotus Flower Blessed Land's generational battle? For example, Ding Ying, who took away my Taoist crown that year?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Ding Ying's martial arts are diverse. I learned quite a lot." After the two sat down, Zhou Lian poured a cup of tea for Qin Pingon and slowly said, "Ding Ying is the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. Moreover, he is meticulous and has shown his ambitious and ruthless demeanor early on. After the battle in the Nanyuan Kingdom, I knew I couldn't do anything. The fist intent that I had accumulated for a lifetime was like spring thunder. Although I was seriously injured at that time, Ding Ying endured painstakingly until the end and showed himself. In fact, if I really wanted to kill him at that time, it would have been as easy as wringing a chicken's neck. So I simply let him live and gave him the Taoist crown that was left behind by the banished Immortal. I never thought that 60 years later, not only did this young man not disappoint me, his ambition was even greater than mine." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "No wonder Ding Ying is so secretive about this battle of martial arts and never mentions it to anyone. He must be embarrassed to brag and also unwilling to expose his shortcomings." Pei Qian said angrily, "You don't know how much my master suffered because of that old man." Zhou Lian smiled and said, "If I had known this, I would have killed Ding Ying with one punch back then. Am I right?" Pei Qian learned from her mistakes. She first looked at Qin Pingon and then looked at Zhou Lian's face that was digging a hole for her to jump in, and then he would fill in the soil. Pei Qian immediately shook her head and said, "No, no." When Pei Qian saw that her master showed no sign of rewarding her with chestnuts, she knew she had answered correctly. She first carefully put the brush, ink and paper on the table into Qin Pingan's bamboo box and poured herself a cup of tea. Suddenly she stood up and whispered in Qin Pingan's ear, "Master, I don't know what happened. Now when I flip through the book again at first glance, it seems that the words on the book are much more beautiful." Qin Pingan didn't take it seriously and asked with a smile, "Why do you say that?" Pei Qian was careful to prevent Zhou Xian from eavesdropping. She continued to whisper, "In the past the ink blocks looked like me. They were dark. Looking at them now they look different. Who do they look like?" Pei Qian began to count with her fingers. "Huang Ting, who taught me swordsmanship and saber techniques. Yao Jinji, who was a fox. Fan Junmao, who had a bad temper. Jin Su, who was by Aunt Gray's side. Master, let me make it clear in advance. It was Old Wei who said that Sister Jinji was a vixen. She was the kind of beauty who could bring disaster to a country. I didn't say that. I don't even know what vixen means." Zhou Xian laughed loudly and said, "You can forget about it." Pei Qian quickly ran over and wanted to cover Zhou Lian's mouth. Zhou Lian wouldn't let her have her way. He swayed left and right while Pei Qian bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Qin Pingan looked at the quarrel between the old and the young and reminded, "After we finish buying the things we are interested in the capital, we will visit some scenic spots and historical sites. We will stay for at most 2 days and then we will go to the Immortal Ferry in the east of Qinghuan country, and directly go to the Great Sui Mountain Academy." Zhou Lian smiled and nodded while dodging Pei Qian. "Of course I don't need young master to worry. I'm just afraid that this girl will be undisciplined and out of control like a wild horse. When the time comes she'll be like the ox cart that rushed into the reed marsh." Pei Qian said angrily, "Zhou Lian, you always have such a crow's mouth. I won't be polite to you anymore." Zhou Lian was about to tease the charcoal girl when Qin Pingan said, "Yes, don't jinx it." Zhou Lian immediately nodded and said, "Young master is right." Pei Qian sat with one hand on his stomach and the other pointing at Zhou Lian. He finally got the chance to take revenge. He laughed and said, "You still have the nerve to say that I sail with the wind. Old chef, you can forget about it." Zhou Lian said seriously, "You're just a fence-sitter. I'm just a wise man who understands the situation. Handsome as in handsome, handsome as in charming." Pei Qian blinked and asked curiously, "Master said that you were once a handsome young master in our lotus flower-blessed land?" Before Zhou Lian could talk about his great achievements, Pei Qian had already held his stomach with both hands and banged his head on the table. "You can forget about it. I'm dying of laughter." "Ouch, my stomach hurts." Zhou Lian saw that Qin Pingan was also holding back his laughter and felt a little melancholy. When the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was about to come to an end, the emperor of the Tang family quietly came to a summer palace in the suburbs of Qinghuan country. Although Tang Li was the monarch of the human world, he still couldn't neglect a distinguished guest. Because the guest was an old man of virtue and prestige from the Jiang family of Yunlin. He was not only an old immortal of the upper 5 realms, but also the teacher in charge of imparting knowledge to the entire Jiang family of Yunlin. His name was Jiang Mao. In addition, there was also the Jiang family's legitimate daughter who was returning home for the first time after marrying into the Fu family of Old Dragon City. There was also an instructor who left the Jiang family with her. It was rumored that she was a nascent soul sword cultivator with terrifying killing power. There were 2 people following Tang Li. One of them was an old man of the royal family who could make him feel at ease. According to seniority, he was actually Emperor Tang Li's uncle. He had a lot of private correspondence with the old assistant minister Lu Jingting. Tang Li had actually read those letters before when they quarreled. The other one was an old man with an aquiline nose. He was the #1 immortal teacher in Qinghuan country, Zhou Lingji. Many people had already forgotten that this old immortal teacher came from the mountains. However, he had assisted the emperor of the Tang family for 3 generations. Although his reputation wasn't very good, Tang Li grew up in the royal family. What he saw was the unification of the country and the longevity of the country. How could he care about these trivial criticisms? Seeing the old immortal of the Jiang family of Yunlin Tangli, the monarch of Qingyuan country, even if he didn't have a good attitude towards the immortal teacher in his own territory, he still had to treat him respectfully. Both sides sat opposite each other. It was like there was no distinction between the host and the guest, and there was no monarch. The old man didn't have the impression of putting on airs. He spoke warmly. Tang Li had an official from the Ministry of Rites deliver a large stack of files to Jiang Qiu, as well as some scrolls recorded using the Immortal's steel inscription technique. He was a young official from the Ministry of Rites with a decent appearance and a glib tongue. While Jiang Qiu was casually flipping through the files and scrolls, this official from the Ministry of Rites reported the debate between Buddhism and Taoism to the old immortal of the Jiang family. He was detailed and appropriate. Only the exciting and soul-stirring parts were detailed. Moreover, he spoke in a straightforward manner. In front of a legendary cultivator of the upper five realms, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Occasionally there would be questions and answers. Therefore Tang Li was very satisfied. He turned and looked at his uncle Tang Zhong. The latter introduced softly, Song Xianxia of the Ministry of Rites Department for Purging Officials, a disciple of the Song family of Qing County, second place in the second year of the autumn festival. Tang Li said, "In the next capital examination you can mention it." Tang Zhong smiled and nodded. Tang Li suddenly asked, "Why isn't Governor Wei present today?" Tang Zhong explained, "Governor Wei has a good relationship with a disciple of the Jiang family named Jiang Yun. When Jiang Yun reunited with his sister here, he pulled Governor Wei along." The number one immortal teacher of Qingyuan in name, the old man Zhou Lingji, after hearing the emperor address Wei Liang as Governor Wei, his eyelids slightly trembled. In the southeastern territory of the Baoping continent, the world only knows that there is a hereditary governor of the Wei family in the central part of Qingyuan. He is the sole heir of the Wei family. Unfortunately, the inheritance of the family line is daunting but not dangerous, smooth and profitable. Since the founding of Qingyuan's Tang family, the emperor has changed so many times, but in reality, Governor Wei has always been the same person. This Wei Liang, who hides his strength and has an extremely deep relationship with the Tang family, is the person that Zhou Lingji fears the most in Qingyuan. After the pure jade stage cultivator Jiang Emo finished reading and listening, he smiled and asked, "I heard that after Lu Qingshan of the Lion's Garden was temporarily added to the examination, his performance was extremely outstanding. Other than written records, are there any scrolls that can be viewed?" Tang Zhong shook his head and said, replying to Elder Jiang, "Someone reminded us that it is best not to enter the Lion's Garden without permission. Even our consecrator show can only watch from the mountain peak outside the Lion's Garden. But through the information of the spies inside, in addition to consecrator Zhou's advice of watching the mountains and rivers, Lu Jingting's second son Lu Qingshan indeed passed the examination on his own, without any outside help." Jiang Emo smiled and said, "Isn't it just that Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong? What is there to avoid?" Tang Zhong smiled and said, "It is indeed Imperial Tutor Cui." Emperor Tang Li was not very comfortable in his heart. Qingyuan was forced by the power of a continent and had no choice but to scheme with Cui Dong and Dali. As the emperor, he was well aware that facing that embroidered tiger he was already at a disadvantage. Now that Jiang Emo had called out Cui Dong's name so casually, wasn't it clear that he, Jiang Emo, and the Yunlin Jiang family behind him, did not place Dali and Cui Dong in their eyes? Then towards Qingyuan, even though they were polite on the surface, just how much did the Jiang family look down on their Tang family in their bones? Although Tang Li was displeased in his heart, he did not show it on his face. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Emo really spat a mouthful of phlegm on his face, he, as the emperor of Qingyuan, would have to accept it with a smile. Perhaps he would even ask if the old immortal was thirsty. Jiang Emo did not continue to make things difficult for Tang Li. He took out several scrolls. On the scrolls there were two people in two places. South of the capital, the White Water Temple, famous for its clear spring water. In the capital, the White Cloud Monastery, which was not well known, there was a young white-robed monk and a middle-aged Taoist. Jiang Emo nodded his head and said, "From the current situation, Buddhism wins on the surface, Taoism wins behind the scenes. The Lion Garden's Lu Qingshan that was promoted by the Confucian students of Qingyuan has performed well. Perhaps there is still a chance." But if there is nothing more eye-catching to take out, at most you can fight for second place. Is that enough? No matter if it is Taoism or Buddhism, let them become the national religion of Qingyuan, okay? It was somewhat overbearing. The Yunlin Jiang family, as the most ancient family of the Aquarius continent, was once a first-class family in the Central Plains. The Jiang family, as one of the leaders of the Confucian school, was the first battle between the three religions in the history of the Aquarius continent. It was obvious who the Yunlin Jiang family would side with. But if the Qingyuan country only gave face to Jiang Mo and the Jiang family and forcefully raised the Confucian school, which was originally not part of the debate, to the national religion of the Tang family, then anyone with eyes would know that it was the Jiang family who did it. How could the Jiang family tolerate this kind of white jade with a slight flaw, that was criticized by others? Therefore this was the most difficult aspect of Jiang Mo to serve. There had to be a result, and the process had to be something that no one could find fault with. There could not be a single word of gossip that would attract the attention of the Yunlin Jiang family. Right now, the scholars of the Central Plains of the Aquarius continent were moving south and gathering in the Qingyuan country. They were very dissatisfied with this debate that did not involve any scholars. These foreign families had very loud voices. There were also many arrogant families with bad tempers who clamored that if they did not care who became the national religion, they would move out of the Qingyuan country. In reality, the central figures of the Qingyuan country, as well as the true Daoist immortals and Buddhist monks, all knew that the battle between the two religions was a battle for second place, to not be at the bottom. And the reason why the emperor of the Qingshan country was willing to bring his shocking concubines to the capital of the Qingyuan country to watch the show was actually to see just how shameless the emperor of the Tang family was. He wanted to see how he would curry favor with the Yunlin Jiang family and the group of people who came south. In the end, he wanted to see whether or not he would become the laughingstock of half the continent, to the point that the three factions would not be pleased. Emperor Tang Li smiled slightly and extended a finger to stroke the tea table in front of him. Tang Zhong opened his mouth and said, "The Dali imperial tutor Cui Dong is actually the eldest son of Lu Jingting Lu Qingfeng. He is a Confucian disciple whose knowledge is close to the Dharma." Jiang Mo narrowed his eyes. "How is he different from normal people? I want to see for myself." Tang Zhong stood up and took out two yellowed books that he had already prepared. One was a book of Confucian sages, the other was a work of Taoism. Tang Zhong planned to walk over to deliver the books. Without seeing any movement from Jiang Mo, the two books left Tang Zhong's hands and appeared on the table in front of Jiang Mo. He casually placed the Confucian book in the corner. It was a waste of time to look at it. How many people in the Aquarius continent had the right to talk about etiquette in front of the Yunlin Jiang family? This was not because this old immortal was arrogant, but because he had the support of his family background and his own knowledge. Jiang Mo flipped open the legalism book that Lu Qingfeng had read and annotated. He read very quickly. Some disapproved, some nodded slightly. Finally, his gaze stopped on a certain page next to a certain sentence. Looking at the handwriting, it should have been annotated 3 times in succession. The original sentence of the person who wrote the book was, "Do not love others, do not hate others, do not harm those who love an evil, do not harm those who hate, do not love an evil in their own right, rule them to the utmost." On the page closest to this sentence, Lu Qingfeng wrote for the first time, "The word, to, is not appropriate. It is too high. It should be changed to, to." Jiang Mo looked at the other 2 readings and smiled. "Not bad. We can use it to test the weight of the Taoist from Baiyun Temple." The old immortal with the highest cultivation in the Jiang family of Yunlin County tore off the page with Lu Qingfeng's seal and returned the 2 books to the table in front of Tang Zhong. Jiang Yao smiled and said, "Let's find an opportunity to let the Taoist of Baiyun Taoist Temple get this book by chance. We'll see what the Abbey Dean has to say then." Tang Zhong agreed. Compared to the undercurrent of Jiang Mo's place, in a secluded pavilion surrounded by green bamboo in the summer palace, it was much more harmonious and festive. The tall young man who had obtained the iron chain from Pearl Cave Heaven, Jiang Yun, who lived at the end of the alley of Betail Ferry, was chatting with a sister who had married into Old Dragon City. Governor Wei Liang was sitting at the side, chatting with the dispirited teaching nanny. Jiang Yun looked at the sister's appearance in front of him and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The woman raised her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Judging by appearance, I think it's quite beautiful. Jiang Yun said with a smile, Sister, I have to say something in good conscience. Your current appearance is really not close to beauty. The fat woman rolled her eyes and said, I want to see what kind of fairy you will marry in the future. When the time comes, I will help you to see so that you won't be deceived by the vixen. Jiang Yun put his palms together and begged for mercy. Don't, I'm afraid that with your temper, you will scare my future wife away with a few words. The woman was about to nag a few more words, but Jiang Yun had already tactfully changed the topic. Sister, how is Fu Nanhua? The woman shook her head and said, just like that. It's quite good. No one cares about anyone and they treat each other with respect. It's very good. Jiang Yun laughed and said, then if I have the chance I must find this poor brother-in-law to drink wine and complain to each other. After a few days and nights of talking we might become friends. The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family said indifferently, you can do whatever you want. She thought of something and asked in a low voice, your master and his best friend went to look for treasures, did they succeed? If they succeeded I will secretly go to be tail crossing with you. I haven't seen the glazed golden body of an ascendant realm cultivator with my own eyes. There is one at home but the old ancestor hid it. I haven't been able to find it for so many years. She whispered, if you let me see that thing, sister will give you a very special gift. I guarantee that you will be envied by all the young cultivators in the continent. Jiang Yun waved his hand and said, forget it. My master's temper is also bad. If I dare to make a decision on such a big matter like the glazed golden body fragment, no matter how nice I usually talk to him, he will peel off a layer of my skin. It's not a joke. Back then, my master said that I must either go to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven or the blessed land of the Divine Grandeur sect to train. But when I came back, my master began to regret. He said that training in the blessed land was also necessary. Since I have already been to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, good things come in pairs. Taking advantage of these 2 years of good luck and obtaining a treasure in the Grotto Heaven, I might be able to get a beautiful wife in the blessed land. Jiang Yun frowned and said helplessly, with such a scoundrel master, there is no way to reason with him. The lady sneered, you really don't know how lucky you are. In the history of the Aquarius continent, how many people were able to enter the upper 5 realms with the background of a mountain cultivator? To be able to make Li Tuanjing a person with high standards, to be so respectful? To be able to become friends with that eccentric old sect leader? You should be content. If you have time, quickly go back to the clan and burn some incense with the old ancestors. Thank them for their kindness. Jiang Yun's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, don't persuade me to go back. I really can't muster up the energy. The lady sighed. She extended her hand and flicked Jiang Yun's forehead. Since young you have been so stubborn. Now that you are an immortal you still can't let go of the past? Jiang Yun did not reply. He looked at the instructor granny. The lady lightly shook her head, indicating for Jiang Yun not to ask. While the two of them were silent, Governor Wei Liang and the instructor granny were chatting about the Bamboo Sea Paradise and Lady Qingxen. Wei Liang looked around, his eyes were filled with jade-green bamboos. He joked, virtuous gentlemen and scholars all like this green bamboo. I want to chop down thousands of bamboo. The Jiang family's first daughter teased, Mr. Wei, if you are chopping bamboos here, you will leave our old ancestor who wants to spar with you to the side. That's not good, right? Wei Liang laughed, if I sit there I will be stealing the limelight. I will be violating my duties as an official. She was about to rebut him. Wei Liang laughed, little ginger, I carried you when you were young. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black girl in swaddling clothes has become a married lady. She glared at him, took out a piece of ginger that she loved to eat since young and took a big bite. Wei Liang laughed heartily. Jiang Yun was impressed. Many people had left the Lion Garden in the suburbs of the capital recently. Once the demons were eliminated, the outsiders left and their own family members also left. The eldest daughter, Lu Qingya, who had been trapped in her mother's house for a long time, hurriedly left with her husband. Once bitten, twice shy. Her husband was really scared this time. After that, the two teachers from the Lu family school left together. Then the second son, Lu Qingshan, and the female Daoist, Lu Boqi, prepared to travel on horseback. They went all the way up north to take a look at the Lakeview Academy. Then Lu Jingting's youngest daughter, Lu Qingqing, and her servant Xiaoya headed to a certain celestial sect. Her brother, Lu Qingfeng, applied for leave from the imperial court and personally escorted his sister. The mansion on the mountain was not close to the capital of the Qinghuan kingdom. It was more than 600 miles away. When old assistant minister Lu was still in office, he had a good relationship with the person in charge of that sect. Therefore, in addition to a generous gift for apprenticeship, he also wrote a letter for Lu Qingfeng to carry. The general content was nothing more than pleading to take his daughter as a registered disciple, even though Lu Qingqing's aptitude was not good and she was not a talent for cultivation. In fact, even if Lu Jingting was no longer the assistant minister of rites, as long as he was still alive, it would not be difficult for his daughter, Lu Qingqing, to enter any celestial sect in Qinghuan. He did not even need this letter at all. Along the way, the two carriages moved slowly. Lu Qingqing smiled more and more, and her servant Xiaoya was naturally happy too. Lu Qingfeng mostly sat in the carriage and flipped through books. When they arrived at the courier station along the way, he would get to know people and treat them well. It was not as simple as the etiquette of a noble family's son. The local officials, regardless of whether they were upright or turbid, were all slippery and blind even if their official rank was very low. Lu Qingfeng, as a magistrate of a county, could tell at a glance whether he was pretending to be polite or treating them with respect. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng did not look like the eldest son of Lu Jingting, the leader of the scholarly circle of Qinghuan. Everyone had a good impression of him, and it became an interesting topic in the courier stations all over the country. Lu Qingqing was a woman and she was not old, so she could not see the details of her brother Lu Qingfeng. However, the meticulous Zhao Yu was amazed. She always felt that the young master in the lion's garden was completely different from the magistrate Lu who walked out of the lion's garden. When they arrived at the celestial sect mansion, Lu Qingqing's visit to the celestial sect went smoothly. After Lu Qingfeng settled Lu Qingqing down, he did not immediately go down the mountain. Instead, he was led to a tall building with a view of the cliff. After climbing up the building, he saw an old Confucian in a green robe leaning against the railing and admiring the scenery. It was a distinguished and elegant young master. Lu Qingfeng sighed in his heart. He restrained his complicated emotions and bowed. Lu Qingfeng pays his respects to Imperial Tutor Cui. Dali Imperial Tutor Cui Dong. He actually came to Qinghuan in person. Cui Dong smiled and raised his hand, indicating that Lu Qingfeng did not need to be so polite. He then pointed to the person beside him, Li Baozhen from Longquan County. He is now the person in charge of Dali's Green Wave Pavilion in the southeast of Aquarius continent. In the future you will have frequent contact. The handsome young man bowed to Lu Qingfeng. Greetings to Mr. Lu. Lu Qingfeng could only return the greeting. Li Baozhen said in the Qinghuan official language, Mr. Lu, this trip to Qinghuan in the south has opened my eyes. There are too many wonderful people. Just that Daoist from Baiyun Temple, with his insignificant cultivation, dared to perform the unification of Tao and steal the secrets of heaven. He really crossed the natural moat that even earth immortals of the nascent soul realm find difficult to cross. It's just that he's too eye-catching. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's probably up to the Yunlin Jiang clan. Lu Qingfeng smiled and did not say anything. A show of strength? He's really young and aggressive, showing off his ability. Li Baozhen waited quietly. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng was soft and did not speak, he also smiled. Cui Dong looked at Lu Qingfeng and smiled. Lu Qingfeng, in the future, you two don't have to worry about the big matters of Qinghuan, Qingshan and Yunshao. As for the small matters, you can teach Li Baozhen more. Lu Qingfeng nodded. Li Baozhen looked at ease. With a smile on his face, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Lu. It was the Hebo ancestral temple that Qin Pingon once inscribed on the wall. Recently, a group of generous pilgrims had come and stayed in the ancestral temple. 2 people and a yellow ox. The temple was trembling with fear when receiving the incense money. A young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows liked to visit the monument corridor. It was Cui Dongshan, who was still in Qinghuan for some reason. That night, the full moon was in the sky. Cui Dongshan asked for a bamboo basket from the Hebo ancestral temple and went to fetch a basket of river water. It was already very magical that not a drop of water leaked out. What was more mysterious was that the full moon reflected in the bamboo basket swayed with the water in the basket. Even if he walked into the shadows of the corridor, the moon in the water was still bright and lovely. Cui Dongshan walked to a corridor and sat on the railing. He put the bamboo basket aside and looked up at the moon. Only the water in the bamboo basket and the moon in the water were his companions. Cui Dongshan's thoughts drifted away. The Buddha worried about the suffering of all living beings. The Saint Master worried about Confucianism. In the end, it only became the knowledge of those who did not starve. What about the Tao ancestor? It was said that he was watching that one. Maybe Wang Zhu, who was trapped at the bottom of the well, was one. Maybe the old man in the Yang family's medicine shop was one. Or maybe in the eyes of the Tao ancestor, who was so powerful that no one was one. Cui Dongshan rubbed his cheeks and took out 2 scrolls made of ordinary jujube wood from his sleeves. He spread out the 2 scrolls and suspended them in front of him. One of the scrolls. There was an old scholar in old clothes sitting in the middle of a bench. Cui Dong, who was in his 20s, sat on one side. The young man on his left and right and the young man Qi Jingchun sat on the other side. For people sat on a long bench, making it a little crowded. There was a head that broke into the scrolls that should belong to the 4 of them. He tilted his head and smiled brightly. He even stretched out 2 fingers. In another place there was a strong figure squatting in the corner with his back to everyone. The second scroll. The guy who poked his head out of the first scroll stood openly in the middle of the scroll. He spread out his arms. The young man on his left and right and Qi Jingchun hugged the man's arms. They bent their knees and retracted their legs. They hung in the air. The 2 young men grinned. The young scholar Cui Dong stood behind the man. His smile was more reserved, but it was also very sincere. Cui Dongshan was wondering when he, Qin Pingon, and that little girl Charcoal, would also leave behind such a painting scroll. 10. $397. For the next 2 days Qin Pingon brought Pei Qian and Zhu Lian to visit the shops in the capital. Shi Rou stayed at the inn to look after the house. It was really lively. Because of this huge debate between Buddhism and Taoism, this Qinghuan country was filled with people from all walks of life. Some sought fame, some sought profit. Of course, there were also people like Qin Pingon who came purely to enjoy the scenery and buy some of Qinghuan's specialties. Pei Qian and Zhu Lian were probably blind under the light. They did not see anything strange about Qin Pingon's hobby of visiting bookstores. However, the meticulous Shi Rou saw some clues. Qin Pingon visited those big and small bookstores. He almost never touched the exquisite new books. He also did not have much interest in the classics of the 100 schools of thought. Instead, he would flip through half of the books he saw. However, Qin Pingon would not buy them after he finished. This caused many people to roll their eyes. Fortunately, Zhu Lian, who liked to spend money extravagantly, helped him. Thus, he did not receive any malicious remarks from the bookstores or bookstores. Pei Qian probably felt that in the capital, Qin Pingon first bought more than 10 pieces of the most famous and expensive rice paper in Qinghuan Kingdom, then bought a pair of green glazed imperial chest jars for Lu Baixiang, and then bought a hand-twisted gourd for her. His expenses were very high, far exceeding his usual expenses. Even if he saw something that he really liked, he would only sneak a few glances at it. Moreover, the treasure box that Yao Jinji gave him back then was really full and couldn't fit any more items. Otherwise, he would ask his master for a brand new treasure box. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian dismissed the idea. He felt that although his master earned some money from the lion's garden, he also bought a new one. He would ask his master again when he earned money next time. In the end, he was poor. Pei Qian was a little sad. He did not know when he would be able to accumulate a treasure box full of treasures. Old Chef said that what was better and bigger than the treasure box was the treasure shelf that all rich families had. After it was filled with items, it was truly a dazzling array of items. It would make people's eyeballs fall to the ground and not be able to pick them up. In these 2 days of shopping, he had heard some gossip that was barely related to Qin Pingon. According to Zhu Lian, the emperor of Qingshan's tastes were extremely outstanding, and he admired him endlessly. This monarch of Qingshan, whose words carried enormous weight, did not like graceful and slender beauties. His only hobby was the world's plump women. There were 4 of his most favored concubines in the palace. They could no longer be described as plump. Were plump. And the head of the 4 charms, charming pig Yuan Yi, had an even more famous identity, and was one of the 4 great martial masters of the southeast countries of the Aquarius continent. The Emperor of Qingshan Zheng Kui was currently staying at the Qingwan embassy in the capital. He was accompanied by 4 beauties. The day before yesterday, Zheng Kui wore casual clothes and took the relatively slender Mei Kei to tour the temples in the capital. In the end, when they were burning incense, they had a conflict with a group of aristocratic children. Mei Kei attacked fiercely and directly beat them half to death, causing a great disturbance. The Yamen in charge of the security of the capital, the Ministry of Rights of Qingwan, had high-ranking officials appear. After all, it involved the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries, and it was not easy to calm things down. The troublemakers were the children of aristocratic families in the capital and a few friends of the same age who had traveled south. After learning of the identity of the Emperor of Qingshan, they calmed down. However, another wave arose. Among the troublemakers that night, many people who had just settled down in the new residence in Qingwan died suddenly. Their deaths were tragic. It was said that even the Yamen's coroner was disgusted by the sight. Very quickly, there was conclusive news that spread throughout the capital. The murderer's method of killing was the usual method used by the great Grand Master of Qingshan, the charming pig. The 4 limbs were removed, leaving only the head on the body. The mute acupoint was sealed and the charm pig would help stop the bleeding. They struggled to death. The Qingluan court had already quickly mobilized people from all sides to investigate this matter. There was also a group of experienced investigating officials from the Ministry of Justice, the court's immortal teachers and Jianghu legends. They immediately entered the embassy where Zheng Kui was staying. However, this could not stop the anger of the crowd. Countless scholars surrounded the embassy where Emperor Zheng Kui was staying. If it were not for the obstruction of the Yamen runners in the capital and the 200 elite soldiers personally sent by Governor Wei Liang, who watched covetously and did not allow the situation to deteriorate, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Of course, those scholars who did not have the strength to truss a chicken could only be killed on the spot by one of the 4 beauties, Zheng Kui's beloved concubine. The charming pig Yuan Yi spread the word that she would fight with one of the 4 great grandmasters, Zhou Xian of the Great Marsh Gang. If she lost, the Qingshan kingdom would accept this huge scoop of dirty water. However, if she won, the scholars of Qingwan who had made a ruckus outside the embassy would all have to kneel outside the embassy and kowtow in apology. The old demon Zhou Xian, who was rumored to have once driven a scarlet carriage and caused a storm of blood in the Jianghu of several countries, was indeed in the capital recently and was staying at a Taoist temple. Then yesterday the notorious Zhou Xian of 30 years ago reappeared in the Jianghu. As the #1 hero of Qingwan, he arrived as promised. He stepped into the embassy and engaged in a battle of life and death with the charming pig Yuan Yi. From the moment Zhou Xian left the Taoist temple in the carriage, countless people of Qingwan and Jianghu along the way cheered for him. However, as the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. Zhou Xian, who originally had high hopes placed on him, was not a match for the charming pig. In the end, he was seriously injured and lost to the second of the 4 great grandmasters, Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, who was covered in blood but was not seriously injured, casually grabbed Zhou Xian by the neck and swaggered to the entrance of the embassy. Looking around at the dumbfounded crowd, she threw the already fainted Zhou Xian onto the street and said, "Don't forget to kowtow tomorrow." Zhou Xian was tearfully placed into the carriage by the disciples of the Great Marsh Gang. He left the embassy and returned to the Taoist temple for treatment. Outside the embassy there was not a single person. Outside the Taoist temple there were endless curses. Qin Pingon, who had coincidentally overheard the course of events in the bookstore, continued to look for books. Peiqian was heartless. He only felt that Zhou Xian was really pitiful. His ability was not high and he liked to be in the limelight. Did he not know how to hide in the Taoist temple and not go out? He was beaten to a pulp by the 200-pound Meizhu. Moreover, his reputation was gone. According to the Jianghu style and the disputes in the Jianghu world described in the novel, If a person in the Jianghu lost his reputation, wouldn't it be the same as losing his life? Pei Qian's only regret was that when they climbed the golden osmanthus temple, they had stayed in the luxurious mansion that Zhou Xian built for his granddaughter halfway up the mountain. He was a rich and extravagant master. Pei Qian was quite fond of it. Unfortunately, now it seemed that even if Zhou Xian was tough and did not die in the Taoist temple, she would not be able to eat and drink with him the next time they met. At that time the two groups of people met by chance. First they took shelter from the rain together, then climbed the mountain together. In the end, Zhu Xian, the granddaughter of the old immortal of the golden osmanthus temple, and Lu Qingqing, the young girl from the Rouge building in Yunshao country, became the direct disciples of Zhang Guo, the old immortal of the golden osmanthus temple. Pei Qian and Qin Pingon watched the disciple acceptance ceremony. It could be said that it was a complicated ceremony that took almost 2 hours. In the end, Pei Qian's head hurt from watching it. He had to be a wooden person and not move at all. She felt that it was more tiring than copying books. Qin Pingon walked out of the bookstore. It was noon. He stood on the steps and thought about something. Zhu Lian asked softly, "Young master, what do you think?" Sure, Ro's heartstrings were taut. She said in her heart, "Don't get involved. Don't get involved in this mess." Qin Pingon's answer made sure Ro feel both happy and worried. Qin Pingon said, "Let's go see Zhou Xian. If he's badly injured, I happen to have some elixirs with me. After giving him the elixirs and greeting him, we'll leave the Taoist temple." Zhu Lian praised, "Young master is affectionate and righteous. Most importantly, you're steady." Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Why did you interrupt me? Old chef, if you're done, what should I do?" Zhu Lian said bluntly, "What should you do? Go eat shit. You don't have to pay for it. If you're not full, just let me know. When we return to the inn, just wait for me outside the toilet. I guarantee that it'll be hot." Pei Qian rolled her eyes and said, "Disgusting." Qin Pingon ignored the daily fight between the old and the young. After asking for directions, they headed towards the Taoist temple in the capital that became famous overnight. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the Taoist temple. There were a few people outside the walls. Some threw stones and cursed before running away. Most of them were here to watch the fun. They were satisfied after strolling around the temple. There were also some Jianghu people who came after hearing the news. Most of their ancestors had suffered at the hands of the Great Swamp Gang. They didn't dare to curse, nor were they stupid enough to beat a drowning dog. After all, the old devil Zhou Xian's life and death was unknown. However, there were still a few notorious disciples in the Taoist temple. Even if they picked out one of them, it would be enough to make a martial arts master of the Qingwan country eat a big pot of wine. The Taoist temple wasn't big. Today was closed. Qin Pingon knocked on the side door of the Taoist temple for a long time before a Taoist priest opened the door with a vigilant look. Qin Pingon said that he was old friends with Zhou Xian. Could the Taoist temple please inform him that Qin Pingon came to visit? The young Taoist priest nodded and asked Qin Pingon to wait for a moment. After closing the door about half an hour later, other than the Taoist priest who went back to inform, there was also one of the disciples who accompanied Zhou Xian to send Zhu Xian to the mountain. After recognizing that it was Qin Pingon, Zhou Xian's last disciple was relieved. He led Qin Pingon to the depths of the Taoist temple's backyard. This person didn't say much along the way. He just thanked Qin Pingon for remembering the friendship of Jianghu. When they approached a house, the smell of medicine was extremely strong. Zhou Xian's disciples stood respectfully in the corridor outside the door. Everyone looked dignified. When they saw Qin Pingon, they just nodded to greet him. Moreover, they didn't relax at all. After all, the trip to the Gold Laurel Temple was just a fleeting encounter. It was hard to know what a person's heart was. Only God knew what this foreigner surnamed Qin was up to. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian, who was lying on the sickbed, who personally asked to bring Qin Pingon and his group here, no one dared to agree to open the door. Qin Pingon asked Zhu Lian and the other two to stay at the corner of the corridor. He didn't let them get close to the house. After one of Zhou Xian's direct disciples opened the door, Qin Pingon walked into the house alone with his sword and a box on his back. Zhou Xian leaned on the pillow. His face was pale. He was covered with a quilt. He smiled and said, "After we parted on the mountain, we met again in a different place. I Zhu Xian am in such a pitiful state. I've made a fool of myself. He was severely injured. Other than Zhou Xian, who was lying on the sickbed, there was also an old Daoist with a wooden expression. After the disciple who helped open the door closed the door, he moved a chair for Qin Pingon and stood to the side. He didn't leave to prevent Qin Pingon from suddenly killing someone. Qin Pingon took down the bamboo box and placed it by his feet. He sat on the chair and asked softly, "Old gang leader, you didn't hide your whereabouts when you entered the capital this time?" Zhou Xian coughed a few times and tried his best to smile. "How could I not hide? It's just that the imperial court's eyes and ears are sharp, so I couldn't hide well. This Taoist temple in the capital is a branch of the Great Marsh Gang that has been painstakingly operating for nearly 30 years. Perhaps it has long been targeted by the imperial court. This isn't a big deal." That emperor of the Tang family of Qingyuan has always looked forward to Jianghu since he was young. After he ascended the throne, he treated Jianghu well. As long as you don't go too far, the imperial court doesn't care too much. In fact, when I galloped through the martial arts circles of several countries, I was invincible. At that time, Tang Li, who was still a prince at the residence of Long Qianji, was said to hold me in high esteem. He said that one day he would definitely personally summon me, the martial artist who brought honor to Qingyuan. So this time I was inexplicably named by that charming pig. Although I know that someone is trying to frame me, I really don't have the face to quietly leave the capital. Qin Pingon saw that Zhou Xian was speaking strenuously and intermittently, so he decided not to ask any more questions. He bent down to open the bamboo box. When he did this, the old Taoist and the man in the room were ready to act. Qin Pingon stopped and explained, "I have a few bottles of pills refined on the mountain. Of course, it can't regenerate flesh and bones, nor can it quickly repair damaged tendons and veins. But it can be considered to replenish qi and rejuvenate the spirit. It can still be used to mend the body of a martial artist." Zhou Xian wanted to raise his arm, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He could only place his arm on top of the blanket and gently shake it. He smiled at his two confidants and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I, Zhou Xian, am better at judging people than learning martial arts. In the current capital, anyone can come here to pick up scraps, but young Master Qin won't." On his way here, Qin Pingon chose a secluded alley. He took out 3 bottles of pills from his fengcun object and moved them into the bamboo box. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to take things out of thin air. After Qin Pingon took out the 3 porcelain bottles, he extended his hand and handed them to the old Taoist. "I'll have to trouble old Taoist master to first identify the efficacy of these pills and see if they're suitable for old sect leaders' treatment." Zhou Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Young Master Qin, you're the only one in the world who's kind enough to give someone medicine to save their life." The old Taoist took the 3 porcelain bottles. He still didn't smile. He went to the table and poured out a pill from each bottle. He then took out a silver needle from his sleeve and carefully crushed the pill. Not only was Qin Pingon not annoyed that his good intentions were treated as ill intent, he instead felt that the old Taoist master's actions were truly Jianghu people doing Jianghu things. Although Zhou Xian's complexion wasn't good, he was in a good mood. After all, his foundation as a 7th realm martial artist wasn't bad. He ignored the looks of the disciples in the room, indicating that they could send the guest out. Zhou Xian smiled and asked, "Young Master Qin, do you think that Mei Zhu is the real culprit?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I've never seen her before. I don't know her true temperament, so it's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, that consort of Qingshan wouldn't be so stupid as to use her own unique methods to kill so many people in a single breath in another country's capital. But if she used this as a smokescreen to clear her name, the possibility isn't high, but it's still possible. Perhaps in the end, it's still a struggle between the two countries, a struggle for power in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Whether or not that Yuan Yi was the one who killed them isn't important. So old sect leader's fight wasn't worth it. The person behind the scenes plotting against old sect leader is rather clever. Now old sect leader needs to be very careful about how he leaves the capital." Zhou Xian nodded. "That's true. The old Taoist, who had been concentrating on examining the pills, couldn't help but raise his head when he heard this. He glanced at the white-clothed young man with a sword on his back. Qin Pingon chatted with Zhu Xian for a while longer, then got up and took his leave. Zhu Xian couldn't get out of bed, so he could only reluctantly clasp his hands to send him off. But this action pulled on his injuries and he coughed incessantly. Qin Pingon and his group left the Taoist temple and returned to the inn. Inside the Taoist temple, the man who had sent Qin Pingon and the others out of the house in the Taoist temple returned. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhu Xian smiled. "What, you still want Qin Pingon to send us out of the capital?" The man answered honestly, "If he's willing to help, of course it's a good thing. Since he's willing to come here, it already shows that he's close to our great marsh gang. If we persuade him, perhaps." Zhu Xian sneered, interrupting his disciple's wishful thinking. He sneered. "Idiot, a man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Are you pretending not to understand the hidden meaning behind Qin Pingon's words when he told us to be careful when we leave the city? That's already made his attitude clear. Sending the pills is because of the friendship we had when we first met in the Jianghu. Paying a visit and sending the pills is already the most benevolent thing you can do. Don't you understand this simple principle? Don't take his kindness as a fool." The man didn't know the twists and turns here. He lowered his head and said, "The current situation is too dangerous." Zhu Xian sighed. "Fortunately, you held back and didn't do anything unnecessary. Otherwise, if it was Xiang cultivating in the Golden Peak Temple and something happened, even if Qin Pingon met him again, do you think he'd save him?" The man remained silent. He understood the principle, but the life and death of his master Zhu Xian and the Great Marsh Gang was very likely unavoidable. From the Daoist temple to the gates of the capital, and then on to the Great Marsh Gang, one of the sections of the road might be the Yellow Springs Road. Zhu Xian smiled. "All right, in the Jianghu, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Could it be that others are not skilled enough and die under my Zhu Fengxian's fists, but I Zhu Xian am not allowed to die in the Jianghu? Could it be that the Jianghu belongs to me Zhu Xian alone? Is it the pond in our Great Marsh Gang's backyard?" The man smiled. 30 or 40 years ago in our Qinghuan country it was indeed so. Zhu Xian closed his eyes. That old Daoist priest said, "There's no problem with the pills. The quality is extremely high and it's bound to be expensive. It'll help your injuries recover. It's not icing on the cake but a genuine help in your hour of need." The man was overjoyed. "Really?" The old Daoist priest squinted. "You don't believe me?" The man grinned. "I wouldn't dare." This old Daoist priest was the old military counselor who had worked hard for the Great Swamp Gang for decades. The fact that Zhu Xiang was able to embark on the path of cultivation early on was also thanks to the old Daoist priest's insight. Zhu Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He first let his disciple leave the room. After closing the door, he slowly said, "Speak. You've helped me for so many years and then you've tricked me this time. What are you after? No matter what the outcome is, I won't blame you. I only hope that you and the person behind this will take care of Xiang in the future. Try not to involve her as much as possible and be a good cultivator on her mountain." The old Daoist priest stood up and sat on the chair Qin Pingon was sitting on. He did not answer the question. "Old Zhu, I think that Qin Pingon is young, but he's an old man in the Jianghu." The old Daoist priest sighed. "Us old men in the Jianghu seem to be getting more and more out of hand. Young people nowadays like to beat their old masters to death in order to climb up the social ladder. They don't care about the rules and don't acknowledge them." Zhu Xian turned his head and asked with a smile, "How old are you? When I first met you, you had this face. Almost 60 years have passed and you haven't changed much." The old Daoist priest thought for a moment. "I've spent half of my life in my hometown and the other half in your Qinghuan country." Zhu Xian saw that his old friend was unwilling to answer, so he did not pursue the matter further. It was meaningless. The disciples of the capital's aristocratic families and scholars from the south started a fight at the temple. Jiang Kuei's concubine Mei Kei taught them a lesson. That night several people died suddenly. The people of the capital were in a state of panic and united against a common enemy. The aristocratic families of Qingyuan country who had moved south were furious and provoked a conflict between Qingyuan country and Xingshan country. The charming pig called out Zhou Xian, who was also a martial arts grandmaster. Zhou Xian was severely injured and defeated. No one at the courier station kowtowed. Afterwards, charming pig Yuan Yi publicly ridiculed the scholarly characters of Qingyuan country. The capital was in an uproar, and for a moment, this matter overshadowed the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. Many aristocratic families who had moved south contacted the local aristocratic families and tried to put pressure on the Qingyuan country's emperor, Tang Li. The Qingshan country's emperor, Jiang Kuei, was about to take his 4 concubines and swagger out of the capital. This caused all the Jianghu people in Qingyuan country to be abnormally angry. In just a few days the situation was turbulent. Everything was linked together. When Qin Pingon and his group left the capital, in the Lion Garden on the outskirts of the capital, a carriage was traveling on a small road under the night sky. The coachman driving the carriage was an old man who had disguised himself as the leader of the 4 grandmasters. He was extremely tall and had just quietly entered Qingyuan country from Yunshao country. His martial arts cultivation was actually already at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, far above charming pig Yuan Yi of Qingshan country and Zhu Xian of the Great Zhe Gang, who were at the 7th realm. After Lu Qingfeng finished reading a spy report from Green Wave Pavilion, he said, "You can stop now." A handsome young master sitting opposite him smiled and said, "You're going to stop just like that? I originally planned to use my official position for personal gain and meet a certain someone, but it seems that I didn't take the bait." Lu Qingfeng's expression was indifferent. "That's enough." The person opposite Lu Qingfeng in the carriage was none other than Longquan County's Li Baozhen. After exchanging a glance with Lu Qingfeng, Li Baozhen smiled and said, "All right, since Mr. Lu says that I've learned enough, then I'll do as Lord Imperial Advisor said and learn more from Mr. Lu. After all, this time is just an appetizer for Emperor Tang Li of Qingyuan country after I take office. I don't want him to think that he can rest easy by relying on the big tree of the Jiang family of Yunlin. After all, some bad wind and rain can also make people sick to the bone." Lu Qingfeng didn't say a word. As they approached the Lion Garden, Li Baozhen suddenly smiled and said, "I won't enter the garden. I will wait in the carriage for Sir Lu to finish explaining things to the old assistant minister and then return to the county government office together." Lu Qingfeng got off the carriage and walked alone into the Lion Garden under the night sky. Li Baozhen got out of the carriage but didn't get off. He sat behind the coachman. This young man who came from the Dragon Pearl Cave in the past like Qin Pingon had nothing to do. He swung his legs and said with a smile, "When I think that my baby sister likes to call Qin Pingon young martial uncle, I get angry. What should I do? As her brother, I can't bear to say anything harsh to her, so I can only tease that bumpkin from the mud bottle alley. If it weren't for the fact that they had escorted the little treasure bottle, Yuan Yi and Zhu Xian wouldn't have killed each other like this. But what I admire most about the imperial tutor is that he calculates people's hearts and places his pawns in other people's courtyards. In fact, everyone does it. In the capital of Dali there is the Changchun Palace and even Song Jiangqiang. In fact, there are a lot of people who do it. Even our emperor does the same. There are those masters from the 100 schools of thought who have ulterior motives. But in the end, when we look at the chessboard, it seems that one side loses a little and the other side gains a lot. In the end, our imperial tutor benefits more. This is very scary." Li Baozhen talked to himself for a long time and then asked the coachman with a smile, "Even I can't read your file for the time being. Can you tell me why you are willing to work for our Dali?" The old coachman said indifferently, "I hope you don't sprain your ankle on your official career. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you." Li Baozhen didn't care at all. "You really have to change your bad habit of speaking your mind to everyone. At least wait until the day when you seize the opportunity to kill me." The old coachman sneered, "Okay, I will repeat it when the time comes." There was a moment of silence. Lu Qingfeng hadn't returned. Li Baozhen asked casually, "Is Jianghu fun?" The coachman said in a deep voice, "No, it's easy to die." Li Baozhen said, "Oh, I see. Then I will take it easy. It's my first time here, so I should familiarize myself with the local customs. I have been timid since I was a child." There are so many masters in my hometown. When I walk on the street, I am afraid that I will disturb the land immortals and martial arts masters next door. Li Baozhen patted his knees gently with both hands. It's said that when people from the same hometown see each other, they will cry. I wonder who will cry the next time we meet between me and that bumpkin surnamed Qin. Alas, when that stupid girl Zhu Lu found me in the capital, she was crying so hard that my heart almost ached to death. My heart ached so much that I almost wanted to slap her to death. How could she not handle such a small matter? She caused me to vent my anger on Her Highness and ruined my future in Great Li's officialdom for nothing. Otherwise, why would I need to come to such a shabby place and climb up step by step? The old coachman said with a smile, a bad child like you will be very miserable when you are in trouble one day. Li Baozhen sighed, look, you are speaking the truth again. Why don't you listen to advice? It's not good. The night was dark. Li Baozhen looked at the lion garden and said with a smile, our Mr. Lu is much more miserable than me. At most I am full of evil tricks. There will only be more and more people who are afraid of me. He is full of bitterness and there will be an endless stream of people scolding him. In a small post house in the suburbs of Qingwan country, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the small post house tonight. In a room, big eyes stared at small eyes. The young man in white pointed at the old man in green's nose and scolded angrily, old bastard, we agreed that we would play by the rules and not play any tricks. You actually threw Li Baozhen to Qingwan country at this juncture. With this guy's nature, won't he take revenge? Don't you have any shame? The old man in green was expressionless. He said indifferently, little bastard, you secretly sent a message to Qin Pingon and asked him to block the way to the lion garden. Do you have any shame? The handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows continued to scold. Old bastard, you King broke the rules first and set up Qin Pingon. You are destroying the foundation of my Dao. You won't let me beat you back? There were two people in the room. It was Cui Dongshan. Embroidered tiger Cui Dong. There was only one person. Cui Dong's expression was still indifferent. He raised his hand and wiped the saliva on his face. What is the point of scolding yourself? Cui Dongshan sneered. Very satisfying. Cui Dong sneered. Seeing your pitiful appearance now, I finally understand why our highest realm back then stopped at the peak of the 12th realm. Cui Dongshan sat down on the chair. If I had known it was such a good-for-nothing like you, I would have strangled myself to death back then. Cui Dong smiled. It's not too late if you want to die now. But remember to leave behind this shed skin and the Fengtsuan item. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. He spread out his hands and lay on the table. His face was close to the table and he said in a muffled voice, His Majesty the Emperor is dead? After a while Song Zhangqiang will be the regent? Cui Dong nodded. Cui Dongshan didn't even raise his head. Then who will be the new emperor? Or will the original two candidates each take half? Cui Dong turned a deaf ear. Cui Dongshan raised his head. He went from lying on the table to leaning against the back of the chair. So boring. Cui Dong said, I think you're quite interested in being someone's student and disciple. Cui Dongshan just kept rolling his eyes. Finding joy in hardship? Cui Dong was also a little puzzled. When he was young he didn't seem to be like this, did he? Cui Dongshan stopped rolling his eyes and hesitated for a moment. How is the old man doing in Luopa Mountain's bamboo house? Cui Dong was silent for a long time, then answered, his path to the 11th realm was completely cut off by Lu Qin, but his mentality is not bad now. Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the chair and asked, if Qin Pingon kills that Li Baozhen, what will you do? Cui Dong shook his head. Qin Pingon once promised Li Shixing that he would let Li Baozhen go once. After that, he is responsible for his own life and death. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at Cui Dong. Cui Dong said indifferently, yes, I calculated it. Right now Li Baozhen is too inexperienced. If he wants to be of great use in the future he will have to suffer a little. Cui Dongshan laughed and jumped off the chair, massaging Cui Dong's shoulders. He said with a cheeky smile, old Cui, as expected of one of us. This time I have wronged you. Don't be angry, calm down. Cui Dong was indifferent. If we knew that there would be someone like you in the end, we should have strangled ourselves to death back then. Tui Dong lightly slapped Tui Dong's head. What unlucky words are you saying? Tui, no matter how different our paths are, we should strive to make a scourge live for 1,000 years. Tui Dong said, if you spit on my head again, don't think of making a scourge live for 1,000 years. On the small reed-filled path that led to the official road from Lion's Denver, a carriage slowly came to a stop. The old coachman looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Li Baozhen lifted the curtain of the carriage. When he saw that person, his face was filled with disbelief. Was this really a fellow townsman meeting? 10. $3.98. When Li Baozhen saw the young man who should not have appeared on the road, his mind turned quickly. The 3-inch world, was it Lu Qingfeng behind him who set him up, hoping to dominate Qingwan alone? It shouldn't be. The imperial tutor wouldn't let Lu Qingfeng dominate. It was reasonable for him and Lu Qingfeng to restrict each other. Was this a coincidence? Was tonight just a sudden encounter? Li Baozhen sighed. If his luck was so bad, it would be better for someone to set him up. After all, in the chess competition one could rely on one's brain and skills. If his luck was bad, did he have to burn incense and pray to Buddha? Li Baozhen stood behind the old coachman and asked softly, what do you mean? The old coachman said in a deep voice, one of the retainers behind this person, the stooped old man, is very likely to be a martial artist of the far travel state. His realm is not lower than mine. Li Baozhen slapped his forehead. The spy misled me. According to the recent spy report, Qin Pingon was at the 100 Flowers Garden Inn in the capital. 3 of his 4 retainers left and only 2 retainers were with him. One of them was called Zhou Xian, whose strength was unknown. He might be a martial artist of the Golden Body State. The other one behaved strangely. His performance in the Lion's Garden was mediocre. His strength should be inferior to Zhou Xian. As for Qin Pingon himself, based on the strength of the Lion's Garden's wall, he was at least a pure martial artist of the 5 states. He could draw talismans and wore an immortal robe of unknown quality. The gourd hanging from his body was the sword-strengthening gourd, Ginger Gourd. It was unknown whether it nourished flying swords. Although he had pieced together all the bits and pieces of the spy report, he was still unable to reveal Qin Pingon's true background. But it was not important. Li Baozhen determined that Qin Pingon was in the capital of Qingwan. Even if he suddenly became an immortal overnight, it still had nothing to do with Li Baozhen. Li Baozhen was using Dolly as his chessboard to tease Qin Pingon, who was in the game. Dolly's Green Wave Pavilion spies in the southeast of the Aquarius continent followed the movements of the chess pieces, like a spider that was constantly moving. Before leaving Dolly, the imperial tutor Tui Dong gave Li Baozhen 3 choices. Go to the Great Sui Kingdom and be responsible for keeping an eye on the old vassals of the Great Sui Kingdom, including the Gao family and the Huangting country. Go to the biggest obstacle in front of the Dali cavalry, the Zhuang dynasty with many sword cultivators, and the movements of the Lakeview Academy in the south were also important. The last one was Qingwan. Compared to the first 2, Qingwan was originally a small rural place. It was only after the Aquarius continent's people started to move south that the Green Wave Pavilion began to increase its investment in the last 2 years. Of course, these were some of the superficial phenomena that Li Baozhen saw after taking up the position. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to look up the old coachman's file. But Li Baozhen was not stupid. The aristocratic family had Tang Zhong, the Great Lake Gang's Zhu Fengxian in the Jianghu. Especially the imperial tutor Tui Dong, who personally came here and even made an exception to meet Lu Qingfeng of the Lion's Garden. All of this showed that Li Baozhen's vision was not bad. He chose this place as his place of prosperity in Dali, temporarily away from the whirlpool of the Song clan that could easily crush people. Li Baozhen was somewhat annoyed. If he had waited for a few more days, he would have waited for an important person responsible for his safety to enter Qingwan Kingdom. That would have been a great situation where he would not be afraid of anything. What Governor Wei Liang? What Chief Executive Zhou Lingji? None of them were worth mentioning. How could this clay bottle alley bumpkin be so good at picking the time and place? Li Baozhen turned around and bent over. He lifted the curtain and asked with a smile, Mr. Lu, do you have a backup plan? Lu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. Like you, I need to wait a few days for a Dolly Wu secretary to serve as my personal retainer. Li Baozhen said with a bitter face. Can Mr. Lu bear to see this ally of mine die before he has even achieved victory? Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and replied, You have to believe in Imperial Tutor Tui's flawless plan. Li Baozhen sighed and put down the curtain. It seemed that he could not avoid tonight's fortune or misfortune. It was not that Li Baozhen did not believe in Xiaohu's chess skills, but that Imperial Tutor Darren might not really take him seriously. Li Baozhen even believed that if Cui Dong had to make a choice between him and Lu Qingfeng, Cui Dong would not hesitate to leave Lu Qingfeng on the chessboard and pick up Li Baozhen and throw him back into the chess jar. How did the broken porcelain mountain in his hometown form? Weren't they all pitiful abandoned pieces that did not weigh much and were turned into powder in the battle for the Great Dao? Li Baozhen had long liked to climb the top of the porcelain mountain alone. He always felt that he was stepping on a pile of bones to reach the top. It felt good. Qin Pingan let Shi Rou protect Pei Qian and stand in the distance. He only took Zhou Lian and continued to move forward. Cui Dongshan suddenly sent a secret letter to him, saying that Li Baozhen appeared in the lion's denver. It was concise and comprehensive, ending with the word kill. Qin Pingan did not have any doubts or hesitation. He quickly left the capital and went straight to the lion's den. Qin Pingan chose to trust Cui Dongshan in some things that did not involve the Great Dao. For example, he chose Withered Bone Ghost Shi Rou as the candidate to occupy Du Mao's slough, and this time, when he was less than 50 steps away from the carriage, Qin Pingan walked slowly and could clearly see the young man standing behind the coachman. It was this man who, with Zhu Lu's admiration and young girl's affection, threw out the bait to help the father and daughter get rid of the lowly status and fight for the title of lady for her, made Zhu Lu walk toward Qin Pingan with a smile on her face in that corridor. She put her hands behind her back and was full of killing intent. That was the first time in Qin Pingan's life after leaving Lizhu Cave. Previously, when he confronted the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain in the small town, he could feel the subtle and sinister nature of people's hearts. Qin Pingan, this is the first time we've met, right? Li Baozhen stood behind the old coachman and greeted with a smile. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Baozhen, the younger brother of Li Shixing and Li Baoping's brother. Qin Pingan stood still and asked, If you die here tonight, will you regret it? Li Baozhen nodded. I'll definitely regret it. Qin Pingan laughed. You'll regret not being careful enough in your actions, right? Li Baozhen seemed to have nothing to lose and said frankly, Yes, once I left Longquan County's Falu Street and our Dolly dynasty, I felt that I could fly freely. It was too unwise. Qin Pingan, you've taught me twice the valuable principles of being a person and doing things. You can't do things more than 3 times. In the future you go your way and I'll go mine. What do you think? Zhou Lian raised his arms and rubbed his palms, eager to try. He smiled and said, Although the old coachman is a martial artist of the far travel state, I can totally deal with him. Young master, we're in the same realm after all. If I'm careless and can't hold back, please don't blame me. The old coachman's eyes were burning as he stared at the hunchback old man. Qinghuan, Qingshan, Yunshao, and the surrounding small countries were shallow in Jianghu and had responsibilities. It was not good to travel without permission and ruin the title of a pure martial artist of the 8th state. It was not easy to meet one tonight, so how could he miss it? However, there was the bad seed Li Baozhen behind him and Mr. Lu in the carriage, so he could not help but be restrained. He asked, It's hard to deal with this retinue. Mr. Li, do you have any tricks you can teach me? Can I protect you from death and allow me to fight to my heart's content? Li Baozhen smiled bitterly and said, Who would have thought that there would be such a situation? My tricks only harm people and not save myself. The coachman stood up and sneered, Then it's empty? Scheming here and there, it's dazzling, but in the end it's so useless. Li Baozhen smiled and said, Then I'll have to trouble you to put in more effort tonight and win me a chance to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. The old coachman was the #1 martial artist of the Aquarius continent. He was strong and had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He would not leave just because he hated Li Baozhen. The carriage trembled slightly. Li Baozhen only felt a breeze on his face. The old coachman had already rushed forward and pounced towards Qin Pingan. The reeds on both sides of the small road fell towards Qin Pingan and Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian habitually took a few steps forward. His body was as fast as lightning as he extended his palm. He caught the old coachman's fist aura and his sleeves swelled up. Zhou Xian slid backwards and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Pingon. The old coachman used the momentum to float backwards and landed on the ground. The reeds on both sides of the road fell to the left and right again. The rustling sound was extremely ear-piercing in the originally silent night. Li Baozhen saw the scattered fist aura drifting towards the motionless Chen Pingon. It was like a slanted wind and drizzle meeting an oil paper umbrella. Not a single drop of water touched the umbrella holder. Li Baozhen's eyelids trembled. No wonder he was the weakest martial artist of the fifth realm. This clay bottle alley bastard, after leaving Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, he seemed to have had a good encounter. Li Baozhen felt a little regretful. Could it be that he should have walked the path of cultivation? A pure martial artist of the fifth realm who was not even 18 years old. In the Dali dynasty where there were many martial artists, he could probably be called a genius. Could it be that after Li Zhu Grotto Heaven fell, the majestic martial arts fate was all taken by this guy? No, the vassal King Song Zhangqiang, Li Er and Jing Dafeng divided it among the three of them. At most, there would be some leftovers. Zhou Xian shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Brother, your fist is a little weak." "What, are you being polite with me? Are you afraid that you can't kill me with one punch? No, just punch me as hard as you can. I'm thick-skinned and easy to beat. Brother, if you continue to hide like this, I won't be polite with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xian rushed forward like a wild mountain monkey. He was so fast that it was as if an immortal master had used an object that could shrink 1,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old coachman and returned the favor by throwing a punch at him. Li Baozhen's eyesight was limited. He only saw Zhou Lian's punch. After that, they confronted each other in a small place which made him dizzy. Li Baozhen soon felt uncomfortable in his ears. He swallowed his saliva and felt a little better. The old coachman let out a soft shout, his hands clinging and striking, throwing Zhou Lian towards the reeds. He himself took a step back and stomped heavily on the ground, while his other foot was lightly raised to stabilize his body. If he wasn't worried about Li Baozhen behind him, the old coachman would naturally be able to throw a punch more freely. Zhou Lian stretched his body in the air and stepped on a slender reed with one foot. He swayed left and right a few times and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you've been in the 8th realm for so many years, but it's not smooth sailing. You have to climb the road to the top, right?" The old coachman sneered, "Isn't it too early to say that?" Zhou Lian walked on top of the reeds like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. As his muscles and bones stretched, there was a series of cracking sounds like soybeans. He chuckled and said, "It's not too early, not too early. I'm just worried that you won't be able to leave behind your last words if we really have to risk our lives. I've heard that 8th realm martial artists are quite rare in the world. If you die suddenly like this, I'll grieve for the loss of my kind. While my young master doesn't find you an eyesore, I'll quickly chat with you." The old coachman didn't say anything. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng wanted to get up. A white rainbow suddenly appeared from the blade-strengthening gourd at Qin Pingon's waist. It quickly drew an arc and penetrated the carriage wall without any obstruction. It hovered between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows. Lu Qingfeng smiled and sat back in his seat. Li Baozhen's hand hidden in his sleeve had just moved when a green sword light flashed and pierced his sleeve. Then a talisman was nailed to the carriage wall behind him. The golden talisman was very strange. There were talismans written on both sides of the talisman. Not only that, there was a black-armored immortal general and a white-armored immortal general on both sides of the talisman. It was a talisman of the day and night wandering god that had long been lost in the world. Li Baozhen sighed and said to the old coachman, "Stop. There's no need to fight. Li Baozhen will just wait for death." Zhou Lian said anxiously, "Don't, big brother. Let's fight." "Don't delay my young master and your master's business." The old coachman nodded and swept toward Zhou Lian. Qin Pingon walked to the side of the carriage. Li Baozhen was sitting in the carriage looking like he was ready to kill. Qin Pingon looked at the carriage curtain. "I thought it was a clever house, but the ghost overlooks the house." It turned out to be another sentence in the book. In the carriage, Lu Qingfeng said, "There's no door to fortune or misfortune, but people call it themselves. Qin Pingon didn't say anything else. Scholars actually understood the big and small truths. Especially Lu Qingfeng, who had read books and poems since childhood and had been in the officialdom. But Zhou Xian, a Jianghu hero, was actually easier for onlookers to see through. Life and death, honor and disgrace were straightforward. Li Baozhen looked at Qin Pingon. He was sitting and Qin Pingon was standing. They just happened to look at each other. Li Baozhen asked politely, "No matter how you found me after you kill me tonight, how will you go back to Dali? Are you going to give up your ancestral home in Nipping Lane of Longquan Commandery?" Qin Pingon looked at the disciple of the Li family from Fulu Street, whom they had never met before, but who wanted to kill Qin Pingon. They were also a family, but why was he so different from Li Shixing and Little Treasure Bottle? Seeing that Qin Pingon didn't speak, Li Baozhen said with a smile, "I'm just a scholar and I can't withstand your punch. Every dog has its day. But it's only been a few years and it's changed too fast. If I had known that you'd changed so much, I would have drawn Zhu He to my side. Then I wouldn't have left my hometown and died in another place." One punch. Li Baozhen hugged his abdomen with both hands and curled up, almost vomiting bile. Qin Pingon only used the cultivation of a second-realm martial artist. Qin Pingon reached out to grab Li Baozhen's hair bun, pulled him out of the carriage and threw him away. Li Baozhen rolled away on the yellow mud road. In the end he spread out his hands and feet and his face was full of tears. But it was not sadness or regret but pure physical pain. Li Baozhen laughed and said, "I never thought that I would have such a day. Lu Qingfeng, remember to collect my body and send it back to Longquan Commandery of Dali." Qin Pingon squatted down. Li Baozhen looked at him. He saw a pair of familiar yet strange eyes. This kind of eyes was different from the bottomless abyss of Imperial Tutor's Tui Dong. Li Baozhen was glad that he could not see the bottom. Otherwise he would probably be a corpse. Because it was unlucky to see the fish in the abyss, he was far from qualified to pry into the thoughts of the embroidered tiger. But the only similarity between Qin Pingon's eyes and the Dali Imperial Tutor's eyes was deep in Li Baozhen's memory. Vaguely, one was an abyss and the other was an ancient well and there were evil dragons hiding in them wanting to raise their heads. Li Baozhen's eyes were suddenly full of pleasure and he whispered, "Qin Pingon, I'm waiting for you to become a person like me. I'm looking forward to that day." Qin Pingon grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and tapped Li Baozhen's Adam's apple with one hand. When Li Baozhen involuntarily opened his mouth, he stuffed the soil into his mouth, and then covered Li Baozhen's mouth with his palm asking, "Is it delicious?" Li Baozhen struggled with his hands and feet, his face flushed. Qin Pingon turned his head slightly. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Why don't you speak louder?" Li Baozhen suddenly stopped struggling and swallowed the large mouthful of soil bit by bit. Her eyes were fixed on the indifferent young face. Qin Pingon raised his hand and Li Baozhen's face twisted as he mumbled, "It's not bad." Qin Pingon nodded. "It's not easy to eat shit right now, so what's so difficult about eating soil?" Just like before, after Li Baozhen ate a large handful of soil, he once again covered Qin Pingon's mouth. This time Qin Pingon increased his strength, and the back of Li Baozhen's head began to sink into the mud. After Qin Pingon let go, Li Baozhen's chest heaved up and down, and he found it difficult to breathe. Then he began to cough violently, spitting out soil from his mouth. Qin Pingon raised his right hand and gently waved his sleeve, scattering the soil that splashed towards him. At the same time Li Baozhen wailed. Qin Pingon's left hand gripped Li Baozhen's left hand, making a cracking sound. Li Baozhen's hand, which had quietly clenched into a fist, opened up, revealing a jade pendant that he had secretly taken from his waist. The ancestral piece of fine mutton fat jade engraved with the two ancient words, Dragon Palace, was originally inconspicuous, but now it was crystal clear, and there was a thin thread of light flowing quickly on it. After Qin Pingon crushed Li Baozhen's wrist bone, Li Baozhen's arm collapsed to the ground. The jade pendant, which was only one step away from being activated, was held in Qin Pingon's hand. "Thank you." Flying Sword 1 and 15 returned from between Lu Qingfeng's eyebrows and the outer wall of the carriage respectively. The rare talisman, which the common people might not recognize but Qin Pingon could see through at a glance, was put away by him together with the Dragon Palace jade pendant. In the authentic alchemy works, this talisman of the day and night wandering god was a very high-grade talisman, and it was recorded in detail on the third last page of the book. Li Baozhen covered his left wrist with his right hand and smiled miserably. You win. I'm afraid of you. Of these two things, the Dragon Palace Jade Pendant was one of the Li family's life-saving talismans, and the talisman was a parting gift from his elder brother, Li Shixing. The most important thing was that these two priceless treasures had to be opened by Li Baozhen himself, so that outsiders could take the opportunity to see what was inside. Otherwise, no matter if one was an earth immortal or below the 5 states, they would be worthless dead objects if they took them. Qin Pingon kicked Li Baozhen's waist, and the latter was swept across the reeds and fell into the lake. It took 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Lu Qingfeng got up and walked out of the carriage. No matter what the reason is, I still have to thank Child Qin for not killing Li Baozhen. Qin Pingon asked, what about the Lion Garden and Lu Qingshan? Lu Qingfeng said, I've already found a way out for them. Qin Pingon looked a little tired. Originally, he did not want to say much to the eldest son of the old assistant minister. However, when he thought of the limping young scholar, he asked, I believe that the result you want is most likely good. Lu Qingfeng, you should know better than anyone that you are walking on a different path. However, how can you guarantee that you will not get further and further away from the result you want if you continue to walk on this path? Lu Qingfeng smiled bitterly and looked into the distance. He sighed, I can only walk and see. Otherwise, in our Qinghuan kingdom, from His Majesty the Emperor to the scholars, and then to the people in the countryside, everyone's backbone will soon be broken. At that time we won't even be able to walk. Everyone knows that drinking poison to quench thirst is a bad thing, but if you really die of thirst, who wouldn't drink it? Just like in the ancestral hall of the Lion Garden, that willow tree queen, whom I dislike very much, instigated my father to involve you. If I were only a part of the plan, I wouldn't have stood up bravely like Lu Qingshan and held on to the Lu family's tradition. After I, Lu Qingfeng, weighed the pros and cons, I would only go against my own heart. Lu Qingfeng withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, fortunately, things haven't come to the worst. Every family has its own difficulties. As the elder brother, I'll take care of the difficult ones and let my younger brother study the easy ones. Qin Pingon glanced at the direction where Li Baozhen fell into the water. You're still much stronger. Qin Pingon looked at the battle in the reeds and shouted, let's go back. Qin Pingon then said to Lu Qingfeng, you can save him now. Lu Qingfeng asked, why didn't you just kill Li Baozhen? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, I promised someone to let Li Baozhen go once. Zhou Xian rushed over, his face full of regret. He reached out and wiped the blood on his face. His hand had just gotten warm, and now the old coachman's bones would be soft and he would die. But seeing that Qin Pingon didn't want to talk, Zhou Xian didn't make any jokes and just followed him silently. Lu Qingfeng suddenly said to Qin Pingon's back, Child Qin, from now on, it's best not to stay near the capital and wait for an opportunity to keep your promise and meet Li Baozhen again. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, why? Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, not revealing more. The Dali dynasty was about to send 2 people to serve as the retainers of Lu Qingfeng and Li Baozhen. It was said that one of them was the mainstay of the Lu dynasty in the past. But this was not the most important thing. The real fatal thing was that the Dali imperial tutor Tui Dong was most likely still in Qinghuan. Qin Pingon and the others walked out of sight. The old coachman rescued the dying Li Baozhen and gently helped Li Baozhen to vomit out the water in his stomach. Li Baozhen took a long time to recover. He walked around the gates of hell and sat on the road looking dazed. The old coachman stood beside Li Baozhen and turned to look at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. So Li Baozhen once again took a turn around the gates of hell. Li Baozhen's back was facing the 2 people who were exchanging glances. However, this young master, who was in an extremely sorry state tonight, reached out and slapped his cheeks hard. Then he turned his head and smiled. It seems that Mr. Lu still cares a lot about the state preceptor's opinion. Lu Qingfeng squatted down and smiled. If it was someone else who came to Qinghuan, they might not be as good as you. Li Baozhen pretended to burp. Eating mud and drinking water, I'm a bit full. Jianghu is really deep, it's easy to die. I almost died at the bottom of the river. Lu Qingfeng helped Li Baozhen up. It seems that we have to go back to the lion's garden and change your clothes first. Li Baozhen tilted his head and jumped a few times. After shaking the water out of his ears, he smiled brightly and said, "No need to change, no need to change." Remember this so that you won't think that God is first, the imperial tutor is second and I'm third. Lu Qingfeng didn't say anything. Li Baozhen sat in the back of the carriage, shivering. The carriage slowly moved forward until it left the reed marsh and entered the official road. They didn't meet Qin Pingon and the others again. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently, "First, I advise you to go back to the lion's garden. Otherwise, when we arrive at the county government office, I have to take care of you who is sick. Second, I advise you again to remind myself that those who hurt people with words are good for knives and axes. Those who hurt people with skills are poisonous to tigers and wolves." Li Baozhen's lips were pale. He stared at this guy, teeth chattering, and asked, "Lu Qingfeng, do you know what I lost when I met Qin Pingon? Do you need to say these words?" Lu Qingfeng asked, "Is your life important?" Li Baozhen grinned and said, "Not really." He turned to the old coachman and shouted, "Turn back to the lion's garden." Lu Qingfeng began to close his eyes and rest. It was not until this moment that Li Baozhen really regarded the person in front of him as an equal ally. Or Li Baozhen admitted that he was indeed not as good as Lu Qingfeng. His name was Qingfeng. His heart was like dead ashes, but there were signs of revival. People who were focused on dealing with the world would not be shocked by the thunder. He never thought that such a person could be born in the small Qingwan country. Shi Rou was the most relaxed one. He inexplicably left the city in the middle of the night and said that he was going to meet a fellow villager. Pei Qian didn't take it seriously, but Shi Rou felt the strange aura hidden in Qin Pingon. It was killing intent. Sure enough, Zhou Lian started a fight with someone. Fortunately, Qin Pingon and Zhou Lian returned and said that everything was fine. Shi Rou didn't ask much. As long as Qin Pingon said that everything was fine, she believed it. If it was Zhou Lian who said that there was nothing to worry about, Shi Rou wouldn't believe it. Although Pei Qian didn't understand, the faint smell of blood on Zhou Lian's body was still very scary. Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, is it an enemy from your hometown?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi that had been accumulated in his chest for a long time. He took off the blade strengthening gourd and drank the misty fog wine he bought in the capital of Qingwan country. He smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. It's over." Pei Qian nodded and then asked with a smile, "Master, did you gain or lose this time?" Zhou Lian knew that Qin Pingon obtained a talisman and a jade pendant. Although he didn't look carefully, Zhou Lian was sure that Qin Pingon's fellow villager, as long as they wandered around outside, were probably not ordinary people. For example, Jing Dafeng of Old Dragon City and Li Er who hurriedly showed up and left. One was at the 9th level and the other at the 10th level. Therefore, the two things that Qin Pingon stole from that guy were definitely valuable. But Qin Pingon said, "It's not a loss or a gain. I just happened to give the two things that I got to someone who is more suitable to hold them." Pei Qian made no sound. It's good that nothing happened. She turned her head and looked at the distant capital of Qingwan country. She held the walking stick in one hand and the small gourd in the other. Zhou Lian turned his head and Shi Rou also looked away. Zhou Lian smiled and asked, "Miss Shi Rou, are you worried about me?" Shi Rou kept her mouth shut and did not speak. Zhou Lian clicked his tongue. "Miss Shi Rou, you don't know. The person that I fought with was a martial grandmaster of the far-traveling realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of perfection and his strength was extremely strong. With one punch he could shatter mountains and split the earth. Another punch could move mountains and overturn seas." Shi Rou said mockingly, "If that didn't kill you, then wouldn't you, Zhou Lian, be invincible in the world?" Zhou Lian chuckled. "You don't know this, but that big brother was too polite. From start to finish he wasn't willing to exchange lives with me. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to stand by your side in one piece. Miss Shi Rou would have to see the miserable state of my skin and flesh being torn apart and my arms being reduced to bones. At that time Miss Shi Rou would be saddened by the sight and cry. I would definitely be heartbroken. I would definitely go back and gather the pieces of that big brother's body that were scattered all over the place and whip his corpse." Shi Rou ignored his words. Qin Pingon suddenly said, After this trip to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, we might have to find a wedding dress ghost whose mansion is hidden in the mountains on our way back to Longquan County. Her cultivation isn't weak, but we might not be able to find her. Zhou Xian said in surprise, "Young master, is that wedding dress ghost pretty? What did Miss Xiao look like when she was alive?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When I first saw her, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress. Her face was deathly pale. I only felt that it was terrifying. I didn't pay too much attention to what she looked like." Pei Qian secretly swallowed his saliva. He took out a talisman and stuck it on his forehead. Qin Pingon asked softly, "About that old man of the 8th realm, how much strength did you use to defeat him?" Zhou Xian was a bit embarrassed. "Young master, when I'm fighting with someone, when my hands get hot, I'll always use all my strength. So if young master had told me to stop a moment later, that big brother really would have been cut into 8 pieces. Whether or not he'd become a water ghost, that's hard to say." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "That's a good habit." Zhou Xian was resentful. Pei Qian gloated and said, "Old chef, why aren't you flattering me this time? Didn't you say you learned it from my master?" Zhou Xian chuckled and kicked Pei Qian's butt. Pei Qian's body fell forward, but he subconsciously used the mountain walking staff to poke the ground. His body quickly spun around the mountain walking staff. He wasn't in a hurry to curse Zhou Xian, nor was he in a hurry to ask why he didn't fall. Pei Qian only pulled out the mountain walking staff that he had relied on for a long time and ran to Qin Pingon's side. He said in confusion, "Master, why hasn't this mountain god master of mine broken yet? Look, there isn't even a crack. Could it be that I've picked up a treasure from the start? Is it really an immortal tree planted by some mountain god master?" Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. Zhou Xian guffawed. "Young master helped you refine this mountain-traversing staff with the Immortal's small refinement technique. Otherwise, it would have been smashed to pieces." How could an ordinary branch withstand the ravages of your demonic sword technique? Pei Qian scratched his head. "I see." He seemed surprised, but it was only natural. Then Pei Qian, whose thoughts were more imaginative, raised his head and looked at the night sky. "Why isn't it raining yet?" Qin Pingon asked as he walked. "Why is it raining?" Pei Qian also practiced the white ape back swordsmanship, temporarily using the mountain walking staff as his sword. He answered, "It's raining so I can hold the umbrella for master." Zhou Xian kicked again, but Pei Qian nimbly dodged. Zhou Xian laughed and scolded, "You're a short winter melon who only knows how to eat but doesn't grow. How can you hold the umbrella for young master?" Pei Qian was in a dilemma and said dejectedly, "That's true." Qin Pingon comforted, "It's just the thought." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "This money-losing thing, all that's left is the thought." Pei Qian glared at Zhou Xian. "If it weren't for the fact that you're injured, I'd definitely let you have a taste of my self-created crazy demon swordsmanship. Come, let's practice." Zhou Xian took a step forward. Pei Qian laughed loudly and started to run around Qin Pingon. Xiao was a little absent-minded for a moment. Pei Qian, who had always been around Qin Pingon, was still a little piece of charcoal even though she was in the mountains and in the water. But when she ran on the bright moon in the sky, the bright and clean road, the little girl's body was suffused with a faint layer of bright light. Who knows, one day when Pei Qian walked the Jianghu alone, would it be a completely different scene? Like a blazing sun looking at it from afar, others would feel that it was burning their eyes? It's just that with this kind of complicated emotion as they trekked through mountains and rivers together, Xiao began to regret having such a senseless idea. This Pei Qian is really too wild. It's been some time since summer, and they're about to reach the Immortal Ferry on the eastern border of Qinghuan country. This day, deep in the mountains and forests, Pei Qian ran to a place a little further away to pick up withered branches to use for cooking. When she came back, she was covered in mud and grass. She caught a gray hair and pulled it by the ear. She ran back and stood beside Qin Pingon, shaking the poor hair with all her strength and said excitedly, "Master, look what I caught. It's the legendary mountain jump. It runs so fast." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Today we're only eating vegetables and no meat, let it go." Pei Qian was stunned and then she was a little reluctant to let it go. She painstakingly caught it, so she asked, "Master, can we fatten it up and then kill it to eat? I'll find a long rope to tie it up and I'll carry it all the way." Qin Pingon waved his hand. If you really want to eat meat, I'll ask Zhou Xian to catch a wild boar for you later. Pei Qian thought for a while. It's still a profitable deal, so she'll let it go. She nodded, took a deep breath, turned her body and threw the hair out with all her strength. With a whoosh, it's unknown whether it was lucky or pitiful, the hair disappeared in an instant. Fly, little brother. Shi Ro put her hand to her forehead. Pei Qian clapped her hands, squatted beside Qin Pingon who was building the stove and asked nicely, Master, what day is it today? Is it particular? Like it's the birthday of some powerful mountain god or something, so we can't eat meat in the mountains? Qin Pingon just smiled and said, It's not particular. The immortal fairy at the border was the most unpretentious one Qin Pingon had ever seen. Not only was there no hidden mountain and river restrictions, but they were also afraid that the rich people of the secular world wouldn't be willing to go, so they started to attract business from dozens of miles away. It turned out that this fairy had many strange routes. For example, if you wanted to go to a certain immortal's cave near Qingwan, you could go to the fishing platform at the peak of the mountain, and throw a rod into the sea of clouds to fish for some rare birds and flying fish. So the route was bustling with activity, packed with people. Qin Pingon heard a lot of news from the capital. For example, the emperor of the Tang family followed the people's will and made Confucianism the foundation of the country. As for who would be ranked second between Buddhism and Taoism, it was said that they still had to wait. A small Daoist temple in the capital called Baiyun Temple suddenly became the Daoist temple used by the Qingwan royal family to burn incense and worship gods. In the Whitewater Temple, an originally unknown young monk began to preach to the world. Inside the temple, on the main road and in the marketplace, it was rumored that his preaching was extremely simple and crude, so that even young children could understand it. He smoothly boarded the average-sized immortal ferry. Pei Qian seemed to be in low spirits and was in a bad mood. After copying books in Qin Pingon's room, she quietly returned to her room. Compared to the Pei Qian of the past, she was like a different person. Qin Pingon went to ask Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian didn't say anything. He could only ask Shi Ro, and Shi Ro told him her opinion. So on this day, Pei Qian finished copying books and wanted to leave. Qin Pingon called her and brought her out of the room to the bow of the ferry to enjoy the scenery of the sea of clouds. The two of them stood by the railing of the ferry. Qin Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd and prepared to drink wine. Pei Qian took out the small gourd in her hand and raised it high above her head, looking left and right. Qin Pingon still didn't drink and put the good wine gourd at his waist. He turned his head and asked with a smile, Something on your mind? Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and leaned against the railing, asking softly, Master, will you only like that little treasure bottle who calls you little martial uncle and not me when we get to Cliff Academy? Qin Pingon looked into the distance and shook his head. That won't happen. Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed her arms. I don't believe it. Qin Pingon sat beside her. He lifted his foot and gave Pei Qian a look. When Pei Qian saw the boots on his feet, she immediately smiled and shook the small yellow gourd. Master, let's drink. Qin Pingon laughed and took off the blade-strengthening gourd again. He clinked it with the small gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Pei Qian pretended that there was wine in his little gourd as well. He raised his head and drank. Then he stood up and took a few steps back. He seemed to be dizzy like a drunkard, swaying back and forth. Oh, Master, I drank too much, I drank too much. Qin Pingon looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing. Qin Pingon was about to remind her. Pei Qian lightly bumped into a tall and sturdy man who was walking by. That man had a long saber at his waist and sneered, You blind little thing, get the hell away from me. That man pressed his palm on Pei Qian's head and twisted his wrist, wanting to throw Pei Qian out. But before he could increase his strength, his wrist was grabbed by the back of a young man who was carrying a sword. Pei Qian hurriedly said to that person, Sorry, I didn't see you pass by. I'm so sorry. The man frowned, probably because he felt embarrassed that his attack was blocked. He didn't believe it and suddenly increased his strength. He wanted to use his aura chi to push away this embroidered pillow who didn't know whether she was dead or alive, and then throw little charcoal who was in the way out. In just an instant, a sharp pain came from his wrist. The tall and sturdy man with the long saber actually knelt on the ground with a thud, sweating profusely. Qin Pingon smiled at Pei Qian, indicating for her to stand behind him. Qin Pingon held the gourd behind him with one hand, while his other hand went from holding the pure martial artist's wrist to grabbing the top of his head. He bent over and asked expressionlessly, "Do you want to die?" His 5 fingers were like hooks. That tall and sturdy man's face was deathly pale. He gritted his teeth and didn't beg for mercy. Unable to bear the pain, the man said sternly, "A grudge has been formed. This matter isn't over." The 7 or 8 people who were traveling with him on the ferry swarmed over. They wanted to have some fun with their numbers and beat up this big and small pair to relieve their boredom. In the end, the 2 flying swords just happened to hover between the brows of the man who was charging at the front. As a result, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In the middle of summer, their bodies were cold all over. Among all the sword cultivators in the world, they were the most righteous when killing people. However, that group of people probably didn't know that Qin Pingon didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. In terms of making enemies, Qin Pingon really didn't lack in the matter of swordsmanship. It was just that those arch-enemies of his all had powerful backgrounds. Therefore, Qin Pingon was the least afraid of this matter. Qin Pingon lifted up the tall and sturdy man who was kneeling on the ground with one hand, then kicked him in the chest. He flew backwards, knocking down several of his companions. It was a mess, and then the 2 of them desperately fled together. Qin Pingon turned his head and smiled at Pei Qian. "Don't be afraid. In the future, when you roam the Jianghu and get bullied, go home and find your master." You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.